ceremony will be on the grass down by the awards banner at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock.
Nice job out there, Dr. Brian. Kennery coming in second in his category, 70 plus. Pietrangelo will finish his 2 hour and 18-minute suffer session. Go ahead, Raleigh, one more lap just for fun. So Rachel Lloyd probably should get out of the way because we got Jason Witten coming in here. No Fear, No Limit Stunts motorcycle rider extraordinaire, and he's going to be putting on a little exhibition right here in what was our Category 1 staging area. So we'll ask everybody to please clear this area. Jason Witten will be, I wonder, Colt, if he's going to be putting leathers on. Probably. This is something Micah Rice used to do a couple of years ago and kind of outgrew the super bike. He's more into trials bikes or something now. Yeah, we'll get Rick Heltebrink to lay on the ground and maybe get Jason Witten to bunny hop him.
first two. I'm not sure.
Oh, man. So we're serving food. The taco truck is up and running down there. We're going to have an awards ceremony at noon that Rick Heltebrink will be conducting. Hey, Rick, don't go far away. You'll be doing the awards ceremony at noon for all of our amateur categories. Larry Longo has been joined by Colt McElwain as we get ready to stream live around the world here as we cover our women's elite pro XCT race this morning. We welcome you all to Bonelli Park. USA Cycling's U.S. Cup at Bonelli Park is going to be presented by 12 o'clock award ceremony. Preliminary results riders are posted. And in just a couple of more minutes, probably 7 or 8 more minutes, we'll ask our ladies to work their way down into the grassy area. We're not going to stage riders here at the start and finish line. This will be sort of cyclocross style. We're going to stage them onto a grid and send them out. And right now, we've just been joined by Jason Witten. This guy is an amazing rider called McElwain. Don't try this in your driveway, but this guy can do it. He's a stunt rider for No Limit Stunts. He's a partner with Sho-Air, a good friend of Scott Tedrow from Sho-Air. I saw Tom Spiegel doing that with a shopping cart at Vaughn's the other day.
Here over the World Wide Web, I'm Colton McElwain, joined here today by Larry Longo at Bonelli Park. Larry, we're about to kick off some UCI HC level racing here. This is about as good as it gets here in North America on the cross country.
We're
All right, for those of you joining us online, welcome to Bonelli Park, the USA Cycling Pro Cup, the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series here. This is round number 2, 2014 mountain bike season. We're taking some looks at the course right now. We're going to get underway very, very shortly. Like we said, we have your elite women coming up. This series, this whole race series, presented by Sho-Air Cyclery, a new shop coming to the area here. Great work from the guys at Sho-Air, also in partnership with USA Cycling. Those guys doing so much for the sport this year, not only with the US Cup, but the Pro XCT. Thank you, of course, Larry, to our sponsors. We got Cannondale here. We got a lot of riders between that Cannondale factory team and Sho-Air.
Cliff Bar, a longtime presenting sponsor of mountain biking here in North America. Thank you to Cliff Bar. These guys will be fueling their on-race demands today with Cliff Bar.
We got NV wheels out here. Those are going to be the wheels on the bikes of that entire Cannondale team, Cannondale factory, as well as Cannondale Sho-Air Jackaroo clothing, keeping the threads, keeping everyone looking well dressed out there. And of course, muscle milk. You got to be buff out here, Larry. It's not just about lean muscle. You got to look good.
Well, especially here in Southern California, cycling tans year round.
And of course, the Sho-Air Cycling Group, responsible not only for this series, but all those US Cup events we see around the country. But this, of course, this is really the premier series here, this US Cup series. And this day, really, this is the big day. I mean, this is the UCI HC event. We have UCI C1s for all 3 other rounds in Texas, but huge, huge points up for grabs here. The location, of course, we are at Bonelli Park in San Dimas, California. A lot of you guys might know this area if you follow road cycling. There's some big early season road stage races in this area. Taking a look out on the course, though, it's going to be a very World Cup style course today. Just over 5K out there. I think lap times are somewhere under 15 minutes. I heard maybe 12, 13 for some of your faster men. Women should not be much slower than that. Taking a look now there, that is going to be your A line. You have an A line, a B line that goes off to the left of your screen. And it's interesting, Larry, it's actually a climbing A line. Usually you'll see that on a downhill. It'll be a jump or a drop. But this one actually going uphill. Riders have to choose between the rock garden, the logs, or they can go the long way around and take a very slow switchback that would add about 5 seconds to their lap time.
Yeah, and obviously looking at that, a lot of work has gone into the evolution of this course in the last couple of weeks. So it is very, very technical in nature, and it is certainly a perfect day. There's not really a breeze. It's going to, in fact, maybe be a little bit warm for these riders, although coming out of Texas and many of these guys doing their early preseason training in the desert Southwest. Just a spectacular day, as you can see by that shot.
Yeah, Texas really caught a lot of these riders off guard. I mean, you look at the start sheet here, we look where riders are from. I see a lot of Colorados, a lot of Utahs, some riders in the Northwest. It's really been a pretty miserable winter everywhere except Southern California. A lot of these riders barely getting time on the bike outdoors, let alone on dirt, on their mountain bike. So Texas, not only the heat, but really just being back on that bike for the first time. Again, caught a lot of riders early season. Katarina Nash, Catherine Pentel, those women had no trouble out there. But like you said, that heat, when you come from riding outdoors in 30, 40, 50 degrees and you snap into it today, I think we're expecting highs around 86 this afternoon for your men's race. It's definitely going to be a shock to the system.
Absolutely spectacular, as we are about midway through our staging process, a field of about 40 riders, and looking at our start sheet, we have all riders present and accounted for that finished in the top 10 in Texas 2 weeks ago, including our overall series leader, Katarina Nash, for the Luna Pro Cycling team.
Taking a look at that course preview there, guys. We had that graphic up on the screen. The course here has really been refined over these last few years. This venue's been around for a while on the mountain bike scene here as part of the US Cup or the Pro XCT in the past. But every year, Scott Tedrow and the crew here go out and they do a lot of course work out there. We already showed that A-line, B-line option. They've done a lot of work on the single track, on the backside, really making this, you know, it's deceiving. You see the shots on camera. It looks very smooth. It looks very fast, but this is actually an incredibly challenging course technically. On top of all the dirt out there, there's about maybe a 2 or 3 centimeter deep pile of, I guess it's not really sand, it's almost like baby powder, but it makes the corners out there very dangerous. Taking a look now at your top women, these are your top 10 in the series, I believe. Katarina Nash taking the win at the Mellow Johnny's Classic just a couple of weeks ago. Catherine Pendrell, her teammate, and Georgia Gould, another Luna Chicks rider, they swept the podium there. Emily Batty went off course in Texas, but rode her way back to 4th place for Trek Factory Racing. Erin Huck out here for Tokyo Joe's. Rachel Lloyd making her comeback to the mountain bike from California, Giant Berry Farms racer. Then we have the new addition to the Luna Chicks team, Magali Rochette, the young rider from Canada. It looks like we got a Mexican national team rider there. Larry, I'll let you take that name.
Daniela Capozano Chavez Peon, Mexican national team. And she's been riding very well early this year as well. Certainly not a problem in this heat today.
Erica Tingey, of course, for the Jamis team. And then we have Larissa Connors there for the Marin Bikes Factory team. A very strong start to the year for her down in Texas. This series, Larry, I mean, this is what it's all about. It used to be at the beginning of the season. This was really just a rust buster. Riders would show up with who knows what kind of fitness, but with the UCI points on the line, with the prize money on the line, you see a lot of these riders coming into March right now, firing on all cylinders, going after those points, going after that series prize money. And really, this is the big show. If you want to be a professional mountain bike racer in North America, you got to ride well at these events.
Yeah, I was looking at that overall standings. That reminded me of a podium at Wyndham a couple years ago. Shuffle the placings a little bit, but you talk about a powerhouse squad, the Luna Pro team. They've been #1 for the last few years on the World Cup, and it was a heartbreaking day for Georgia Gould within literally, well, meters of the finish line when she came running up that hill on a flat, and her two chasing teammates, Catherine Pendrell and Katarina Nash, I think they were kind of surprised to see Georgia Gould all of a sudden sprinting towards the line. But so we have a World Cup competition level ready to go here this afternoon. And how about Mary McConaughey at what, 42 years old now, a several-time U.S. Olympian, also several-time U.S. national champion, and she will be a podium contender as well.
Yeah, Mary McConaughey, she's been down in Chile over the winter, as she and Michael Broderick have done the last few years, taking the win again at the Trans Andes bike race. And Mary's one of those women. She chases the UCI points, the highest level of racing around the world. It doesn't matter where it is. So the fact that she is back in the United States, this will be her first time here racing at the Bonelli Park U.S. Cup race. So those points on the line, drawing talent from all over the world. Just looking through some of those riders here, not in the top 10 in the series rankings, but some names to watch out there. We have Annie Last, an Olympic athlete for Team Great Britain, riding for Trek Factory team. Pua Mata is back, dealing with some injury this early season. She's back on the bike, though. I expect her, if she's out here, if she's starting, you know she's going to be going for it. And again, looking down this list, a lot of very, very strong riders, including
the big surprise last year was a couple of time World Xterra champion. She rides for Scott. She bases herself out of San Diego, and she came to town last year. This was an XCT race. There wasn't as big the prestige that's going on here this afternoon, but Leslie Patterson showed everybody that she can ride a mountain bike. She took the cross-country victory. I think we are about 2 minutes to start, so we'll be pulling that course tape down. Where we staged women, we are at the finish line, Colt McElwain and myself, and we have a remote start taking place, so when we get them going through here, it's going to be full turbo blasters on.
Yeah, we got him here with that helicopter shot. You guys can see the women all lined up staging there just in front of that Kenda Arch. Talking about our defending champion, Leslie Patterson, the Xterra World Champion. We have another Xterra World Champion in attendance today. That is the amateur champion, Hannah Finchamp, riding for the Luna Pro team. She just came off a podium ride at the Cyclocross National Championships in the U23 field. And this, her debut race here as a professional mountain biker with that Luna Chicks team. I know she's got strong form. Those Xterra riders these days, I mean, they really, especially at the World Championships course, they really make that race on the bike. You know she's got strong legs. I look for her to hopefully mix it up. Kaylee Blevins, another another young rider here for the Bear development team. Just graduated into the elite ranks, but she and her brother, Christopher Blevins, out of Durango, Colorado, they're about as good as it gets right now on the young rider scene. Just looking down this list, if you told me any of these names, Larry, just one off, I would say, oh, guaranteed top 10. There's about 20 or 30 women here that I would say would be guaranteed top 10 at pretty much any other race, but the depth here today at Bonelli Park going to make it very difficult, going to make it very prestigious to make your way into that top 10 or even onto the podium.
Well, they moved the field up, and it looks like they staged the first couple of rows and then called the field into the pack. We're hearing a 30-second countdown. Out on this beautiful grassy park, Bonelli Park, we're located about 60 miles inland from downtown Los Angeles. This is the edge of the Inland Empire, and we heard the gun go off, and here they come in that front row with Katarina Nash, Catherine Pendrell, Emily Batty, Mary McConaughey, Georgia Gould, and the rest of them are going to be absolutely charging at us. And here they come already, and it's the rider from Mexico.
Mary McConaughey getting right on her wheel. Then it is the leader's jersey of Katarina Nash, Catherine Pendrell, Magali Rochette, Georgia Gould in there, as is Evan Huck. Emily Batty, not the best start, but she files in just about the top 10. And then the rest of your, it looks like 30, 40 elite women here on the start line going to take off on lap number 1.
Well, it was the rider from Mexico, Capizuno, who was very aggressive in that first 200 meters. And she went flying past us. She got the whole shot, and they will do a brief little parade lap here, I do believe, and they'll work their way right past us here again in probably less than about 2 minutes.
They go somewhere on that. They do a beginning loop and then they come back. Yeah. They do the full track loops here.
Taking a look there at the ground on your screen. You guys can see what I'm talking about. That very loose dirt. It's rocky. It's rubbly. It's like baby powder out there. Tire selection going to be very important today, as will tire pressure. But really, there's nothing you can do. There's just some very dangerous off-camber maneuvers you have to make out there that are going to really put riders right on the edge of their handling skills, right on the edge of their equipment. We wait for the women now. They're going to come through on this start lap. They should be pretty filed out before heading out on this course. Unlike Mellow Johnny's a couple weeks ago, there is very good passing out here. The course opens up on itself many times throughout the lap. We have some steep fire road climbs where if you're ready today, if you have the punchiness, you're going to be able to get around, make up for a poor start if you have to. But, man, I don't know. These riders already stretching things out.
Well, the penalty today for bad line selection, we saw lots of amateurs in that Category 1 level of competition, or the expert level. Very talented riders. Probably more than 20 riders sustained flat tires here this morning, and it looks like we have now the colors of the Luna Pro team who've gone clear at the front as they come into sight at the end of their parade lap this morning. There are tech zones out there. We weren't part of the pre-race instructions, but if any of these pro riders do have some sort of a mechanical problem, if they can make their way to the tech zone, they will have the advantage of receiving assistance to keep them going.
Just about 2 minutes on the clock now as the riders coming through, and this looks to be, it's going to be Georgia Gould here leading them out, a bronze medalist at the 2012 Olympic Games. Had a good start to the season on the podium, third place in Texas. Then it is your Mexican rider, that is Pendrell, and Nash there, Batty, Mary McConaughey getting right up in there as well. Rachel Lloyd, the Cal Giant rider, off to a great start. I think I just saw, was that Nina Baum, Kate Courtney in there as well, riding for the Specialized Factory team, last year's junior national champion, a World Cup winner as a junior, making her debut now into the elite field. Evelyn Dong there leading the chase group for the second group on the pack.
And there's young Henry Finchap, who talked about a two-time champion of Xterra, a young rider making her first ever pro race. Any last has been a scratch. The rider from Great Britain is not in our field today, but Georgia Gould loves to be aggressive. She set the early pace.
The lunatic rider there on the back, that was Magali Rochette. Very surprised to see her on the back of the field. Wonder if she might have had a crash or an issue there on that start lap. We'll look for her. Like we said, this course, it's not the worst passing course out there. There is quite a few places to get around. Women out here doing, I believe, 6 laps today, Larry. So if she can get back on her bike and get rolling here, I do expect her to hopefully make her way back up. She had a very strong race down in Texas. Joining us now, though, in the booth, one of the top women in the sport. She's been on the podium in this race in the past, the national champion, a former Olympic athlete, but not on the start line today. Leah Davison joining us in the commentary booth.
Yeah, thanks Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Obviously, a bit disappointed not to be on the start line and actually racing, but happy to be commentating and really pumped to be watching this race.
I mean, it's got to be tough to watch the elite women here now coming into this climb. I mean, that would be you right there on the front. I know you got to be itching to get out there, but we appreciate you having you in the booth today. That is Catherine Pendrell now taking over the front, and then bib number 1 and 2. There it is in that leader's jersey for the USA Cycling US Cup Series, taking to the front as she did in Texas. That is Katarina Nash, your multi-time Olympian both in the winter and summer games. And then the BMC rider there, that is going to be bib number 42.
Come on, Kate.
That'd be Candice Neethling, a Sunday Bash rider.
Yeah, it's interesting on this climb. This is where really things start to break up. You know, this is the first climb. You already have some lactic acid setting in from the initial start lap, and this is when, you know, the leaders really go to the front, push the pace, and things start to come apart. So I think we're really just going to see it start to spread apart after this first initial climb.
Just coming through there, bib number 7. That was Magali Rochette. So we see already now she's starting to find those legs, getting over whatever problems she had on that start lap, and she's riding her way through this field. This course, though, this is a sufferfest out here. This is one of those rides you do not want to go too early. There's so many hard, steep, punchy climbs at over 5-6 laps. It is really going to sap the legs. So she's going to have to put in a big dig here to try and get her way back up to those leaders on lap number 1 and 2. Definitely going to pay the price for that later on. But what are you going to do? You got to get up there.
Yeah, there's 20% pitches out there, no doubt. Very, very steep, tough grinds. And this dirt is hard packed. Southern California is in the grips of a drought, literally unprecedented. It's only rained about maybe 2 inches in Los Angeles in almost the last year. So that dusty, hard-packed earth is very, very firm, and those rocks that sit on top act like ball bearings and just make it very, very treacherous. So technical demands are going to be at a premium here this morning.
If you guys are joining us online, go ahead now while you have the quick break here in our camera angles. This first lap, we're going to have a second before we catch them out. Once they string out, we'll have pretty continuous coverage for you out here today. But go ahead, get on your Twitter, get on your Facebook, text your friends, let them know, again, they can watch top-level mountain bike racing right here in North America from Bonelli Park. Round number 2 of the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. You guys are watching us here on YouTube. Again, share that link. The more viewers that tune in, the more successful this is going to be, the bigger and better we can bring it to you in the future. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us here for the women's race. Appreciate you guys getting up early. Some of you guys around the world tuning in. I know we get viewers from Europe, we get viewers from Australia, and with the international fields here today. I don't know, Larry, you speak any French, any German, any Spanish?
Je parle français un petit peu.
Yeah, so Larry will be handling the other languages. That's me right there, guys. Colt McElwain. You can tweet at me at Dopersuck, DOPERSSUCK, if you have any questions or comments or just want to let us know what you're thinking. You can also use the hashtag US Cup. You guys can have a little conversation going there amongst yourselves. I want to see some feedback from you guys today. I want to hear predictions. We got a lot of top women out here today. It's early season, so really it's anybody's guess, but we saw that Luna Chicks team just absolutely dominate down in Texas between Katarina and Catherine Pendrell. Georgia Gould seems to be on some very strong form. All these ladies have had 2 weeks since then to really fine-tune, sharpen up a little bit. You never know what you're going to get in that first race, but it's the second and third race, I think, where you really start to see those riders come through. Another Twitter, guys, you guys should pay attention to. These are the people that really make this all possible. At USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air Cycling Group.
And, you know, you talk about this being an early season race, but put it in context. It's really not. For this U.S. Cup Series, next weekend, this series will be 75% complete. And with $40,000 on the line, these ladies have all brought their A games into, well, what's the middle of March? Yeah, national championships in July this year for cross-country back in Pennsylvania. Worlds a little bit later than that. But there is a lot on the line with this prize money and these UCI points the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it's early season in the sense that obviously the World Cup starting later. We have national championships here in the U.S. at least in July. We have the World Championships, obviously, the end of the year. But this series is really serving for those riders. They're chasing the World Cup. They need to get those points early. When they have these 3 opportunities in March, 2 UCI C1s, and this today, a UCI HC event. I mean, Leah, you know, tell me how important it is as a U.S. rider especially to not have to leave the country and accumulate those points so that when you do show up at round number 1, you're ready to go with a good start position.
Yeah, exactly. Racing opportunities, especially at this high level with this level of competition, is crucial. You know, that's the game changer here for USA Cycling. You know, you have some of the best girls in the world. Obviously, we get to race against, you know, the Luna squad, who is the best team. They are the best team in the world. But just to be able to have the opportunity to have points and you know, better your World Cup start position, that's huge. And this race is that opportunity.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of you guys out there, you're mountain bike fans. You have been for a while. You've all seen the movie Off-Road to Athens, where those riders chasing the Olympic team, they were traveling all over the world for that specific purpose of getting UCI points, and they were in Chile, and they were in Cyprus, and they were all over the globe. So you look at that, skip ahead now, 8 years later or whatever it's been, and again, the opportunity for what USA Cycling is doing here to bring top-level mountain bike racing to the United States. Obviously, Scott Tedrow and the Sho-Air Cycling Group, what they do with the U.S. Cup, it's just huge. And I really think that over the next few years, you're going to see the United States, especially in March and April, really become the destination for top-level mountain bike riders from all over the world chasing early season races, early season UCI points. We see your elite women there now making their way on course. They're going to make their way around. We're going to get a shot of that A-line, B-line option that we talked about if you guys saw earlier in the show. It's actually an uphill A-line choice. I mean, Leah, you've done pretty much every World Cup on the circuit these days. It seems pretty rare. Mostly it's a downhill or it's a jump or a drop. Tell me about the change here with having this uphill line.
Exactly, yeah. This is very different than the normal A and B lines that you see. I can only remember one other uphill A-B line, and that was at the Dalby Forest World Cup, you know, 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, it's a different approach, but I think it's always important. You know, you're pinned coming into that A and B line.
And this thing is breaking up very early here in lap number 1. This is your leader, bib number 1, leader's jersey there, Katarina Nash from the Czech Republic. She actually lives here in California, right up north of here near Lake Tahoe. Catherine Pendrell on her wheels. So flashback to 2 weeks ago. It is the same scenario here. 1-2 for Luna Chicks, and then chasing behind, I think I see Emily Batty. That is your Canadian Olympian. Bib number 4, like we said, went off course in Texas, but rode her way back onto the podium with 4th place there. No such troubles for her today. The Canadian flying the flag there in the bronze medal position as it stands now. Then I see that yellow helmet, the Stands No Tube 7 team. Larry, that's going to be the Mary McConaughey.
Yeah, Mary McConaughey, it looks like she's sitting right on the wheel of Georgia Gould as they will crest the top of the hill here in 4th and 5th places respectively. And Georgia grabbing a handful of gears, and they continue to climb. You can just feel how steep it is out there as the rest of the women chase. There's the rider from Mexico, Campuzano, who got such an early start, fast start, and then the BMC rider who is looking strong very early on here. Candice Neethling, don't know too much about her.
Looks like Michaela Kaufman there for the Scott Three Rocks team. A very strong young rider out of Canada. Then Rachel Lloyd, like we talked about back in Texas, making her comeback to the sport of top-level racing. Evelyn Dong coming around her for the new Backcountry.com team. And then Kate Courtney, Leah Davison, your teammate. I know you had some time this past week to spend with her. Tell me about how crazy of a talent that young woman is.
Yeah, she's definitely the next big thing. You know, she's won a Junior World Cup. She's been a mainstay really on that Junior World Cup scene, and now she's making the jump as a U23 to the elite ranks. So this is her first pro women's race. You know, it's nerve-wracking for a lot of these young guns, but she's obviously doing a great job.
Amanda Sin there just coming through, as was Amanda Nauman, the rider from Southern California here riding for, I believe it's SDG Felt team. She is your defending amateur national champion. Here we go now, that A-line, B-line, there it is. That's the sneaky line right down the middle, riding that beam. Then they have 3 rocks routes to go through. Then they're going to turn right down these railroad ties that have been laid across the course. Looks like Catherine is through clean. Katarina Nash going to bounce around on that hardtail 29er, but they are through as well. Now Emily going to come in. Looks like everyone taking that little divider line down the middle. They put those railroad ties in to separate the rock garden on the right and the logs on the left. But yesterday and Thursday on pre-ride, a lot of the pro riders realizing that actually the fastest line through there, if you're able to, is to hop right up on that railroad tie, split the difference right down the middle, and really make it. I mean, they make it look easy, but this is the front of the race. Let's wait until we get get back further in the pack. I saw a lot of riders on pre-ride. Here we go now. That's going to be Georgia Gould taking the beeline there off to the side. So she's opting a little bit slower. I believe it's going to cost maybe 5, 6, 7 seconds slower, but a little bit faster than if you have to bobble here and mess up and get off your bike.
Exactly. That's a great example of making a plan and sticking to it. You know, Georgia probably decided if I make a mistake on that A line, it's going to cost me, what, 15 seconds, like this rider
there
right
you go.
here.
That's Michaela Kaufman. So some riders, they're just not able. You see Evelyn Dong now. She gets up there. Oh, just enough. Rachel Lloyd going to get through, but she's on the rocks. It's very treacherous. If you can hold that line, if you have the balance, but easier said than done. You're out here, you're pinned, it's 200 beats per minute, you're red line already, so trying to get up on a climb and ride that very skinny line down the middle. Again, riders like Pendrell and Nash make it look easy, but back in the pack, it's going to be very challenging come lap number 4, 5, 6.
A chess match with your heart in your throat as our leaders are continuing to ascend. Should be, we're about 12 minutes into our first full circuit here this morning. And it is Catherine Pendrell, the former world champion, with the overall series leader, bouncing through a very dusty, dry, rough section out on the course. As you can just see how hard Leah Davis, and they're struggling through just this one little technical section. It's man-made, obviously, but very, very reminiscent of what these riders will encounter on an everyday mountain bike rides anywhere they go.
Yeah, it's a big ask even to be able to see straight, you know, after some of these hard climbs, and this is a tough course, so to be able to ride a skinny that's 3 inches wide, that's a real A-line.
I mean, yeah, now we talked about it, farther back in the pack, there's so many riders struggling, throwing their bikes around. At this point, it is actually faster to take that beeline where you can stay on your bike, know that you're going to get through consistently. I mean, Leah, you see at these World Cups, even your own race that you help put on at the Catamount Grand Prix up in Vermont later in the season, you have to be able to ride it 10 out of 10 times at race pace, or really you're better off taking that beeline.
Exactly, yeah. If you're on the pre-ride and your heart rate's low and you can't even ride it, sometimes it's even better to take the beeline in that situation, because you better believe that when you come into it and your heart rate's going 200, it's going to be even harder to make that A-line.
Taking a look now at Michaela Kaufman, one of those very strong young women coming out of Canada. Emily Batty, of course, leading the charge there, but Michaela Kaufman, very strong. Magali Rochette, very, very strong for the Luna Chicks Canada. It's been a while since the days of Alison Sider and Marie-Helen Primont that really dominated the sport for Canada. Catherine Pendrell, also now sort of an elder statesman, a former world champion back in 2010, but to see this crop of young women coming out of Canada, and we see it on the men's side here in the United States, so many young talents, but really their women's program, it may be the most impressive development in terms of any country around the world right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's exciting for North America right now. We really have some great fast juniors, U23s coming up and representing well at the World Cups.
This is just awesome, guys. Taking a look at this shot here. This is the helicopter in the sky, giving you aerial footage here from Bonelli Park. These riders going to be making their way here to wrap up lap number 1. I see 16:30 on the clock as it stands. That will include about 2.5 minutes for the start lap. So these women are blazing. It's going to be it's going to be sub 15 minutes for the full lap for these women today. Looking like, we're at just about 14:06 right now, so very, very fast. Women are doing 5 laps out there this afternoon, so it's going to be right on track with that World Cup schedule in terms of what they're shooting for, right around an hour 20 to 30 for the women. Let's see now, what kind of teamwork are we going to get between these two women? We talk about this so many times here, especially in North America, where we have Luna Chick and Luna Chick and Luna Chick together. Are they racing each other? Are they working together at this point in the race? You can really tell a lot by the look on their face. Are they going to flick the elbow? It looks like Catherine Pendrell here going to take the lead as they come through that start-finish line. Katarina Nash going to take a sip from the bottle. The temperature is rising today, but these two doing just like they did 2 weeks ago and blowing this race apart.
Yeah, right on 15 minutes for the first lap. They've got 4 to go, so we're looking at about an hour left to race. And now it looks like maybe a little bit of a coming together of Georgia Gould and the Mexican rider out there. But this will be Emily Batty, so strong, the former U23 champion of Canada out of Ontario, looking very, very fresh as well. Kind of got herself out there in no man's land, having to do this all by herself. No benefit of a teammate, no benefit of anybody truly to chase, and really behind her, she doesn't see anybody chasing her down. So I think the name of the game for her, Colt, is just settle into her rhythm, find her own pace,
Yeah, Emily Batty, a rider who historically has started the season well. She was on the podium with a second place back in 2012 at the World Cup opener in South Africa. So she knows how to train over the winter. She comes in very, very strong. Now a bit of a gap here. Now we see that threesome here. Georgia Gould on the front, your bronze medalist from London. Mary McConnell tucked there on the back. And then your very strong Mexican rider there shoved right in between that sandwich. Those two, now you can see they're definitely not working together. Sitting up, taking a gel here. Just 15, 16, well, I guess it's 18 minutes on the clock into this race, but already looking over their shoulder, already showing signs of fatigue from this very demanding course.
Yeah, George is looking back and saying, hey guys, anyone else want to help out here? I'm leading the charge. And really on this flat pavement section, you know, rolling through the start-finish, you're looking around and you're looking for a draft. So this is really the section of the course where you can use teamwork to your advantage. Then, you know, now you see Catherine and Katerina getting into the hilly climb section, and that's just, you know, go as hard as you can and hang on, really.
Yeah, I hate how it never shows how steep this is on camera, guys. I was out there yesterday on my bike riding the course, and that climb, you can't get out of the saddle. You can barely sit down on the saddle. It's so loose and so steep that you really have to manage your balance on the bike, keeping the traction on the back wheel. Like we said, it's just so loose out there as they make their way into these backside hills here. This is really maybe the longest downhill on course, but still it's maybe less than 60 seconds as Kate Courtney rolls through the start-finish line here. But this course, it's really all about those climbs. Something like 600 plus feet of elevation gain, but it's very, I don't know the correct word, maybe delicate downhills. You really have to be cautious. It's very loose. You get to the bottom, you make a hard turn. You can't really carry any momentum, and then it's right back into another 20% punchy climb. So it's punchy climb after punchy climb after punchy climb for an hour and a half today. So maybe some of these riders playing it smart here. A rider like Georgia Gould does not look to be burying herself early on. Could very well pay off in the later laps of this race.
Yeah, the kind of course it's very difficult to find any sort of rhythm at all. I mean, you're giving it your all just to kind of sustain your pace up the hills. You'll make a hard left turn and go, wait a minute, I just climbed this hill. Why am I descending it to climb back up? But that's the nature of this beast that is this brutal course. You know, one rider we haven't seen is a rider who surprised all of us last year, the Scott Xterra World Champion, Leslie Patterson. Nowhere to be seen so far. So I'm wondering if she had some sort of a mechanical problem on the first opening lap.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. You know, Leslie came out here last year and took everyone by surprise. Emily and I were looking at each other going, wait, who is this girl? And then we later found out she is Xterra World Champion and obviously very strong. So it made for some very exciting racing.
Looked like Mary McConnell was just getting popped off the back there a little bit. Again, guys, if you're just tuning in now, thank you for joining us here live on the internet. Go ahead, get on your Twitter, get on your Facebook, let your friends know they can watch mountain bike racing from the United States live this afternoon. Hopefully you guys on the East Coast, you guys got a good ride in this morning. You're just relaxing now. Go get a snack, get some popcorn, get on your couch and settle in. This is going to be a very, very good day. You guys can tweet at me if you have any questions. Any comments you want us to look for a specific rider out there? As we see Rachel Lloyd, I am at DopersSuck, DOPERSSUCK on Twitter, or you guys can use the hashtag US Cup. We'll be looking at that as well. Great to see you guys having your feedback come in. You have any questions for Leah? We, of course, have Leah Davison here joining us in the commentator booth, a Olympian in her own right, a rider who would absolutely be fighting for the podium out there. Now look at this. So we have the young rider Kate Courtney, and right on her wheel, one of the most promising talents in the United States right now. That is Amanda Nauman. If you guys don't know that name, write it down right now. She's about to be a very big deal on the national scene. She's pretty new to the sport. Came through the avenue of triathlon last year in Pennsylvania, won the 19 to 24 amateur national championships. So she bumps it up this year to the pro field, coming off a great cyclocross season where she was 13th at the national championships. I look for her to be very strong this season on the mountain bike. I believe that's going to be Amanda Sin for Scott Three Rock. So, yeah, like we said, no sign of Leslie Patterson. I wonder if she might have been a late scratch to this race because I haven't seen her at all from start to finish of this group. Now coming the Luna Chick rider there on the left of your screen, bib number 7. That is Magali Rochette. Mags, as she is known, but like we said, she had some sort of trouble there on that start lap. She's got the pain face on now, and she is going after those leaders. I didn't expect her to be in the lead group today, but I definitely expect her to be in the top 10. A very long day here. I expect her to get back up there.
Yeah, maybe she just got caught on the wrong side of the start, you know, maybe didn't get into a pedal, and you know, there's a lot of run out in this start loop to pass and everything, but maybe she just got bottlenecked and kind of came through in the back of the pack. But right now she is burning matches to get up to the front.
Here comes Hannah Finchamp. We talked about Leslie, of course. This is that other Xterra world champion as an amateur, just 18 years old, but the last 2 years she has been the overall amateur world champion. Luna Chicks now, they've got her on the mountain bikes, expecting big things from her this season. Leah, let me talk to you about something specifically here. We talked so much about the UCI points and the prize money up for grabs. $80,000 in prize money split equally between the men and the women. I know that's always a big issue for you, but just a few years ago, you were getting checks for $0 when you would win a U.S. Cup race or a Pro XCT. That's just where the sport was. Talk about how huge of a step this is to go forward now with all this money on the line.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, really, these guys, Scott Tedrow, Sho-Air, USA Cycling, they are taking the lead and saying by paying equal prize money. Really, we were getting checks for not much money, as you said, Colt, and for these guys to put up equal prize money at each race and across the board is really making a statement, and the important statement that needs to be made is that women are valued equally here, and it just shows, there are 41 starters, so if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, we see 46, I think, is the official number here on my start sheet. But these really are 46 of the top women, not just in North America, but from around the world. We see Katarina Nash here, a World Cup winner, Catherine Pendrell, a former world champion, Georgia Gould, a bronze medalist, and so on and so forth. If you're a woman in the sport of mountain biking, really this is the place to be right now. There's no bigger race in the world at this point in the season. So, like we said, I expect as these series go on next year and the year after, I expect more HC events, more international talent coming over to the United States to start their year. That is going to be Pua Mata in there riding for the Cannondale Sho-Air squad. She's been dealing with some injury back on the bike for only about 6 weeks, I believe, but she is maybe she's not race ready, but she is ready to get out there and put in an effort. Good to see her. That's Rachel Lloyd, a little far back from where we saw her in Texas. She came out really in the middle of cyclocross season at CXLA, popped off a podium ride there. She's been retired for a few years. She's a mother now, and she said, hey, I still got it.
I was going to say she's probably the comeback rider of the last 7 or 8 years. She went away completely from the sport back in the old Norba National Series days. We didn't see her on the National Series at all. And in Northern California CXLA last year, all of a sudden popping podiums in cyclocross, and then to have a top 5 ride in Texas, pretty phenomenal to be running in the top 10 against these women that are basically have never taken a break. It's quite impressive.
Leah, tell me about this dynamic. I mean, you find yourself so early in the race. You know you're the 2 strongest riders out there with Catherine Pendrell and Katarina Nash, but yet you still, we got only 25 minutes on the clock. These riders have about an hour left. How early are you trying to get away? How much are you sitting in and waiting for later? Are they racing flat out at this moment, or are they just playing this tactical game over these next few laps?
It's a good situation to be in because you're in front and you're not there alone. So you have someone to work with and draft off of. And so right now, we're into the second lap of the race, and they're just kind of looking at each other saying, oh, I feel better than her at this place, and they're kind of analyzing each other and saying, okay, maybe later in the race, this is where I can pull away, this is where I'm faster, this is where I'm slower. So there's a tactical game of cat and mouse being wound up right now. It may not be going on right now, but later on, they're kind of analyzing where should I make my moves.
Emily Batty here playing the waiting game. Like we said, a very long race. The heat is going to continue to rise today. Emily's got them in her sights on certain parts of the course, sitting right now in the bronze medal position. But like I said, maybe if those things get tactical at the front, if Emily keeps it close and can maybe start to wind things up later on, we could see her make her way back into the fold. But this really surprising me how blown apart this race has gotten early on. I think in the men's race later this afternoon, you'll see bigger groups, maybe 10 or 12 men staying together after the first lap or two. But looks like Catherine Pendrell, Katarina Nash, they did not have that same thing in mind. They are just blowing the doors off this race here from lap number 1. They're ready to go at it solo.
And certainly there's no arrangement on that Luna Pro team. I go back a few years ago where Jimena Florit was off the front in a short track race, and she had Allison Dunlap and Shawnee Van Lanningham behind her chasing, and they chased and caught her and sprinted for the win. So there's not like they come in here with a deal. Well, today's going to be Catherine's day to win. Certainly it's going to be the strongest, fastest lady out there as they come into this technical section. Katarina Nash all by herself, Colt. the number one plate.
Catherine Pendrell just caught her out of the corner of the screen there. Pendrell taking the B line. She took the A line on lap number 1. This is going to be very interesting here. This will show the difference. So she comes through. There is Katarina, 1 second, 2 seconds. I think we're not going to see it at this point, but like we said, maybe 5 or 6 seconds difference there. Very surprising to see that, Leah. Like you said, you almost have to make a plan and stick to it. Either you're going to ride it every time or you're not. I'm very surprised to see Pendrell, especially when her teammate's taking the A line, and we've seen her ride it so cleanly in pre-ride. Very surprised to see her take that B line here on lap number 2.
Yeah, exactly. She, this is what I'm talking about. She may be testing that B line for later in the race. She starts to get tired. Maybe she won't be able to make that A line, and saying, okay, how much time am I really going to lose on this B line? So maybe I can take it later in the race and still be okay, still be able to sprint for the win.
And that may be a deal that two teammates actually discussed on that climb. Let's just see which line's a little bit better. Right now, we want to remind all of our amateurs that an award ceremony is just about ready to take place. Category 1, men and women, your award ceremony is coming, but well, we know the A line is substantially quicker because there is no Catherine Pendrell in sight.
And here's that gap, and that's why it's very surprising to me. And you do not let a rider like Katarina Nash, I don't care if she's your teammate or not, I don't care if she's your best friend, you still don't let her get off the front like this, because she is never going to come back. And so I would not be surprised to see Nash here just turn those screws a little bit. If Catherine starts to close a little bit, Katarina's going to turn it up a little bit. If Catherine sits back, I think Katarina's going to sit back, but she is absolutely going to make her work to get back on that wheel. We see her there on the hardtail 29er. I see a lot of questions coming in about wheel size, as we always get this time of year on the mountain bike, but I've seen everything out there from 650B full suspensions. Some riders still on 26 full. I think Catherine Pendrell actually was on a 26 full suspension back in Texas. She's on the 29er hardtail as Georgia Gould there makes her way through the rocks. So it's really, if you cannot ride that little log there, or I guess it's a railroad tie down the middle as Mary McConnell is demonstrating, you see the difference there as Michaela Kaufman has to struggle with those routes. So even within the A line itself, there really is an A, B, and C line within that. The A line being right down the skinny there in the middle. The rocks over to the side, as you see Evelyn Dong there demonstrate. If you are going to bail, that's the side to bail on. Cutting between those two logs there. But yeah, just, again, props to Scott Tedrow and Ty Katie and the whole Sho-Air Cycling Group crew that was out here just for hours and hours in the sun, nailing railroad ties into the ground, carrying boulders up, just to add that one element, really for us, for our entertainment, for you guys at home, just give it that little bit of mix-up. And, of course, for the riders themselves, give them that area where they can really challenge. I know that's something that you guys as riders talk about, Lee, all the time, that you guys want to be challenged. You want hard courses, and you want places where you can make separation not only from your fitness but from your bike handling.
Exactly, yeah, and these A-B lines are a prime example. You can see Pua, they're struggling a little bit. She tried to go on the railroad tie in the middle and then went to the left. So it makes sense to go in there with a plan, because if you're saying, if it's even a question, okay, I don't know if I'm going to make that railroad tie in the middle, maybe it's better to take the B line, and this is where pre-riding comes in big time.
Yeah, and that's the perfect example there of why you have that A-line, B-line option. No question Pua there would have been faster had she just ridden that B-line flawlessly, but it's a risk-reward scenario. Some of these riders, they think they can make it happen, but man, if you can't, you saw there just how much time it can cost you. So again, guys, thank you for joining us. Go ahead if you haven't already. I know a lot of you guys are tuning in throughout the day here, but go ahead, spread that word, help share the link, get it out there on Facebook and Twitter. Let your friends know that they can watch mountain bike racing of the highest caliber, a UCI HC event here. This is about as close as we get to a World Cup in North America today in the women and the men's field. These are probably going to be the best fields aside from that Wyndham World Cup that we've seen here in the United States in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's really so cool to have live coverage. I mean, this race really is becoming the next Sunshine Cup. All the Euros go to Cyprus for those early season race efforts that you absolutely need to prepare for the World Cups. And here we have, top level competition equally as deep, but then on top of that, we have live coverage, and it's really just stepping it up to the next level.
Yeah, go ahead, guys, if you have the chance to send a thank you out there. Go ahead, tweet if you can. There's some Twitter handles you guys should definitely be following, and that is at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and of course at Sho-Air Cycling Group, at Sho-Air CG, as your leader comes through the start line. But let those guys know you're watching live. Let them know how much you appreciate the work they've done to make this sport possible. That is going to be Katarina Nash. So I got a time on the clock. She went through at about 32:20, exactly 15 seconds, says Larry Longo, and 15 minutes for that lap. and the gap looks to be 13 seconds. So 13 seconds, that's really the difference there between that A line and B line. Katarina now has sensed that gap. She knows she's got it. I definitely expect them to get back together, but Pendrell's really going to have to dig to get back on that wheel.
I don't know. The race is on. You know, Katarina saw an opportunity. Here I have a couple seconds on Catherine, and I'm going to go. You know, when you don't give free time away to a racer like Katarina, because she is so strong, and she's just going to take it and run with it.
Both of those riders so strong today. I need binoculars to see third place. Finally now, as she slowly, there you go, makes her way onto the pavement. That is going to be Emily Batty, the Canadian rider, bib number 4. So almost a minute the gap now after only 55 seconds, after only 2 laps on this course. So I don't know if it's the heat. I assume it's those punchy climbs out there, but this course is just wreaking havoc on the field today.
Yeah, very demanding early season course. Again, reminding all of our amateurs, awards ceremony going to get underway here in a minute. All Category 1s, please report to the awards stage. As our 3 leaders have gone through, and it is Katarina Nash out of Truckee, the 3-time Olympian, who is now clear of the former world champion, Catherine Pendrell, by about 15 seconds. Amazing consistency, 15-minute laps, Leah Davidson.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's clear now that Katarina really isn't retired, or she's taking the term retired very lightly, because I know she came off cross season, you know, a little bit earlier than normal, and Truckee didn't have a lot of snow, so she's actually been riding a lot of bikes, which is not normal for her. She usually gets on the skis, so she's coming into these first races prepared and ready to throw down.
You know, in years past, she's been racing not only a full mountain bike schedule, but a full European cyclocross calendar as well, with the World Championships and World Cups, racking up a lot of travel and a lot of fatigue in the early season. This past cyclocross season, she stayed here in North America. She called the season quits a little earlier, so if anything, she's coming in even fresher with maybe better form than we've seen in years past. But we saw Catherine Pendrell making her way slowly, but like I said, I think she will make contact, but she's definitely going to pay the price for it as these laps continue to go on. Obviously, we're joined here in the booth by Leah Davison, one of the top women riders not racing today, but really the other blaring exception to having all the top women here today is Chloe Woodruff, a podium rider here in the past, one of the top women in the sport, a former national champion, and just like yourself, struggling with a little bit of early season injury, but I hope I think I see she's tuning in back home. So Chloe, we love you, we miss you, we wish you were here. We know you'd be killing it, but thank you for joining us. Emily Batty, bib number 4, flying the flag for Canada right now in that bronze medal position.
Yeah, you know, getting into this third lap now, fatigue can really start to set in, and this is when things can get interesting. So you can see riders that may have a big lead, and then all of a sudden, oh no, I've burnt a couple too many matches in the early stages of the race. They start to blow up. The groups may start to come back together. You know, gaps are bridged, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the later part of this race.
That was Pua Mata coming through, bib number 34. She missed the first round of this series down in Texas a couple weeks ago. Also struggling with some injury, but she's back on the bike right now. Pua, of course, a former podium rider, a former World Championship team member. As she gets her legs together,
and marathon national champion.
Good. Marathon national champion. Yeah, really excels as well over the longer distances. So on a course like today, very demanding. It's going to be a long race for these women. At least it's going to feel like a long race. I expect Pua to, if anyone's going to make a late charge, Pua's going to be one of those women to do it.
Well, one of those ladies that's battled adversity. She broke her foot, broke her leg last year at Mellow Johnny's in Texas, spent the whole summer basically doing everything she could to get back to form, was able to go up to Sun Valley and do very well there in the Marathon Nationals. And then, of course, after Costa Rica this winter, decided to do some epic adventure race and was out there like on her 4th or 5th day and had an infection, ended up in the hospital and put herself in pretty much grave danger persevering.
Kaylee Brooks there making it look easy on that A-line, and that's the beauty of those A-line and B-line. It's not just the fastest women that are able to do it and the slower women can't. You see riders at the front of the pack like Catherine Pendrell taking the B-line, and riders at the back of the pack riding it flawlessly. So it really there's a difference out there, Leah, between bike handling skills and fitness. You can be very good at one and not necessarily be the best at the other, but that gives an opportunity for some of these women who are a little better bike drivers, bike handlers, to help make up some of that that advantage.
Exactly, yeah. You really want the marriage between handling skills and fitness. You know, that's the ideal, and you're always trying to work on finding the perfect balance of both. But it's great with these A-lines and these courses. You know, it really gives you opportunity to make up time if you're a better technical rider, and you can make up, you know, 10 to 15 seconds per lap, and that really adds up by the end of the race.
Yeah, my clock was at about 10 seconds there before we cut away, and still no sign of your former world champion, Catherine Pendrell. So she is still in no man's land there, dangling between Katarina Nash and Emily Batty there. This is going to be Magali Rochette coming through for the Luna Chicks, as well as, what was that, bib number 13? That was Amy Beisel riding for the Giant program. But yeah, 37 minutes on the clock, and this race is blown apart. So again, guys, you can tweet at us here at the booth if you have any questions or comments. We love seeing your feedback. You can use the hashtag US Cup if you'd like. You can reach me directly at Dopersuck, DOPERSSUCK. I know Leah Davison's got a device over here. Leah, can people reach you as well if they have specific questions for someone who actually knows what they're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Colt, you definitely have some experience and you know what you're talking about. But you can reach me on Twitter at Leah Davison Bikes. That's DAVISON. And ask me questions. You know, fire them off if you want to know any color to any of these riders. You know, any background or
give
secrets.
us the dirt.
Yeah, I can lay out the dirt. So
yeah, I love seeing the predictions from you guys, because you know, we sit here, we think we know what we're looking at, but a lot of times you guys are picking up on things that we miss here on the stream. So like we said, we got Nash off the front, we got Catherine Pendrell very close, and then Emily Batty in third place, but looking very controlled right now. Do you guys see it staying that way, or do you think we're going to have a shake-up in this race as we go on? And let us know your thoughts for the men's race too coming up later. We have a huge men's field here coming up with Jeff Kabush. We have Todd Wells, Max Plaxton here, your winner, as well as your winner from Mellow Johnny's 2 weeks ago, as well as a bunch of European riders here, including your bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, Marco Fontana, your German national champion, Manuel Fumik. It is going to be insane.
Larry, what's your prediction? Colt?
Well, I think we're seeing it playing itself out right now. Katarina Nash is she's putting the stamp down. Are you talking about this afternoon? I was snoozing in the sun.
For the women's race.
I think right now Katarina Nash is the woman to beat. I think she's just riding so effortlessly. That opening climb when she kind of surged from, you know, 7th or 8th, she went to the front. She was pushing a much bigger gear than all the rest of the girls. That tells me she's strong. She made it look pretty effortless.
I'll give you my prediction immediately following that A-line, B-line on this lap. I think Pendrell's getting close. Like I said, I think she has the fitness to make the effort to close it. And that was, I think that was Georgia Gould there in the background, but this is Nash all by herself. But if we see Pendrell take that B-line again on this lap and concede another 5 or 6 seconds, I think it's over. I think Nash is going to solo to the win here. But if we see Pendrell nail that A-line, and maybe Katarina has a bobble at some point out there today, I do see it coming back together. But man, on a sprint finish like this with this long grass lead in with a pavement, there's nobody in their right mind who's going to go up against Katarina Nash in a head-to-head sprint.
Just tapping out a nice, easy rhythm out there. And I guarantee in the sun, I mean, you can see sweat shimmering. It is hot out there. So it's very important that she stays on top of those water bottles, probably putting one down every single lap. The temperature as expected, well over 80 degrees, very, very little wind. And there's Pendrell coming up the climb, and I'm going to say it's more than 15 seconds.
Yeah, no, I think it's sitting at around 30 seconds, so Catherine's right now probably kicking herself for taking that B-line, but, you know, that's racing. So she's trying to bridge the gap here. You see a cliff shot in her shorts. It might be good if she took that one down and fired up the engines here, but, you know, so strong. And you're going up against a former world champion, so there's no heck, you know, chasing her.
Difference there in bike selection within that Luna Chicks team. We saw Katarina on the hardtail 29er. Pendrell, that looked to be a full suspension 29er. I know she has a full suspension 26-inch bike, but I believe that was the 29-inch wheels. But another interesting thing here, Leah, you take a look at the tires out there. It looks like they're running very high tire pressure on a course like this. Obviously, you see the forks locked out. Tell me about the tire choice and tire pressure on a course like this, where it's so hard packed, but yet on these steep climbs, there's that very loose, almost baby powder like dirt. Is there anything you can do with tire pressure or tire tread to help keep that traction, or is it more about, you know, just weight distribution on the bike?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is it's a really tough choice, this course, for it's really hard to choose the proper tire, as you were saying, Colt, because you have these really loose, rocky, you know, ball bearings that you're trying to ride on, and then long pavement sections. So you want high tire pressure for the long pavement, but you also don't want to make a concession on the technical spots. So
maybe a little larger volume tire at a higher pressure?
No, I would err actually for a larger volume tire, but I would make more of a choice towards, you know, a tire that would handle well in the technical sections, because you can lose a lot of time there.
So here we go. This is that A-line, B-line. Katarina making it look flawless, as she has done on these first few laps. Right down that skinny railroad tie in the middle, over those logs. You guys can just see at the bottom of your screen there, there's actually a little gap between the logs where you don't have to hop them. You can ride between them, but it's deceivingly challenging because it's the perfect spacing to catch a pedal there if you don't plan it properly. Bib number 8. Now, this is what we see. This is Pendrell, so this is what we were talking about. She is charging at it right now. Let's see how she does. Again, up there, doesn't even have to bail, looking very, very strong. So just raising the question, again, I can't wait for the post-race interview. Why did she take that beeline on lap number 2? Clearly, she's confident there. Clearly, she can handle her bike, and you don't get to be a world champion without being able to handle the A-line.
And it looked to me like Catherine, a little sense of urgency, maybe a little more effort up that climb. So maybe she's recognized this moment. We're right about a little bit past the midway point. 5 total laps here today. So Pendrell now putting it in gear and trying to chase back to our leader. Unofficially, almost 30 seconds, Katarina Nash over her teammate, Catherine Pendrell.
Emily Batty in between there, and then we skip back. This is the, I guess you could call it the chase group on course. This is Georgia Gould there, looking very strong, but almost more impressive in her debut race here. That's Michaela Kaufman riding for the Scott Three Rocks team. She was not in Texas. She is here now, a young rider from Canada. Very, very strong start to the season. Here we go now, Emily Batty making her way through that A-line. You can't quite see it on camera, but you'll see Emily here. She's going to turn right. You can just pick up those, they're not quite railroad ties. They're almost like telephone poles that have been laid down across the course at various different angles. There's really one line through there where you can skip along the top of them, but if you get that one wrong, it is very, very ugly. I saw some nasty crashes there in pre-ride. You know what I wonder, though, is Catherine Pendrell, when you come into that A-line, B-line, you come down this smoking fast descent. You're going very quick, making a very loose left turn. I wonder if she just couldn't quite make the turn on lap number 2 and maybe slid wide and ended up on the B-line as opposed to making it, because it just doesn't make sense that she would nail it the first lap, nail it now, but choose to take it on lap number 2. So, yeah, again, something for the post-race interview, but that's been the difference right now.
Yeah, sometimes things happen in races, you know, it never goes as planned. So you can be at a World Cup and then all of a sudden on top of a pile at the start and you're like, well, that wasn't the plan. So maybe something, you know, knocked Catherine off her line and she said, okay, now I'm taking the B line.
So I see a lot of you guys sending questions in, looking for specific riders really outside the top 10. So next time we come through that start-finish line, either the camera will get some shots or we'll try and keep an eye out for those riders, let you guys know where everyone is at. Now this is going to be fourth on course? Yeah, so 4th on course for Campuzano. Mexican national champion? Maybe? I remember she's been a previous Mexican. I'm not sure if she's the current champion, but definitely one of the top women in the sport. This is great for those riders as well. We've seen it in the men's field in years past. At this race specifically, Ignacio Torres, riding for the Turbo Squad, I think it was 2 years ago, came up to Bonelli and won the UCI race here. So some very strong riders, both south of the border and north of the border, as we see Canadians out here with the likes of Emily Batty on her hardtail. Leah, tell me, you have quite the choice in your arsenal between the Epic and the stump jumper, or no, you have the what's the women's
Fate.
The Fate.
Yeah, the Fate.
But I see a pretty even mix out here at the front of the field between hardtails and full suspension. What was your thought?
You know, in the past when I've raced this race, the Fate has always been my choice, and I know Kate Courtney is going with the Fate, the women's 2.9er specialized. It's really great for climbing. That thing takes off like a rocket ship, and the 2.9er geometry of the bike, it really handles all the technical sections well. So with all this climbing, I tend to err on the side of the hardtail because I really think that makes the difference. But some riders are going for the full suspension 2.9ers, the full suspension 26-inch bikes, just because obviously there's a lot of bumpy terrain out there. So that could also make the difference in you know, if you're not being jostled around on that hardtail, you can recover easier. You know, you have an easier time descending. So it's really personal preference.
I think we're going to see. I was looking through the pits for the men's race coming up later today. Just within that Cannondale, I don't even know what to call it, the Cannondale compound. They have the Cannondale factory racing here, the Cannondale Sho-Air squad. I mean, realistically, we could see 5, 6, 7 Cannondale riders inside that top 10 and 15, but they're pretty much equally split down the line between the Cannondale Scalpel and the Cannondale, I think it's the F29. So now we have your leader coming through, 47:30 on the clock, and Katarina Nash. Nobody in sight. I'm looking across the field. Catherine Pendrell is letting this gap open up. So this is it's going to be time trial mode now for the Czech rider.
Just a little bit slower that lap, probably about 15 seconds slower, but it doesn't matter as long as she is gaining ground on Pendrell. And we're seeing Catherine Pendrell now out of Canada, out of the saddle and charging up this hill. But it's still the gap about separation. It looks, Colt, to be about 30 seconds.
And that is a huge 30 seconds on a course like this, especially this wide open fast stretch here where 30 seconds is going to get you way down the course. I can barely see Katarina off in the distance. So Catherine not even in sight once they get out into these twisty things. That's going to be Evelyn Dong there, rider from Utah, riding for that new backcountry.com team, affiliated with Competitive Cyclists. So a lot of people know that name, but Backcountry coming into the sport this year to support a new team. Chloe Woodruff, like we've talked about, not here, but herself and her husband, TJ Woodruff, going to be riding for that program, as well as the legend himself, Jason Sager. We'll see him out later today in the men's race. The old man power getting it done in Texas just a couple weeks ago. Sager always a threat for the top 15, top 20. Emily Batty now going to hit that start finishing line. So it's about equal separation there between Nash, Pendrell, and Batty, all separated by about 30 to 45 seconds. And we're going to get, what do we get, 2 laps to go, Larry?
Yeah, we're 2 to go, so we are well past the midway point. I was going to note on Evelyn Dong, a former national level Nordic skier, watching her rip that section on a mountain bike. She's been working on some skills up there. She was definitely very aggressive, so I think she's going to be a force to be reckoned with at some point this summer.
Yeah, it's interesting. Evelyn Dong came on the scene last year at the mountain bike race in Fontana, and I actually was on the same ski team with her at Middlebury College, and I said, what are you doing here? And then I started to get worried because that girl has an engine. So as soon as she gets the technical skills dialed, she's really going to be a threat.
Just showing how steep this is. Like we said, you guys know this. Obviously, the camera doesn't show exactly the gradient there, but 20+%. You can tell the way that every single rider is really seated on this section. You get out there, you look at it, you want to get out of the saddle, you want to just hammer it, but there's no traction if you do so. You see these loose little rubbly rocks. So there you go. Catherine Pendrell there, she tries, she gets up for a second, she's calling for more power, and it's just not available at this moment as she gets up there, very loose. Again, if you guys are just joining us, we got Leah Davison here for the Specialized Factory Racing, Larry Longo, and I'm Colton McElwain. So this is a big day for mountain biking, live coverage, a UCI HC event. And of course, we have the Olympian on one side here. I have the legend himself, Larry Longo, on the other. You know, I was thinking about it this morning, Larry. When I was racing bikes, I would get that sort of nervous in the pit of my stomach feeling going to the race. Like, today's going to be a big day. I got to perform. I had that same feeling coming today, knowing I got to sit next to Larry Longo. There's only, there's Dave Toll, there's Richard Fries, there's a couple legends out there to sit next to you on the microphone. This is a big deal.
Well, thanks, Colt. I appreciate the accolades, but it's just another day at work for me at this point. I'm sort of in awe hanging out with you two.
Emily Batty here, number 4 on, bib number 4, number 3 on course. Batty, we were just talking about this the other day. She was an Olympian in London, but had a crash in the training before that race, broke a collarbone, I believe it was. Still went out and raced in London in the Olympic Games, but was really suffering from that injury. Coming through now, that's going to be Georgia Gould and Michaela Kaufman spread across the course, and then Mary McConnell getting very low and arrow there on the Kenda 7 team, and then Evelyn Dong. So this chase group here staying much closer together than our leaders at the front on this long pavement stretch. After they go through the start finish, they stay on pavement for quite a while before they hit that steep dirt climb. Gives a chance for some of these riders, if they want to put in the extra power, to help close those gaps down.
That's a good battle. 4 ladies, 1 podium spot left, the way I count it. So you had Gould in 5th, but Nauman right there, and Mary McConnell still in the hunt as well. So I've always said it's much easier to do the hunting than be the hunted. So those ladies, if that group can come together, as Dong kind of Looks to me like she is the rider on the rise in that group, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see her make a move and try to catch Gould and Nauman here as they go out. 2 laps to go.
The great thing, too, about this series, not only all the points on the line, today's a UCI HC event. Those points go very deep. But, of course, we have that $80,000 in prize money up for grabs and some big money for the overall series. So these riders in 5th and 6th and 12th place, I mean, they're racing just as hard as if they were at the front because they're all going after those series points. They're all going after their slice of the pie with those UCI points and that final payout at the end of the year. So whereas in years past, maybe, you know, if you weren't a threat for the podium, you'd see some riders shutting it down and maybe just riding for training. Today, every single spot counts. Every single rider out here is riding like it's their, like they have a chance to podium because there's something up for grabs. There's something meaningful at the end of this race for these women.
You saw Candice Neethling just rolling through the start-finish there, and she's actually from South Africa. So it's truly an international field and an impressive turnout with so many women coming out here. And another interesting thing is the concept of out of sight, out of mind. So the next time we roll through and see Katarina come through and Catherine, just take notice is can Catherine see Katarina, because it's much easier if you can see the target that you're chasing, but if she maybe goes around a corner and Catherine can't see her anymore, it's not as motivating.
These 4 women, they can all see each other right now as Michaela Kaufman comes around Georgia Gould there. Miriam McConnell all over her bike on this steep 20% grade here as they head out with 2 laps to go. Evelyn Dong very comfortable there on those new Niner hardtail bikes. Niner making a big push into the elite level cross-country racing this year. Bike sponsor for Team Cliff Bar. We'll see them out later this afternoon with Brady Capias, Troy Wells in the men's race, and of course the Backcountry.com team here with Evelyn Dong. Chloe Woodruff not here, but they're going to be riding some great equipment from Niner this year, both on the hardtail, the Jet 9, I think it's the Air 9 hardtail, but great to see a new bike brand. We talked about it in Texas a bit as Amanda Nauman comes through here for Felt, but for a lot of years it was a lot of Trek, a lot of Specialized, a lot of Cannondale, which we still see at the front, but we really have seen a push in these past couple of seasons from the Marin Factory team is out here, and Niner Bikes and Stevens and so many. It's great to see so many brands and so many companies feeling the need. BMC here, another great example, feeling the need to get their hat in the ring in terms of cross-country mountain bike racing. They recognize that it's a great place to advertise, a great place to sell some more bikes, and we see a huge, broad lineup of equipment out there.
It was interesting in that last shot. You see Pua actually making the move and passing Sandra Walter. So in these last 2 laps, it's really going to be a change-up in that chase group, battling for that last podium spot. My money would have to be on the Olympic bronze medalist Georgia, but who knows what can happen.
Kaylee Brooks here turning over a deliberate cadence from Canada on the hardtail there. She looks like she is doing all right. Bib number 32. Yeah, so that's going to be Gabrielle April riding for Rocky Mountain, another rider out of Quebec. Quite a few Canadians down here. A lot of those riders, they spend their winter here in Southern California. A few of them out in Tucson as well. So they've been down in the U.S. for a while, getting some good warm weather training this time of year. Leah, how much can you really read into March? I mean, we talked about how important these races are this year in the United States with the points and the prize money, but how much reading in can we do when we see Katarina and Catherine riding so well, and then you see a rider like Georgia who's maybe not on the pace right now? How quickly can you turn that around come April and May?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really long season. You're talking about the World Championships. That's in September. So if you're riding well in March, I think it's a good indicator that you're going to have a strong season. The thing is, if you're not riding well in March, maybe not on your top form like Georgia Gould, maybe not on her top form. I expect her to be up there with Katarina, Catherine, Emily. But it's not necessarily a season ender. You have a long time to come up and get into top form, especially in time for those championship events.
Lee, I was going to say, how important is it to take a break, get away from it? I mean, obviously, some of these girls, Katarina Nash, for example, raced a cyclocross season that went deep, almost into winter last year. I mean, how do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's individual, but just for example, the last time I had this hip surgery, I took an entire season off, and I came back at the next level, even stronger. So it depends how you're doing mentally, physically, but I think it's it's so important to take time off the bike after the season, and that can be hard if you've had a great season, you're still motivated, excited, and yeah, I'm going to kill it next season, I'm going to keep going, but then you can start to dig a hole. So rest and recovery is at an all-time importance.
Out of sight, out of mind. That was the term you used, and right now Catherine Pendrell and Katarina Nash, they are just barely out of sight. But on the other side of that coin, Emily Batty back there is now stalking her elder teammate in the national sense, but in her. It's about a lap and a half remaining in this race for these riders. I mean, Emily Batty from the get-go here has never looked under pressure. She's never looked stressed out. And she looks like she continues to close this gap on Pendrell. Pendrell now, like you said, out of sight of Nash, so losing that advantage of being able to judge your pace off the rider in the front. So now it's in that position. Larry, you said it earlier, the hunter versus the hunted. Emily Batty in great position right now to chase down that silver medal.
It seems like she is ever so surely gaining precious seconds out there. And as Leah alluded to earlier on as well, that those precious seconds here and precious seconds there, they all kind of add up. There's plenty of portions on this course where literally they ride right next to each other, right by each other in switchback sections. So although they may be separated by 30 seconds, they obviously get a good chance to look each other in the eye, look at the gearing that their riders are pushing as they come up these climbs, and get a good gauge as we are coming up nearly on 1 hour. And I was thinking a few minutes ago about 1:18, something like that would be our winning time. So we're not too far out from seeing Katarina Nash, our race leader, our series leader.
Here comes your leader. There she is. So finally, we see a little bit of a bobble there. The effects of this course taking their toll as Katarina Nash still very smooth, smoother than most of the women out there. But you saw her fall off that little log ride that she had been so flawlessly doing for the entire first few laps. So a couple bobbles there, a couple seconds. We'll see now as Pendrell hits it. How she can do. But Batty, I'm very interested to see them as they come through the start-finish to get a look right up close on their face, see what kind of energy they're bringing into this final lap out on the course.
This is the Mexican rider, Campuzano. I looked at some results she posted last year from a full World Cup campaign, and you just saw this natural progression towards a top 20. 40th in the first race, in the 30s in the second race. Her best World Cup last year was Val di Sole, 20th. But to do 20th at a Women's World Cup as you slowly work your way up in the starting process, this woman is obvious a rider on the rise. Also does some Xterras.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense if Val di Sole was her best World Cup, because that course is climby. I mean, if
punchy like this too.
Exactly. If you want an up and down course, that course was literally up and then straight down, straight up, straight down. So it has a lot of similarities to this course. This course has a lot of climbing. It's very challenging. Val di Sole was also hot. It's not cool here today. So I think the conditions and the course are really combining for Campuzano to have a great result.
But as you said, the difference, though, between March 16th and August is a huge difference in the legs and the fitness and their will to suffer.
Physiologically, this course, it takes a very unique style of rider. You have to be light. You have to have good power to weight ratio, so you have to be a climber. But it's not a 20-minute drag-it-out climb at functional threshold. It's really about, can you go over your threshold and then recover, and then go over your threshold and recover over and over and over again over the course of this. It's almost similar to a cyclocross race where you're punching it so hard and then having to recover, except this time you're doing it very steep uphill. Coming to the front now is going to be Michaela Kaufman. That is Georgia Gould still there. Georgia looking... that says about what you need to say about Georgia Gould right now. But Evelyn Dong, opposite there, turning a very comfortable gear. Mary McConnell fighting with her bike. But these four riders here fighting it out for that final step on the 5-rider podium. This is going to be a great battle coming into the last lap.
The most interesting person in this group is Michaela Kaufman, number 28, Canadian. She's having a breakout race. Anytime you can be in front of Georgia Gould and get a little gap, be pushing this group, she's riding with confidence to be leading that group and saying, hey, I'm going to take the lead. I want the first line into this next downhill section. Let's go.
I would say the same thing about Dong. She was about 12 seconds back on that group, 15 minutes, not even 15 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. So she has done what she had to on the 4th of 5 laps, and she's got herself in contention for a big-time podium ride.
Exactly. I would expect Dong, to really have a great come up as the race progresses, because she is coming from Nordic skiing and actually racing Nordic ski marathons, and you're talking about that is a 3-hour effort. So she's probably just getting warmed up.
Yeah, exactly. And looking very strong. There's Pua Mata coming up the climb, as we talked about earlier, marathon national champion. She loves it 50 miles or longer. There's Emily Batty on this steep little nasty descent into the shade out there, maybe a little cool in places, but no wind whatsoever. And today has got to be certainly, is today, Leah, more of a matter of bringing your physical A game, or is it sort of a mental thing as well to push yourself deep? And
oh, it's definitely mental. You know, in these first races of the season, you haven't gone hard that much. You know, you don't have that. It's hard to mimic that race level effort. And ooh, you're digging deep, and things are starting to burn, and so it's a lot of mental, you know, just pushing through that pain and pushing it to the finish line. But as well as physically blowing out the legs, you know, there's some cobwebs in them. You know, it's one of the first races of the season for a lot of these girls, so it's just opening up the pipes and getting it going.
Guys, go ahead before this last lap starts. If you haven't already, for joining us online, get on Twitter, get on Facebook, guys. Get the word out there. A lot of people don't know that they can watch live mountain bike racing from North America right now, right here this afternoon on the USA Cycling YouTube page. We appreciate you guys doing it. And like we said earlier, a thank you would go such a huge way. We're so grateful for USA Cycling, Scott Tedrow, the Sho-Air Cycling Group. You guys can find them on Twitter, at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air CG. They're really the people that make this all work, putting huge money into the sport, but really more than that, putting huge time and energy into making this happen for riders like Leah, riders out here that are trying to make it not only at the top level, chasing the World Cup points, but riders at the back of this field who now have the opportunity to make it as a professional mountain bike racer, getting prize money, getting points well down into the pack. They will get the bell now. 1 lap to go. Larry Longo, Katarina Nash. I see nobody in sight. She's going to take this. It looks that way.
Yeah, big ring. She's about 4 cogs down in the back, just powering as she hit the pavement. And we are about 15 minutes and 20 seconds away from a validation of, I think, what she did in Texas, barring some sort of disaster out there, though. I always like to look at their faces, and she didn't show like she was suffering much at all. Here comes Pendrell now, your second-place rider, and it's do or die time for her as she will lay the hammer down.
I mean, mouth open, out of the saddle. She checks up. 1 lap to go. Indeed, Catherine, 1 lap to go. So I do not see her getting back. But now the battle is, where is Emily Batty? Catherine, she looks to be suffering, but she looks to be suffering in that good way. She's balancing right on that teeter-totter between falling off the cliff and just getting the most out of what she has right now. And at this point, she looks to have it in. But this is going to be one long last lap. Any bobble out there, this dirt, it's so slick. If you're off your attention span for just 1 second out there, there's so many little off-camber sections where you can go down on your side. Batty now making her way onto the pavement in the bright shoes with the maple leaf on her jersey. That gap, Larry, this is going to be a tough one. I do not know if she has it in her. She's in the, well, you know, I guess you can call it a big ring. The riders on Shimano still have an option. So many riders now on the one by. I saw this on Twitter the other day with Sam Schultz and Alex Grant were talking about. You can't use the expression big ringing it anymore. You got it. You're
the ring.
You're little cogging it in the back. It doesn't have the same ring to it.
But a big ring mentality, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is interesting. That chase group and the group for the last podium spot, yeah, just rolled through. And there you see Georgia there. But where is Evelyn Dong? Did she go off the front or off the back of that?
Well, I got a funny feeling we're going to see Dong and Nauman battling for that final spot. They were racing in 5th and 6th place a minute ago with Georgia Gould and Mary McConnell. And it looks like Mary McConnell and Georgia Gould were coming together in the clash of former U.S. national champions. A little bit further back in the top 10. There's Nash. So look at how easy she's making this climb look.
Yeah, Katarina with that 2x, I don't know if it's 2x10 or 2x11, but in the little ring there for her XTR drive chain. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen those spy shots out there of the new Shimano 1x11. I'm sure they will be some of the first riders to get that. And now you see in the background. So, again, Leah, out of sight, out of mind, maybe not anymore. Katarina was so just all over her bike, digging so deep there into the engine room. I guess maybe we thought it was over. Katarina probably doesn't agree with us at this point. She can see her, she can taste it, and she is certainly not going to give up. 15 minutes is not a lot of time to suffer, and if anyone's going to bridge that gap back, it's going to be the World Championship stripes on the sleeve there of your 2010 World Champion.
Exactly. Never count out a rider with those World Championship stripes on her sleeve. So, you know, Catherine just took a quick look and saw Katarina and says, okay, she's still there, it's on. And it's the race is not over until you cross the finish line. So it could take, you know, a slight slip up of Katarina, and then all of a sudden Catherine's that much closer.
Well, we're going to assume that our Mexican national champion, certainly Mexican team rider, Campuzano, goes through solidly in third place, but this fourth place, excuse me, with Batty sandwiched in there. Leaderboard would be Nash, followed by Pendrell and Emily Batty out of Canada, followed by Campuzano out of Mexico. And now, where is Nauman and potentially Evelyn Dong with her?
Yeah, that fifth place battle right now. Georgia Gould is in there. Evelyn Dong is in there. Michaela Kaufman is in there. And, of course, forgetting, and Dong in there as well. So Evelyn Dong on the front right now, pushing the pace in fifth place. We're going to see them here as they make their way through the grass there. I know we got a helicopter up in the sky somewhere. Maybe we'll get some shots from that in a little bit. That's going to be out there in the field. But as they make their way here now to that finish line, 1, 2, 3. So still all four riders together. Very surprised, though, Lee. I see Georgia Gould in the blue of Team Lunachicks hurting at the back of that chase group. So March, early season, not quite doing it for Georgia Gould, your former bronze medalist, one of the best riders in the world. Not quite one of the best riders out here. One of the best. Definitely not the best rider out here this afternoon. But Evelyn Dong, oh my God, backcountry.com on the front of this race. Bib number 14. Let's get it done. Michaela Kaufman, two riders here fighting it out for that fifth place medal. Then two legends in the sport of U.S. mountain bike racing. Mary McConaughey, Georgia Gould tactically there on the wheel. 29 hardtails across the board in that group.
You know, it's so interesting to see these relatively new experienced riders, Dong and Kaufman, on the front and laying the hammer down and saying maybe, hey, we're newer, we have the veterans behind us, let's work together maybe for a little bit and get us, either one of us, ensured a podium spot. So Dong and Kaufman really throwing it down, taking a risk and going for that last podium spot.
Well, that was the fastest lap. Maybe not the fastest lap, but she moved up about 4, maybe even 5 places to get all the way up to fifth. Nauman looked like she was content to sit on that wheel as there they go with 1 lap to go. Little excitement here at the... And get comfortable, Colt. Can we get you a recliner?
It's that 40-inch inseam. I got to put my legs somewhere. Michaela Kaufman. Yes, you're Amanda Nauman for the SDG Felt team. We've been saying her name. She's in there as well. She's somewhere, last time I saw her, she was dangling right around that top 10 position. But like we said, guys, a lot of these women out here, as we see them coming through here, between 5th and 10th and 15th, still big UCI points up for grabs. And obviously in that overall series, big prize money up for grabs. So with $40,000 just for the women here over these 4 races, every single position there back into the 15s are going to be fighting very quickly.
Now you just saw Sandra Walter rolling through the start-finish there and really pushing it. Pua passed her on that last lap, and you know, I'm just, every time I see Sandra Walter, I'm reminded of that World Championship South Africa team relay where the Canadians were in a medal position. She was the last leg, and she really left it all out on the course.
Canada knows all about the team relay. They actually have a team relay at their national championships on Sunday. So Michaela Kaufman leading the charge here for that chase group. This is 5th place on the line. This is the battle we were expecting to see at the front with 4 or 5 riders still together. A little further back in the field, though. Here we go. Out of the saddle now. Really pushing the limits of her tires on that loose stuff. Going to push it over the top, opening up the gap. Evelyn Dong, amazingly, the only rider to stick on the wheel there of the young Canadians. Still, I think still U23 is Michaela Kaufman. Now Georgia Gould on the Orbea hardtail there. Just suffering, low cadence. You can just see the difference in body language and pedaling cadence. Georgia Gould is going backwards. Michaela Kaufman is going forwards right now. This is going to be Amanda Sin out there a little further back inside the top 10. A teammate of Kaufman for the Scott Three Rocks Racing team, and then Leah Davison's teammate, the young Kate Courtney, first year U23, last year's junior national champion, having a very solid debut here in the pro ranks. We're seeing 1:10 on the clock now as Rachel Lloyd for Cal Giant comes through the start-finishing stretch. She, like we said, a very strong comeback season. I expect to see her this entire year. Great home race for her, the Southern California local. I'm sure she's going to have family and friends out here cheering for her. But again, another team out here. Great to see Cal Giant. They're so represented on the cyclocross circuit with their young U23 men's team. Of course, Elle Anderson and Meredith Miller getting it done there on the women's squad. So it's great to see that Cal Giant program switch over and get a little bit of representation here, help help diversify things on the mountain bike calendar.
And you kind of got to wonder if we'll ever see Elle Anderson come out and race some mountain bikes. We've seen Meredith Miller do it on the podium at the short track at National Championships a couple of years ago. There's all of our ladies now looking at one lap to go.
Now, this will be coming through the start-finish line. That's Amanda Nauman on the wheel, and that's going to be Connors for Marin Bikes on the front. So these two just flying right now. Very small riders, both on hardtails as well. The type of rider it takes to do well on this punchy, climby course like we've been saying all afternoon. You see your leader now, Katarina Nash. Again, it's deceivingly steep, but almost as important as the gradient out there, like we've said, is that very loose dirt. As Larry called it, it's almost like ball bearings underneath your tires, so it's very hard to get traction, making it, you have to, whereas maybe you would turn 90, 95 RPMs if this were pavement, you're forced to go a little slower on the cadence just to help keep that even distribution, keep your traction on that slower cadence that maybe you're not used to if you haven't trained that way specifically. It starts to wear on the legs come lap number 4 and 5.
I'm having flashbacks of last year's Cross Vegas race where Katarina, I just gave her a foot maybe, and then that foot went to 3 feet, and then that 3 feet went further. So, I've been in Catherine's position before, and you just can't give Katarina any room. She's going to take it and sprint with it.
We saw it, if you guys were tuning in earlier, you saw that decisive moment on the A-line, B-line option where Catherine Pendrell, for whatever reason, ended up on the B-line. That was the initial separation that took place. She got 5 or 6 seconds gap right there, and it's continued to grow and stay. Props again to Sho-Air Cycling Group, to Scott Tedrow, to the team that went out here and really built a World Cup caliber cross-country course that's challenging the riders. Again, not only physically, we see these riders just draped over their handlebars. They're absolutely on the limit of exhaustion, but also the bike handling skills coming into play on what could otherwise be considered a fairly easy course. Technically, there's not a lot of natural elements out there, but the rocks and the roots and the logs that they've put in really challenging these top women in the sport to be on their A game today.
The looks are deceiving because this is definitely one of the most challenging courses on the circuit. The climbs are steep and the downhills are loose, and they can really catch you by surprise.
You see a lot of riders out there, they're taking water, they're taking gels. Emily Batty, Leah, tell me, on a hot day like this, the weather continues to grow. How many bottles are you taking? How much water or drink mix or whatever are you drinking over the course of an hour and 20-something minute race?
Yeah, as much as possible. You're trying to get in a bottle every lap. These are short laps, so maybe you get half a bottle, 3/4 of a bottle, but really just as much as possible. You see Kate Courtney there. She's rolling through the start-finish line, and she's looking to the feed zone, hopefully get a bottle of water that she can splash over her back, cool things off a little bit, and then take on a drink for that last lap.
That's a great point. Tell me, I've starting a couple years ago, on hot days, just past the feed zone, you'll see a lot of pantyhose filled with ice. Explain this phenomenon to me.
Yeah, that's the newest craze, it seems like. But I know Todd Wells, my teammate, he's a big fan of the pantyhose, not wearing them, but he'll roll through the start-finish or the feed zone, and he'll get handed a pantyhose full of ice. And so he'll put it in his back, he'll put it in his front of his jersey, and that will really cool him down, and it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, let that cold water drip over you. If you read the sports science that's out there when you talk about cooling your body, it's so important in terms of being able to put out the kind of power that you might have on a hot day like this. We just saw Katarina Nash there making her way there through the A-line. She is getting very close now. 1:15 on the clock. She's got just a couple more short climbs to go, and then she's going to find her way. Look at this again now. Pendrell back on that B-line. So where we thought maybe it was a mistake on lap number 2, showing now that maybe it is a deliberate effort there. Play it safe. Maybe she's relinquished her hopes of catching that first place out there. Right now she's going to take this line, but now it gives the opportunity to Emily Batty. If Emily's able to really punch that A-line, close another few seconds, we'll see here as she comes into it. But at this point, it looks to be pretty safe there, 1 through 4. It's that 5th spot on the podium that we're going to wait to see.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, between Dong and Coffin, epic battle going on out there.
Yeah, that's exciting. And this is where the concept out of sight, out of mind comes into play, because, Emily's probably too far back, just enough, too far back to see that Catherine has taken that B-line and to see that, oh, maybe she just relinquished 10 seconds. So that's where it's important, if you're in that situation, to have, your team manager out on the course saying, oh, you're closing on that person in front of you.
So just a few minutes now as we wait. That will be Katarina Nash. A little different jersey for the Luna Chicks rider today. That is the leader's jersey here for the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. Katarina taking the win in a sprint finish over her teammate Catherine Pendrell just 2 weeks ago outside of Austin, Texas, at the Mellow Johnny's Classics. She has the bib number 1 on her jersey right now, and she looks to be defending that series lead. So Katarina coming off arguably, not arguably, I would say it was the best mountain bike season of her career last year, where she stood on the top step of a World Cup for the first time. She had an amazing cyclocross season, and she looks to have carried that fitness now. Like we said earlier, she didn't travel as much over the cross season. She didn't race all the way through to Worlds, and she hasn't had great snow back home in Truckee in Northern California, so she's been on the bike maybe more than ever. Now comes the battle we've all been waiting for. It is Kaufman and Dawn Kaufman on the front, the very small rider, very good sprinter as well, so high power output, low weight, perfectly suited to a punchy, steep course like this. Georgia Gould still in contention, though. She continues to get dropped, but then she keeps clawing her way back. You don't win a bronze medal at the Olympic Games without knowing how to race your bike. You got to be fit. You got to have tactics. You got to have bike handling skills. Still a half a lap to go here. Gould, if she can get up there, she's very tactically savvy. She could still pull this out.
And Dong is just stuck to the back of Kaufman's wheel. You know, she's not giving her any real estate. She's saying, okay, this is a race. You know, Kaufman's pushing it, but Dong looks fairly comfortable on the back of her wheel.
And we have liftoff. Here we go. This is your quadcopter, your helicopter, going to be up in the air. This is aerial media specialist. We got Greg Smet out there flying the copter with the GoPro. We're going to get some great aerial shots of your leaders as they come through on this grass section here. They make a series of chicanes, 180 turns back, forth, before they make their way onto the pavement for the finish. So the leaders at this point, those first 4 look to be separated. But man, I cannot wait to see the battle, that sprint finish that we may have on tap for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Mary McConnell, let's not write her off either. She is still right there. Again, one mistake, one rider takes the beeline, and this can all come back together here with the final, I think we got 5, maybe 10 minutes of racing left, and then we're going to have your elite women coming into the finish line.
The 80% rule has been in effect today, so a fast-paced, punishing pace by Katarina Nash, and I'm going to say better than about half our field, I think, now is become spectators here this afternoon. Fitting that one of the last riders to go out was the young Luna pro rider in her first ever pro race, Hannah Ray Finchamp, a couple-time U.S. Cyclocross Junior National Champion. She got to make the final lap as we're looking at our leader.
Coming in now, this is the Czech rider. She calls the United States home. She has for a number of years here, flying the flag for Luna Chicks, the top women's mountain bike team in the sport, maybe the top mountain bike team in the sport, period, over the last decade. Names like Allison Dunlap, Jimena Florid. We've had, of course, Shawnee Van Landingham. This has really been the dominant squad. You see it today with 3 riders in the top 5 right now, with Georgia Gould, Katarina Nash, and, of course, Catherine Pendrell, all of them national champions, Olympic riders. Not necessarily winners, but they're all podium riders at the World Cup. And we are going to make our way now onto the pavement. Larry Longo, this is our winner, round number 2. Bring her home.
Yeah, total validation one more time. This is Katarina Nash. Czech Republic rider going to high-five some people for the Luna Pro team, and she'll collect her second big win of 2014. And she did it going away. What a ride, Leah Davison.
Yeah, and that's a great win for Katarina. You know, in Texas 2 weeks ago, it was closer, and it was more of a sprint for the win. But Katarina just put the nail in the coffin there and said, "Yep, I'm the best rider right here today."
So you see there on the hardtail was Katarina. Her teammate now, Catherine Pendrell, bib number 2, second place again on the full suspension out here today for the Canadian rider. So these points, the points, not only UCI points, but the series points are bigger today. I don't know the exact numbers. It was something like 25 points for the win in Texas. I think it's somewhere like 35 or 40 points for the win today. So both of these riders in very good position right now to take their chunk of prize money at the end of the year. We see third place now coming in. This will be Canadian Emily Batty for the Trek Factory, racing on the hardtail. A very strong bronze medal ride for her. A 4th place in Texas, 3rd place here today. She she should find her way into third overall in the series. Now we await those final 2 spots. We have your Mexican champion in there right now in 4th place, no man's land. Then we have Evelyn Dong and Michaela Kaufman just throwing body blows and body blows at each other. Larry Longo, you got a shot of them through the trees there. What are you seeing?
Well, it's from about 200 meters, but it looked like the riding style a little bit more upright in a blue kit, and I am pretty sure Evelyn Dong out of Salt Lake City is throwing that body blow that may have KO'd Kaufman. Kaufman, it looked like it slid all the way back to 8th. Dong, I think, was 5th, and there's great battle going on between our 2 national champions, or former national champions, Mary McConaughey and Georgia Gould. But this is going to be a career highlight, I think, this afternoon in front of this UCI field for Evelyn Dong to finish 5th.
Yeah, I mean, how many World Cup riders, how many Olympians in this field? To be in the top 5 on this level is huge. And years past, top 5 at a Pro XCT, it meant a lot. This year with the USA Cycling getting my seasons confused. Yeah, the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. I mean, this is a huge, huge deal. This is really as close as you get to a World Cup if you're a North American rider. We talk about how important it is for developing riders here who want to step up their game to go to the World Cup, to experience the racing at that level. That's really what this series has become for those riders in the 10 to 20 to 30 range. They need to come now to a US Cup event, see what it's like to start against the top women in the world, see what it's like to race at this level. And Evelyn Dong, this is a breakout ride. I mean, this is the equivalent of like going to your first World Cup and cracking the top 25.
And this is also a breakout ride for the next rider we're going to see come to the line. This is going to be our 4th spot on the podium.
Yeah, you said it, Leah, with this rider. Had a very strong World Cup last year at Val di Sole, a very similar course. She is an explosive rider, very good climber, and it seemed to translate very well today. Maybe something to look forward to in the men's race as we start to think about what kind of rider can do well on a course like this.
And it's always great to see the variety, you know, when you have more variety on the podium. So this is a truly international field, and you know, Mexico is making their mark.
Czech Republic, Canada, and now Mexico, putting North America on the map. 1:23:03 on the clock. Now comes the good part.
And now, can Evelyn Dong hang on? Obviously, she threw fury into that final ascent up this hillside, as we've been talking about all day long. A brutally difficult course, technical in nature, both uphill and downhill.
The rider from Utah here, she is putting backcountry.com on the map here in their first season of pro sponsorship on the mountain bike scene. There she is on that Niner hardtail. So not only a breakout ride for her, but for the companies that have come together to support this new program. Like we said, Jason Sager, Chloe Woodruff, TJ Woodruff flying the flag for the new squad here. And this is insane, Larry. Look at the gap she has opened up in this last half of a lap. Mary McConaughey turning the screws now. She comes into 6th place. She was dangling all the way off in 8th. No sign of Georgia Gould. And Michaela Kaufman, the rider who was on the front, pushing that pace so hard for those last couple of laps, has just blown to smithereens. Evelyn Dong, not only the fitness, but the tactical savvy today and the wherewithal to come through when it counts. She's going to take a step in the top 5. Here we go.
Well, I think Evelyn Dong is getting the biggest cheers of the day and is sporting the biggest smile on her face of the day. What a ride by Evelyn Dong. She came from outside the top 10, clawed her way onto the podium. Amazing.
Mary McConaughey getting it done, just refused to quit out there. She will come through for 6th place, a very good opener for her as she heads to the Continental Championships in Brazil coming up very shortly. And then Michaela Kaufman, what a ride for that rider. She's still a breakout ride in itself, the way she was putting the hammer to that pack out there. And then Georgia Gould, not the best ride for her, but she is looking very spent at the end of the day. A good ride to work on. We'll see her come back in Fontana next weekend, a course that may be a little more favorable to the U.S. rider, bib number 3 there. So she'll slip a little bit in the overall standing of the series here. And then what a comeback ride for Pua Mata, coming off injury early in the season. Only a few weeks now on the bike. This very challenging course for the Southern California local. She really delivered inside the top 10 as well with I believe that was 9th place, Larry.
Yeah, and she got stronger, as you would assume she would. The marathon specialist, the former 24-hour national champion. 3 weeks in a Costa Rican hospital, and now just really getting back to training. And to close things down like that on this final lap or two, she's going, man, why didn't we race 7 laps?
before you guys take off, and remember, this is just the start of the day. We have your elite men coming up very, very shortly. Maybe the best elite men's field we've seen in medal position here for Trek Factory Racing. Then we have your Mexican rider Campuzano Chavez Pion from the Mexican national team, and then Evelyn Dong, the ride of the day, 5th place for backcountry.com. We're going to see the women here. They'll take to their podiums later, but like we said, your elite men coming up very shortly. I'm taking a look. 1:45 is when they will do staging. That's 1:45 local time here on the West Coast. And like we said, guys, everybody who is everybody is here. If you watched Texas, you know the depth we had there. It just gets better. We have Steven Ettinger, our U.S. national champion. He's here this week. We have a lot of the top European World Cup talent with bronze medalist at the 2012 Olympics, Marco Fontana. Manuel Fumic is here. I know Trek Factory Racing has brought some ringers in. They have a Spanish rider here, 2nd place at the World Cup last year in a couple of those rounds. Right. And of course, Max Plaxton in your leader's jersey for the, not Sho-Air Cannondale team. He made the swap this year over to the Cannondale Factory Racing team. Max taking a decisive win in Texas 2 weeks ago. He will line up in your series leader's jersey with the bib number 1, plate number 1. He's a rider who's done well on this course. He's done well in March. Here we go. That's rider number 7 out there. That's Magali Rochette. So Mags had that struggle there on the start lap. We saw her come through dead last at about the 2.5-minute mark. She has had to fight her way all the way through this pack. Still going to be, looks like, inside the top 15 this afternoon, but a great workout, a great training experience out here today. I look for her to be very strong at Fontana in just about 7 days. Yeah, that's going to be Erin Huck for Tokyo Joe's. 1:27:49 on the clock, and then Rachel Lloyd for Cal Giant Strawberries coming through on the Specialized. Another solid race for her. She's going to hold her spot inside the top 10 here for the series overall. That prize money, like we said, $80,000 split equally between the men and the women at the end of this year. That prize money goes very deep. So for these riders in 5th and 6th and 7th, it's in their interest to not only do well in each of these races, but to make sure that they're in attendance at all of these races to get their piece of that payout come June in Colorado Springs at the series finals. That's going to be Amanda Sin, a very strong Canadian rider, a multiple-time podium finisher at the Canadian National Championships. Looks like she's getting a good start to her season. She didn't win this race in the past, did she? No. Amanda Sin, she's been very good here, though. She's been on the podium at Bonelli in years past, but just goes to show the upgrade in talent that we've had. Oh, look at that. So, yeah, dirty and bleeding. So we talked about it, the off-camber sections out there on this course. There's so many sections where you're just going down this straight chute, 20% grade. It's rutted out. It doesn't matter if you're on your brakes or not. Your bike is just sliding 20 miles an hour into this hard left or hard right-hand turn that's off-camber, sloping downhill. Everything about the course, Mother Nature, gravity, it's all trying to take you down. It looks like I got the best of Amanda Sin today, but that's where we talked about which bike you can ride, which tires, which tread, which volume, which tire pressure. There's so much more to it out here today than just who's been putting in the base miles over the winter. You've really got to be able to ride your bike and ride it well. Amanda Nauman, she comes through with a very strong ride. I believe we're still maybe just outside the top 10, but a strong finish for her. Another one of those riders like Emily Batty that went off course in Texas earlier in the month at the first round. She comes back, another Southern California local rider herself, making a big step up into the pro ranks this year for SDG Felt, actually an employee at Felt Bicycles Monday through Friday. So she is all about mountain bikes, cycling all day, every day. She eats it, she breathes it, and today she was racing it.
How does one eat a mountain bike?
I can show you later. It's better with hot sauce, though.
Oh, nice. As everything is.
That was Larissa Connors coming through about 10 minutes off the pace, but she'll be happy again with a top 15 ride. UCI points today go, I think, 10 deep?
No, UCI HC is going to go
15 deep?
Yeah, it's going to go 15 or 25 deep for UCI. Yeah. Oh, I'm not. No, but UCI points go. How deep do the UCI points go? UCI HC event. Oh, I think it's down to 50. 50, yeah. Yeah, I would say, yeah, every single woman out here that finishes is going to get UCI. I mean, this is a UCI HC event. Like we've said, if you guys aren't familiar with the categorization, most races out there you'll see in the U.S., if they are a UCI race in the years past, were UCI C2 events. It was a really big deal when we first started to get a UCI C1 event. This year with this USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series, not only do we have 3 UCI C1s in the United States, but today the UCI HC event, just huge, massive points. I mean, other than a World Cup or maybe a Continental Championship or something like that, this is the biggest opportunity to score those points for rankings in terms of the World Cup start position, World Championship selection, things like that. Just coming across the finish line off camera here, that was Magali Rochette.
Well, I was just going to say, and for some of our American women, just getting 1 point or 2 points today could mean the difference between starting 100th in Wyndham, if they choose to race there this year, or starting 45th or wherever up in the field. And really that is to a huge advantage in these very selective cross-country World Cup courses.
Exactly. Having these high-level world-class events on American soil is a game changer. It's really going to push cycling in Canada, cycling in the U.S. to the next level, and you're going to see the American riders, with a better start position at the World Cups, which makes all the difference. The Europeans typically get a lot more opportunities to have to race UCI races, just like 2 hours away, 1 hour away. But now with these early season races coming at a crucial time going into the World Cup openers, where the Americans and the Canadians can improve their start positions.
Yeah, some of the feedback I see when we talk about this USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series, you see people say, oh, it's great, but I wish it was all over the country and it would hit more stops. And we have a series for that, and that's the US Pro XCT series with stops in Vermont and Wisconsin and Missoula, Montana. But this series really is about developing these pro riders. The way it's compacted like this in March with these high UCI values, it really helps riders like yourself who are chasing the World Cups and these events later on in the season. So this really is, it may not look that way, but this is really designed to help. What am I trying to say? Yeah, to help those riders develop those points at the right time of the season to go into the World Cup summer.
Well, speaking of this whole incredible series and the $80,000 in prize money that's up for grabs this year, we're going to kind of throw him on the spot, but we've just been joined by Scott Tedrow. And Scott Tedrow has been a driving force behind American cross-country racing for the better part of the last 10 years, and not only supporting teams and supporting series, but what an amazing job already this year. Just, kind of putting this whole thing all back together, Scott.
Well, I've got to thank, believe it or not, Steve Johnson for supporting us, coming to California, putting out the olive branch, and really swallowing a little bit of his pride and agreeing that we need to make some changes. And he's done everything that we've asked him to do. He's been amazing.
Where does the passion and the motivation that you have for this sport, where does that come from?
God, everywhere, from the moms and dads that are here supporting their children to watching someone that's finishing 25th just gutting themselves to get to the line, to seeing Leah come out. She's recovering from surgery, coming out here to be a part of this and support her fellow athletes. This is just the greatest sport. I've never met anybody on the bike I didn't like. Can't say that so much off the bike.
Yeah, no, this is, I made the decision to come out here even though I'm not racing, because this is the most important thing going on in mountain bike racing right now in North America. I mean, with the help of Scott Tedrow, USA Cycling, working together, this is really going to take racing in North America to the next level. I mean, it's happening right now.
I also want to say Simon Burney came out from the UCI. He's here looking at the event. He loves the enthusiasm. He's happy to see all the nationalities being represented here. I think we have 17 different nationalities, which is amazing. I am extremely excited about the 41 women that showed up. That was amazing and wonderful. I'm extremely happy. It's a lot of money to put up equal prize money, and I challenge you gals to get your numbers up, and Leah, you and Georgia and a lot of people helped, and it's amazing to see 41 women. That's legit, and that's money well spent. I'm very happy they're here.
Yeah, before the race even started, Scott, as you were saying, that's a victory in itself. I can't remember in the last 5 years, maybe. I don't want to say 10, but those kind of numbers on the start line, and I saw the start list, and I was literally cheering out loud, because that's an important statement for all these women to come out and support this important race. You know, it's pivotal to its success, and I really think the live feed is also, you know, almost taking it to the next level. So what you're putting into this race series, all the different components, is adding up to a world-class event.
Well, it's awesome, and it's a lot of people. It's like Tom Spiegel at Team Big Bear. It's Larry. It's Colt. It's the people from the UCI that have come out. I mean, everybody has worked together to make this happen. It's just not me. My employees who put up money. You know, my company actually puts the money up for a lot of this. And I hope that the industry is listening, because we're going to have at least 2 HCs next year. We're going to try for 4, but at least 2, and we're going to try for a World Cup here. And we need the industry to step it up. I've been paying for everything. I'm happy to do so, but I can't do it all. And I need the manufacturers and other people in the industry to give me a little bit of money. I'm proving to them that we can do it world class. I'm proving to them from the $15,000 we spent at each event to have live feed, this is coming out of my pocket. And I've never cried poverty, but I am going to say it's time for some people to approach me to help us, because we've proved we can do it. The riders are proving they can do it. The ladies are proving they can do it. So it's time for the industry to support the racing here in the U.S., in North America.
I mean, we've seen in years past, too, where support of mountain biking, at least, you know, after the sort of 90s boom, a lot of times it was almost looked at as charity, like someone come in and help us. We need to help get the series going. It's really not that anymore. If you're a company in the sport of cycling, if you're a brand, this is really the place to show yourself off. We talked about it during the women's race here with some of these new teams. We have the Pros Closet team on the men's side, and this Backcountry.com team, and Jamis Bikes and Niner Bikes, and all these brands that are starting to recognize that cross country is really hot again, and this is the place to be with the live streaming, with the signage out here. I mean, this is on all levels a professional level sporting event. You guys can hopefully recognize that at home. But yeah, to Scott's point, I mean, it's not just a matter of do good for the sport and help support the athletes out here, but man, if you have $1 to spend and you want to advertise your brand, I mean, this is really the place to get it done.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say exactly, Colt. You know, it's not only the industry pitching in, it's a good business move. You know, you can see on this live coverage, we have a lot of viewers tuning in, and all these sponsors of the U.S. Cup, they're getting great coverage out here, and it's
over 20,000 viewers.
Exactly.
Right now.
Those numbers are big. You know, I wonder, I would compare it to the World Cup. Yeah.
85 countries, 20,000, and I think we'll probably see it go up more when the men start, because a lot of people are finishing their days in other places and finishing their rides. So, Sho-Air International, we're an air freight company. We're a transportation company. I move boxes for a living. I move boxes to trade shows, which is awesome. It's been great for me, but in some ways it's kind of an insult for the cycling industry to have a guy that moves boxes for a living doing this, which I'm happy to do it, and I love cycling, and I support all the manufacturers from Cannondale to Specialized to Felt to Orbea. I mean, if you ride a bike, if you make a bike, if you're involved in cycling, I like you, but I will like you a lot more if you could help me out a little bit.
One of the coolest things I find with the U.S. Cup Series, whether it's this USA Cycling U.S. Cup Pro Series or the Pro XCT, is that you guys do so much, not only for the elite riders. I mean, we talk about that all day here, the prize money and the UCI points up for grabs, but there's really just as much effort that goes into these events for the amateur riders, all the way down to the Cat 3, Masters men and Masters women, the effort that goes into making sure they have cool prizes and cool goodie bags. I mean, these events, it's, as a fan, as someone who wants to come out to these, it's great to see this top-level racing, but it's also really cool to ride these cool courses, to get some cool swag, and to go and be able to see the top riders in the world just riding around the parking lot next to you.
Yeah, well, we were both part of this, back in, I guess you'd call it the heyday of mountain biking in North America, and the stars were the Tinker Juarez's and the John Tomac's and the Ned Overends and the Susan DiMatteis. But to see what it's the resurgence, so to speak, and the fact that a guy like Scott Tedrow is so passionate about it, and as he said, he's putting his own money into this sport, and it would be so great for the industry to jump on board and take it back to the people. And in so many states around the country, the high school leagues are taking off. I don't know how big it is back east, Colt, but in California last weekend, Southern California had 450 kids toe the line. There's middle schools that are jumping into the process. Northern California had more than 500. So 1,000 kids are racing their bikes, and that's just in California. So the future is, I think, pretty wide open.
And you're seeing that already with a rider like Kate Courtney out here today, really one of the products of that NICA high school league, where they're taking these kids who would otherwise be playing soccer, lacrosse, basketball, and maybe not find cycling like a lot of the women do, especially until later in their career. A rider like Georgia Gould really didn't find cycling until her mid-20s. You're getting the opportunity now. We see Kaylee Blevins and Kate Courtney. Leah, you spent some time with them this past week, and I mean, how much of a boost is this going to be to the sport to get these women in at this earlier age so that they're ready to deliver a long pro career?
Oh my goodness, it makes all the difference. You know, you get kids on a bike early, and I would have loved to have that opportunity as a junior. I just spent the past week at a USA Cycling Women's Mountain Bike Development Camp. That's a mouthful. Try to say that 10 times fast. But, you know, the majority of the females there, they're a direct product of the NICA League. You know, Kate Courtney, Kaylee Blevins. We also got some smoking fast juniors. So it's really, NICA is the development pipeline, and that's exactly what we need.
Hey, did you know that USA Cycling's development pathway was the start for cyclists like Keegan Swenson, Logan Owen, and you, Leah Davison? If you're a junior cyclist between the age of 14 and 21 and are looking to enter USA Cycling's development pathway, then don't miss out on attending one of this year's Talent ID camps. Visit usacycling.org or go to usacycling.org for more information. But one thing for sure, Colt, is we're well past our talent window, I think.
Yeah. I attended a few of those camps myself back in the early 2000s. One in Vermont at Coyote Hill, actually. Tom Masterson was one of the regional representatives there. A great camp, a great opportunity to meet. You know, if you're a kid in the sport of mountain biking, it's a little different these days with the NICA High School League, but really still there's a good chance that you're the only kid in your town, the only kid in your county that races bikes on that kind of level. So to get to go to one of these regional talent ID camps and meet up with the top talent from around your region and in the national camps as well. I got to spend some time out in Durango, Colorado with some of the top juniors, and to be able to build those relationships that then you carry on throughout your career. I mean, Leah, how many of the women you're racing against now have you been racing against since, 5, 10, 15 years ago in some of these cases? And it's a small world out there, and it's really about who you know. And so to go out there, not only do you learn so much from the coaches, but you learn so much from the other athletes of your age, and you build these great relationships that help motivate you, help keep you in the sport for the long run.
Exactly. And I run a mentoring on mountain bikes program for girls with my sister Sabre Davison. It's called Little Bellas, and we're even approaching the age group below NICA. So we want girls, ages 7 to 12, get them on bikes, get them hooked on cycling really early and mainly having fun. So we have a camp at Sho-Air Classic over the weekend. We have a camp at Betty Bike Bash in Colorado. We have multiple camps in Vermont, but the most exciting thing is we're starting chapters now across the nation. So we have a new chapter starting, kind of bouncing off that momentum from California. It's in Monterey, California, and then also one in Denver or Boulder, Colorado. So these girls, they can have the Little Bella experience over the weekend, but now they get to meet together every Sunday.
And you've earned it. Shameless plug. If you want to become a Little Bella, where's the website? How do you get in there this?
Yeah, it's just littlebellas.com. We're taking registration right now for our Sho-Air camp and all of our camps, actually. So you can go to our website and check it out, see if there's a program near you. And if there's not one, email us and tell us that you're interested.
Well, Rick Heltebrake is ready to sign up right now, but if you've ever been to the short track at Sho-Air, there's like 300 little kids ringing bells and shrieking all at the same time. That's the Little Bellas, and they're always cheering for Leah Davison, our fine announcing colleague. When are you going to be back on the bike and racing?
Well, it's a little bit of a moving target right now. I just kind of got to see how things go, but I'm aiming for, to be back in racing form at the North American World Cups and, of course, the Catamount Classic in Vermont. That's right in my backyard, so I'm definitely going to be back for that.
And as we have seen so many times, I mean, we saw you battle from adversity a few years ago, coming back from your hip and going on to great things, national championships and Olympians. And talk a little bit about how hard that is. I mean, is it the motivation, does it improve? Does it get better because you just want to be out there? Was it hard to watch Katarina Nash today do her thing, knowing, you know what, if I was on my A game, I would have been right there with her?
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely challenging, as anybody knows, to have an injury and to come back from it. So it's a roller coaster, really. I mean, of course I wanted to be racing out there today, and of course I wanted to be battling with Katarina as I have in the past. But it really, not being able to do that stokes the fire, and I get more motivated and rested, and hopefully a positive can come out of this negative injury.
I like watching the men roll around now. This is a magic hour. There's about 110 of them, something like that, on our start list. There's a huge pro field. They've come out of the woodwork. They've come from all over North America, from Mexico, from South America, from Italy, from Germany. We have a stellar field, and they, I think a lot of these, what would you call them, mid-pack pros? No, they got their work cut out for them. You never really evolved out of the regional you were a fast junior, and you kind of grew up, and everybody was looking at Leah Davison. But a lot of these guys, they're living their dream here coming up this afternoon. This is their chance to have a top 30 or a top 20 or a top 50, if the case may be, or just simply not get pulled. It's nervous time for some of my buddies.
Yeah, exactly. It's go time. It's like being at a World Cup without it being a World Cup. You have the same guys. The pace is going to be that fast because you have the top World Cup contenders here. So it's a great opportunity to be able to compare yourself against the world's best.
Yeah, and you don't want to get pulled. There's a couple of local kids out here. We got a kid that's from Big Bear that'll be towing the line. He ended up 19th 2 weeks ago down in Texas. He was only 5 minutes back. And I'm looking at the start sheet today, and I'm thinking, well, that'll be a nice front row, second row start for him. And he'll be 50th at the line, back there in the 5th or 6th row. So it is going to be on here coming up in about, well, just a little bit less than a half an hour. Elite Men's U.S. Cup cross-country racing in Bonelli Park, presented by Sho-Air. What's the weather doing in Vermont today?
It's cold. Yeah, it's a little bit colder than here, but 2 days ago it snowed 2 feet. So, yeah, it's like black and white.
Pretty much Chamber of Commerce right now in Southern California as you're watching around the world. As we are watching the pro men kind of warm up today, or maybe cool off may be the case. They're all wearing ice vests this morning and really not pushing the pace too much in this warm-up. But it's well over 80 degrees. There's not an ounce of wind at all. Where's our lawn chairs and where's our barbecue?
I know I was going to say it's a great day for the beach for bike racing, a little bit more challenging, but these guys are pros. They know how to handle it.
All right, guys, coming up next, we have your Elite Men UCI HC event here. Round number 2 of the USA Cycling Pro US Cup Pro Series. 113, Leah. 113 of the top male mountain bike racers, not only from the U.S., not only from North America, but honestly, truly from around the world. We say that a lot because we'll have Katarina Nash. We'll say, oh, it's a world-class field. No, we literally have a world-class field here. We have Italian bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in 2012, Marco Fontana. We have Manuel Fumic here, many-time German national champion. We have the Spanish rider here, Gutierrez, Trek Factory Racing Team this year. He was second place last year at the opening round of the World Cup. When's the last time the U.S. had a field like this for not a World Cup?
Like I said, for the women's field, I would say it has been some year. Maybe even, you'd have to use 2 hands to count. But, I look at this start list for the men's, and it looks like a World Cup start list. The top 10, you got more than a handful of people who are consistently on the World Cup podium. So this is going to be an exciting showdown, not only but for, it's almost like watching a mini World Cup here. So I guarantee you people are tuning in from around the world, kind of seeing how these riders how they're going for the early season fitness, how they're going to be in that World Cup opener.
I mean, you look, maybe Sea Otter was the exception to that for a few years there in the early 2000s. They had a very strong elite men's and women's field, but that's sort of different. That's like Cross Vegas in the sense that it's really an inner bike part 2 of the spring, and a lot of those riders, they don't have a choice. They have to be there. They're there for other sponsorship purposes. There's no such thing here in Bonelli. These riders are here because it's a big race, because they want to be here, because you can't find UCI points like this anywhere else in the world right now, because you can't find this weather, this level of racing. So these riders, whether they're U.S., Canadian, or international, if you're looking to sharpen your legs and really be ready to perform at the World Cup opening rounds, this is the place you got to be.
Yeah, exactly. We have Emil Lindgren from the Giant Pro team. He's also here, and he's actually coming off of racing for his teammate Fabian Geiger, also a World Cup podium contender at the Cyprus Sunshine Cup. So he's doing the double. You know, I see the Euros either going to Cyprus or coming over here. Hopefully in the future, this is going to become the next, pre-season world, before the World Cups. You want to get the legs tuned up, but Emil's doing both. So he's going to have, he is always consistently strong. He's been at the Langkawi International Mountain Bike Race when I've been there, won a couple of stages, been in the leader's jersey. That was just last year. So look for him, that blue jersey up in front too, to be throwing some down attacks and really making moves here.
What time is it in Sweden right now?
Probably too late for these guys. It's so interesting to read their comments on Twitter about traveling across the pond, and I responded to Emil and saying, hey, that's, welcome to life as a North American mountain bike racer. We go over there all of the time, and to have these Europeans coming over to North America for an early season race like this is unprecedented. Yeah, I mean, maybe you realize it, maybe you don't, but there's such a toll taken on the body when you travel so many time zones. We look at a rider like Georgia Gould from Colorado traveling early season over to Europe to compete in these World Cups. It takes a few percentage points out of your performance that these riders that can just drive 2 or 3 hours down the road. Really nice to see the tables turn now, where we see some of the top European talent making the trip not only to the United States but to the west coast of the United States this past week. So having to deal with not only the time change, the language barrier, but they have to find food and all those things that the U.S. riders and the North American riders have dealt with for so long. If anything, it will help maybe even that playing field just a little bit. Where at the World Cup stage, you look at these guys like Fumic and Fontana, and then you look at maybe some of our more development riders where you don't expect them to be in the mix for the podium at the World Cup. Whereas today here at Bonelli Park, you could see a guy like Russell Finsterwald, a guy like Kerry Werner, right up there on the wheel, mixing it up with these Olympic medalists. Exactly, yeah. They only had to take an hour flight, maybe drive 2 hours, and that's usually what the Europeans have to do for World Cups, and then we're flying, through a 6-hour time change, even a 9-hour time change if you're coming from California. So really the time change, I feel like, makes the most difference, as well as, obviously the time on a flight. But what this race is doing is really leveling the playing field for North America and between North America and Europe. And it's really exciting to watch how it's going to play out in this upcoming race. I have to go down to the 8th ranked rider to find the first U.S. rider on this list. That will be Steven Ettinger, your current national champion for BMC. Is it BMC Ettinger? Sorry. Ettinger.
I got schooled by Mr. Ettinger last year. I've been calling him Ettinger forever. And it's Ettinger, like singer.
Ettinger.
Which is how I remember it now. Sorry, Steven.
It's like Erminger.
Yeah, Erminger. Something like that. She's gone. We miss her. Willow Kerber's gone. Jeremy Horgan-Kabelski. Would you call them semi-retired?
I'd call them full-time enduro racers. They're traveling just as much, racing just as much. They're just
on a paid bike vacation.
Yeah, just having more fun doing it. Looking at some of these names, we have your top-ranked rider. That's going to be Marco Fontana for the Cannondale Factory Racing Team, along with his teammate Manuel Fumic. That's going to be an Italian and a German rider on the top there. Then, as Leah just mentioned, we have Emil Lindgren in there for the Giant Pro CX team. From Sweden, Sergio Gutierrez, the Spanish rider, a former Olympian national champion. Then we have Max Plaxton, the Canadian rider, again, former Canadian national champion. Anton Cooper of New Zealand, the Canadian Factory Racing Team. Not positive if he's here today. I know he'll be here next week. I believe he's actually at the Continental Championships this week. But Jeff Kabush is in there. Ettinger. There he is. Derek Zanstra, another current Canadian national champion. So we have 3 former Canadian national champions in the mix there in the top 10 with Zanstra, Kabush, and Plaxton. That's going to be a great battle. And then Raphael Gagne, Canadian number 4, silver medalist at this race just last year. Todd Wells will be here. Cameron Jett, Jeremiah Bishop. These are all super. I'm almost on
Bishop has won on this course 2 years ago.
Yep. Bishop, the defending champion. But, I mean, Larry, I'm halfway down the page here. I'm into the 30s, and still every single one of these names, they're an Olympian, they're a national champion, they're a World Cup winner. Sam Schultz down here starting on the 4th or 5th row. He missed last season with an injury, but this is a former national champion here. This is an Olympian in 2012. So today's race in North America, in the United States, is going to be fireworks. If you guys are still joining us on the live stream right now, the men's start is scheduled to go off at 2 o'clock Pacific time. 1:45 actually. So I believe that graphic is off. Not sure if we had a change, but 1:45 for your elite men. So staging probably going to take place at 1:30. Lee, I'm looking around. I see a lot of guys wearing what look to be weight vests, but they're not. Well, they are, but they're not carrying lead. They're carrying ice.
Yeah, it's hot out here. I was going to ask you, I'm curious to see if Fontana and Fumic race in baggies, because that's typically what they've raced a lot of World Cups in, but the temperatures are so high here that that's a lot of extra heat to be generating. So are they going to be rocking the baggies, or are they not? And also, like you said, there are a lot of people wearing ice vests, warming up with ice vests, and that's just to keep the body temperature cooler. It's not ice directly on your skin like Todd Wells does in maybe a sock, and he puts it in back of his jersey, but it's a general cooling all throughout the core, and that's really, if you can start cool, then you stay cooler for longer.
Well, I think it was Jeff Kabush a few years ago that sort of started that trend. I think anytime he came south of the border, he just figured it was going to be warm, and he was going to stage and try to keep himself as cool as possible. So we are now about 4 minutes, maybe even less than that, from staging. So we'd like our U.S. Pro men's field to please report down to the staging area. We're going to get underway with some introductions down there and a staging process here in less than about 4 minutes. All riders, please report to staging.
So if you guys are still joining us on the live stream, go ahead, get comfortable, get a drink, get a snack, because it is about to go off. Your elite men, they're going to be doing, is it 6, 7 laps out there today, Larry?
I think they'll probably do 7. And we were talking yesterday to a couple riders, and they were doing well under sub. Well, we saw Katarina Nash do a 15-minute lap. So when these guys, the fast guys, go, I think we'll be seeing 12-minute circuits. And that is going to, remember your days as a pro with the 80% rule on a 12-minute course? What are you thinking? Thinking you're in trouble.
Oh, there's absolutely going to be those guys at the back of that race on lap number 4, lap number 5, thinking, how slow do I have to go to get pulled on this lap?
Yeah, I think we'll see a chunk of these guys probably get pulled before that. If they're truly ripping around this thing in 12.5-minute laps, it is going to be absolute chaos here in Bonelli Park. Good to see Sam Schultz back on the bike and racing this year. Our, 2012 U.S. national champion and Olympian. Barely got to race last year.
Yeah, dealing with that back injury. He actually raced here last year at the beginning of the season. He was on the podium later on in the season, though had to call it a season rehab from that, but he's been riding very well back on his bike. I expect him to be up in that lead group. Alex Grant, another rider for the Sho-Air Cannondale team, rode very well down in Texas. Someone you often forget about, but never, ever finds his way really outside of that top 10. He's always in the mix, always delivers. I see Michael Broderick up here along with Mary McConnell making a rare appearance in the United States with these UCI HC points on the line. Looking a little further down here, I see Ryan Woodall and Mitch Hoke of the new Pros Closet Stands No Tubes team. They're both going to be Mitch Hoke, one of those riders contending for the World Championships team, and one rider here with child this year, Todd Wells and Meg Wells, pushing the baby around. I've seen Meg out there all day with little Cooper Wells. Jeremiah Bishop.
New baby this week.
New baby.
Congratulations to Jeremiah Bishop. And you got to kind of wonder how that's taking its toll on Todd Wells, arguably one of the greatest all time, couple-of-time Olympian, a whole bunch of U.S. national championships in all disciplines, cyclocross, short track, cross country, and 36 years old? I don't want to add a year or two to him, but he's getting up there and still one of the guys to beat. He was third in Texas. And a couple years ago at the World Championships, just a phenomenal ride, a great ride in the Olympics as well. Ended up right around 10th. So we'll stage these pro men here momentarily and get them on course at 1:45 this afternoon. If you're checking us out, the graphic on screen says 2 o'clock, but we are going to be racing at 1:45.
Some of the most exciting racing to pay attention to today will be the young riders in that U23 category. They race with the elite men, but there's going to be a battle within the field there. We have Kerry Werner, who's your defending U23 national champion. We have Steven Ettinger here, who's a young rider, not quite U23, but just graduated from there. Russell Finsterwald is in there for the for the SRAM Troy Lee Designs new mountain bike team there. Keegan Swenson will be out there. And then the 6th place finisher, the top U23 in the game right now, Austin, Texas. Payson McKelvin riding for Richards Rainwater just smoked that competition in Texas 2 weeks ago to finish in 6th place. We'll see if he can deliver and back that result up. But very, very strong field out here for those development guys looking to test themselves. At the World Cup level, we see those guys racing in a separate race for the U23 men. So,
well, and let's not forget about the kid from Big Bear, Casey Williams, 2nd U23 in Texas. He was 18th, but only 5 minutes back, which was for him just a huge, huge result. Check 1, 2.
No Tubes Elite Racing coming out of Durango, Colorado. Tom Sampson is here from the Northeast. We have some good some good Mexican riders in here. Good Texans as well. Tristan Yule here, a very strong rider out of Austin, Texas, along with his not teammate but partner in crime this week, and that would be Payson McKelvin. Those two really flying the flag right now for Texas. We have Adam Morka coming down from Canada. Sepp Koos for the BMC Project Dirt Squad. He's still, I believe, a second-year U23, one of the top guys in the sport right now. Coming up, he was 2nd place last year at the Grand Junction Off-Road, had some great results at the World Cup, actually over at Val de Sol, a race that we talked about. Very similar style of rider, could do well here today. I know he's been under the weather early season here, but if he has some good legs today, I look for him to challenge amongst those U23s. Rhoda Maché is here, the multi-time Israeli national champion. And then I see this name right here, Larry, David Tinker Juarez, lining up here against your elite men. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, like 4-time U.S. national champion, 2-time Olympian. Guy is now 51 or 52 years old, and he goes out, and he's actually, well, I thought last year he took the downgrade and started racing as an age grouper again, but the guy just has not lost his form. Anything he does locally here in Southern California, Tinker Juarez still puts the hammer down, and I don't think there's any of the kids up-and-comers, if Tinker's on a good day, any of these at least local regional pros that can hang with Tinker. even to this day. Another guy that could jump into this field, maybe not on this course, but you put him on a climber's course, and he's a Masters racer at World Championships, Ned Over, and I saw he picked up another national title a couple of weeks ago in the U.S. Snow Bike National Championships.
Yeah, at the Berkey, the Fat Bike National Championships, Ned looked very strong there. Love getting the opportunity. It doesn't happen very often, but I love when we get to see Ned and Tinker still go up against each other. Both of them still top 10 threats in the elite men's category, no matter what kind of bike they're on, no matter what kind of field is there. We saw Ned just a few years ago out on the Norba circuit, still popping podiums at races like Aspen and Durango on the Norba scene.
Sun Valley at the U.S. National Championships, 2 years ago, hanging on to 12th with like 10 guys that didn't respect who he was, just sitting on his wheel the whole last lap, and every single one of them sprinted for place just to say they beat a 55-year-old guy. It's like, what's up with that? Someday I'm going to be 55, and I'm not going to appreciate that.
All right, guys, so go ahead. If you're joining us online on the internet right now, this is being streamed live on the USA Cycling YouTube channel. So whether you're here on site, whether you're at home, go ahead, get online right now. Tell your friends, get on Facebook, get on Twitter. Let them know they can watch top-level mountain bike racing right here live online. This is huge, Larry, for the, you talk about spectator-friendly courses and coming out and getting fans out to the event. Well, some people just can't get out here. They're on the East Coast, they're in Canada, they're around the globe. The ability to tune in and watch this racing live as it happens is so huge for these athletes, for the development of the sport. It's a pleasure to be bringing this with you guys, so thank you for sharing the word, sharing the link out there. The more people that tune in, the more eyeballs we get on this, the bigger deal it's going to be, the bigger and better we can continue to bring this. So that start coming up very shortly. Go ahead and get on your phones, get on your computers. Let's make this thing huge.
Yeah, and again, without Scott Tedrow and his passion for this sport, he just said, not only have I supported this sport and had teams sponsored for the last several years, but put $15,000 extra of that Sho-Air money into live webcasts all summer long. This is round number 2. It was down in Austin, just outside of Austin, Texas. It's the Mellow Johnny's Classic a couple of weeks ago here in Bonelli Park this week. Nice that the tour stays right here in Southern California for another week. We'll be over in Funtucky, they call it, Fontana, the South Ridge racecourse there that has now been part of the national circuit for the better part of the last dozen or so years. And then there'll be a big gap as riders take off for Sea Otters and points all around the globe, World Cups, before we wrap up this series, around the 20th of June over in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, guys, so here we are. This is the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series presented by Sho-Air Cycling Group. A huge partnership taking place here between those two organizations. Sho-Air Cycler, a new shop opening up in the area here. That is going to be a huge addition to the cycling community in this area. Of course, in partnership, none of this would be possible without USA Cycling. I'd like to say a quick thank you to our sponsors as well. Cannondale Bicycles out here. You're going to see so many Cannondales on the front of this race today. Cliff Bar, of course. They've got a squad out here with Brady Capias and Troy Wells. Envy Wheels. You're going to see those all over the front row as well. That Cannondale factory squad. Also in Jackaroo clothing, making them look good out there on this sunny day in Southern California. And, of course, Muscle Milk. At least it's getting me buff, Larry. I don't know about you. I've been drinking this stuff all day here in the booth. I can just feel, I'm like ripping my shirt.
Your microphone thumb is wow. They're pretty impressive.
It's
little mini bicep.
And of course, guys, none of this would be possible without the Sho-Air Cycling Group, making not only this series possible, but races like the Kenda Cup West. They have the Catalina Gran Fondo. Just like we said earlier, doing so much for the sport from the top down, whether you're a pro man out there or a Cat 4 men's masters rider. We're here in Bonelli Park, San Dimas, California, in the sunshine. Highs in the 80s out here today, and this is a beautiful venue for bike racing. Some of you guys might know it from the road races that happen here, the San Dimas Stage Race. Redlands just down the road.
Coming up in a few weeks.
So everyone's starting to gather now. Staging for the Elite Men taking place very shortly. Everyone making their way down there. If you guys are just tuning in, I am Colt McElwain on the mic here, joined by Larry Longo. We have Leah Davison here as well, not racing today for the Specialized Factory team, giving us some great insight on what it's like to actually be out there on a bike. Larry and I can talk about it, but honestly, when was the last time you raced a pro mountain bike race, Larry?
I'm retired. Last time I raced a pro mountain bike race, 1989. But I did race semi-pro with you a few years ago.
Yeah. I try to block that out of my memory.
Semi-pro. You look good when I passed you.
Being retired doesn't say anything, though, because Katarina's retired.
Yeah, retired seems to be the way to go right now. Actually, we're going to have a special guest joining us here in the booth right now. This man responsible for so much of what takes place on the top level of the mountain bike scene, not only in North America or the United States, but around the world. Larry, do the introduction here.
Well, Simon Burney is, well, regarded as the cross-country guru for the UCI, which you are. And literally, if it's a mountain bike race of consequence, Simon is there and acting. And Simon, what exactly brought you to Southern Cal? Besides this weather, I know you were just wanting to work on your tan a little bit. Well, what brings you to Southern California?
Yeah, just the weather. Absolutely nothing else.
We've got a above category, a hort category cross-country mountain bike race, and that's what you're here to oversee.
We do, yeah. No, there hasn't been an HC race, which is the highest status of mountain bike race underneath World Cup. There hasn't been one in the USA ever since the sport was invented, and it was about time it happened. And Scott Tedrow and the guys from Sho-Air stepped up and wanted to bring that quality of race to the US. So it needed some rule changes at the UCI, and it needed a dispensation for them to hold this one. So I came out to check it out and to see if they could put words into action, really.
And what is your impression? You've walked around this course. I mean, have they done their job?
It's nice. It's a great venue. It's a super nice park, and you've got a huge population on the doorstep, so it's got great potential to bring crowds of people in and all the local riders, which is the important thing. The course is good. The course is very hard. I think, as I understand, it's changed from recent years, but it's definitely worthy of this status of event, the course. And I think the fact that some of the European guys have shown up kind of proves that it's worthy.
Simon, tell me, we talk about how this is March and how it's so important for our North American riders to have this opportunity with 2 UCI C1s and an HC event here. Tell me about the scheduling of the year with the World Cups and how you balance things. How much emphasis has been put on this series as a way for riders to start off their season here, not only in North America, but for riders all over the world to come to a place like this and get these points as they go into the World Cup schedule?
It's important, and I think at this time of year, February, March is the time when people are getting ready for the season. So to be able to train and race, do the first races in a nice climate, in good conditions, with good organisation is really important. The European guys have a harder time because there's not that many places that are nice weather, so they tend to go to Cyprus for some recent races. It's very similar to the way the cyclocross season starts in the US. It's the perfect, March is the perfect time for mountain biking here, the same as September is the perfect time for cyclocross in the US. Early season, come for some nice weather, training camps. A lot of the sponsors, the team sponsors, are in this part of the world. It's a big bike industry centre, so it's kind of ticks all the boxes.
Now, UCI points today for the HC event, 25 deep.
I'd have to look at the rule book.
I saw.
Sounds about right.
I think
there's a lot.
Yeah, somewhere 25 and 50.
Yeah.
But tell me, we talk a lot about, people can understand $80,000. We talk about $80,000 in prize money for this series, split equally between the men and the women. But we also talk about how important those UCI points are. Explain to me why those UCI points are so important. How do they get applied? How do they help those riders throughout the season?
It's kind of the holy grail for the cross-country riders. I think it's one of these things where your call-up is based on a UCI ranking. There's a world ranking that's made up of these points. And you get points from everything from Olympic Games, World Championships, World Cups, and then the regular races are split into 4 categories. So HC, which is this one, the highest one, and then C1, C2, C3. And you count your best races, and we work out a world ranking, and that's how nations qualify for the Olympic Games. That's how riders get called up for World Championships, and it's a big deal. It's an important thing.
You guys can see riders now in the staging grid right underneath that Kenda arch. We have 113 of the top men from around the world here lining up today. That's going to go many rows deep. That front, not only the front row, the front couple of rows, we have Olympians, national champions, World Cup winners, Continental Games champions. Really, this is about as stacked of a field as we get. I mean, you've seen the World Cups here in the past with Mount St. Anne and Wyndham, but really outside of those 2 events, this is going to be the best field and hopefully the best racing we've seen on North American soil in quite a while.
It is, yeah. A few years ago, when all the European teams used to come out for Sea Otter in California, that was the biggest deal. But then we had Napa World Cup, we had World Cups in Hawaii, and we could start the season here. And that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to starting the season in North America and yeah, get some big races going.
Tell me about, is there a push to develop UCI mountain bike racing in the United States? We look at cyclocross just a few months ago. We have so many UCI cyclocross events here, although I believe now we're getting the 30-second warning, Larry, so we are about to get underway here. Thank you, Simon, for giving us your insight. We'll see you out there later this afternoon, but Elite Men now ready to get underway. We will let them get staged, get their final instructions. It is about to go down.
Always good to see Simon Burney. There's the gun, and a pack now of 113 starters have just taken off, and they're going to do a little bit of a chicane, a right and into a left onto the pavement before they tear around what will be less than a 2-minute start loop for our men. And it's the Cannondale boys at the front.
Marco Fontana and Manuel Fumic there. Rafael Gagne right there as well. Scott Three Rocks coming out the outside. That is Derek Zanstra and Jeff Kabush. Todd Wells is in there. Plaxton, Bishop, all the riders we'd expect. So many riders here that deserve to be at the front of this race. Only so many spots. Ooh, looks like a little bit of a pile up there as they jump. There's a curve there. You guys can see there's sandbags down. It looks like a couple riders messing up that off-camber turn onto the sidewalk. Just showing you again, so important is the start. Those UCI points that allow those top riders to be at the front of the race as they take this start loop. It's going to be about 2 minutes before they head out on lap number 1. And right now, from 1 through 10 through 20, it is superstar after superstar fighting for position.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As you were alluding to a minute ago, Colt, absolute stacked field here in Southern California. And you go back to the results a few weeks ago, it was pretty much a who's who of North American cycling, with Max Plaxton taking the win. His fellow countryman and former Canadian national champion Kabush was second. Todd Wells, former U.S. national champion, finished third. And then Ettinger and Derek Zanstra rounded out the top 5. But right now, those guys are going to have their hands full this afternoon, taking on the contingency of heroes who are here this weekend. And look at these guys fly. They're going to get around this course in less than a minute and 50 for this little start loop.
That Cannondale factory squad on the front right now, just crushing the pace in the baggy shorts. That's going to be your Italian champ, Manuel Fumic. But right there on his wheel is the Canadian rider. I believe that will be Rafael Gagne, second place here last year, coming off a very strong cyclocross season. One of those riders who always does so well here early in the season. You see the red jersey there in the fourth wheel. That's going to be Todd Wells. A great start for the new father coming out of Tucson, Arizona, where he's had some great winter training as well. And then you see the string of riders. So we'll try and call him out through here. That's Fumic on the front, looks over his shoulder. He's with Gagne. That is going to be Fumic, Wells. Emil Lindgren is in there. Jeff Kabush on that as well. Ettinger getting a very great start as well inside the top 10. I see Kerry Werner trying to latch on to that lead group. Tristan Yule in there riding inside the top 20, so a great start for him coming off the mid-pack start. Casey Williams is in there. Tinker Juarez in this field as well, and then they continue to go one after the other. Every single one of these guys, these are the local hometown heroes from around the country. These guys are winning races week in and week out. This is the place where they all come to test themselves against the best.
Yeah, it's just, I was going to say, it's how amazingly fast these regional guys are on their Tuesday night world championships. Your local series until you put them out against guys like Fumic, guys like Fontana, guys like Wells. They are absolutely throwing down at the front. And everybody got to the front that kind of looked like, I think, and you probably do that at the World Cups a little bit, Leah, as you look around. All right, who made it and who didn't, maybe you're looking for as well.
Yeah, exactly that. They rolled through the start-finish here, and it kind of looked like Fumic, Fontana looking around, not necessarily going hard, but here they are, coming up that first climb, and this is when it starts to get fast. This is when the pace starts to inch up. You can see Todd Wells there, really in a great position.
And that's going to be Gutierrez on the front. Second place last year at the World Cup season opener in a sprint finish with Dan McConnell. So that was Max Plaxton there. He's in the Stars and Stripes Cannondale jersey of the series leader. Jeremiah Bishop is in there. Kerry Werner coming through. That was Derek Zanstra. Keegan Swenson off to a great start, as is Mitch Hoke. Alex Grant rolling through there with Sam Schultz, a former national champion, on his wheel. Then I saw Ben Sontag. That was Tristan Yule up there, as well as is Casey William. Adam Morka going to round out just about the top 20. Chris Snedden will come through now on Kona. 5-6 wide as Sepp Kuss, Tinker Juarez, Barry Wicks riding the way up this climb. So great passing opportunities out here but you have to go so deep in the well on these 20% grades to get around riders. Everyone right now not willing to give an inch. I mean, Leah, when they talk about World Cups in the start where you let off for a second and you lose 10 positions, that's what we're seeing right now in North America.
Yeah, exactly. This is playing out exactly like a mini World Cup. You know, you have these wide open start straights, which is perfect because people are jockeying for position. You want to get a good position going into the single track. As you can see, this is the first single track after this initial climb, and it's single file. It's starting to slow down there, you know, because you're at the back of the pack. So up front, you want to be, you know, the first couple wheels going into that, because if one person makes a mistake, then all of a sudden those leaders have, you know, 10, 20 seconds on you.
I was going to say that last shot, you could absolutely see the difference in pace between the front of the race and the back of the race. Those guys are sitting up and just going, well, there's no place to go, just on my brakes.
That A-line, B-line is going to be very interesting on this first lap. There's going to be riders who can ride the A-line. They're going to choose to take the B-line just for the safety option. A lot less likelihood of getting caught up behind a pile up on lap number one. If you take that B-line smooth versus a rider who gets stuck, you can see a great shot of it here. So riders on the right side of your screen there, they have the rocks, the roots, they have the log ride down the middle, whereas on the right side it's a little bit longer, maybe 5 seconds if you did both cleanly, but I expect some major pile-ups coming. Maybe if you're not in the first 5, 10, maybe 15 guys get through smooth, but at some point someone's going to unclip and you're going to see a huge bottlenecking right there. Guys, thank you again for joining us online. Go ahead, tweet this out, Facebook it, put it up for your friends to watch. This is Mountain Bike Racing live in the United States. I'm Colt McElwain, joined here with Larry Longo and Leah Davison on the microphone. A couple other guys you guys should follow on Twitter. That would be at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air Cycling Group. That's Sho-Air CG. Let them know that you guys are watching. Let them know that you appreciate this live coverage. If you want to reach me directly, you can tweet at me at DopersSuck, DopersSuck, or use the hashtag US Cup. There you go on your screen as we see these leaders come through. There's a lot of guys out here today, 113. So if you're looking for someone specific, let us know on Twitter. We'll try and give you updates as we can. But here we go, Larry. 1, 2, 3, 30 riders still all strung out together here on lap number 1.
Well, one thing for sure is the American rider Todd Wellesley, his teammate, got the start he was looking for. He was sitting third wheel with a little bit of gap back to that chase group for fourth around the rest of the field. So Wells got to be happy with the way his first 6 minutes is gone.
Yeah, totally. But the first 6 minutes is key. You know, if you get stuck behind traffic, all of a sudden those leaders have 30 seconds on you. So you need to be up there at the front of the race in order to race for a podium, race for a win. And a race like this is giving Todd Wells a great opportunity. You know, when he usually races against these Europeans, he has to travel, you know, 9 hours time difference, 8 hours time difference. So this is finally his home turf, and he'll be looking to take advantage of that and pop a great result, and he's off to a great start.
Well, you know, he lives in Durango, Colorado, tons of snow there at elevation, so he spends the winters down in Tucson, Arizona, and he loaded it all in he's probably driving a family minivan these days, and they drove west on Thursday, come at pre-ride the course yesterday. So you exactly said it. He's in his comfort zone out here. He's in his time zone, so this is a great day for him to maybe prove that he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, and he definitely does. You know, he just has eased off the big World Cup travel here. So he definitely has the fitness, and look, he's rolling through right there in fourth place. So he's up there.
That is not the Mediterranean, folks. That is Pudding Stone Reservoir right here in San Dimas, California. Big crowd out on the course. And what a spectacular weekend for this second round of racing, cross-country racing in North America.
Larry, that's tech zone number 2 up there on course right now. So riders out there, they're going to have mechanics out there in the feed zone, in the tech zone with spare wheels, bottles. Like Leah said earlier, they're going to have bags of ice to throw on their back. The temperatures today rising up into the mid-80s. Definitely going to be a shock to the system for a lot of these riders coming from cooler climates. Now on the front of this field, though, here we go. This is CFR, Cannondale Factory Racing. Looks like they got a difference of bike choice there. I see some hardtails and I see some scalpels in the Red Bull helmet. Unmistakably, that will be Manuel Fumic on the front. Then that is Gutierrez, the Trek Factory rider, now riding with that Trek Factory squad, teammates with Emily Batty. Manuel Fumic in third. Todd Wells there, number 4. And then rider number 5 out on course. is going to be number... Oh, sorry, that's going to be number 1 in the series. That'll be Max Plaxton, so hard to recognize in there. He's not in his Sho-Air Cannondale jersey. He is in the jersey of the series leader here this afternoon. But right now it is the Europeans 1, 2, 3 on the front. Then North America comes through. We have Wells, Plaxton, and Jeff Kabush, the legend from Canada, right there. And look at this, Larry, the stars and stripes of BMC. That will be Stephen Ettinger.
Very good. Well said. Yeah, Ettinger looking very good up that climb. And just in front of him, I think a couple of spots. I think I saw Sam Schultz, so riding for a new... That wasn't Schultz up there.
Not Schultz. I believe that was... It wasn't Schultz yet, but we'll see. Schultz, I saw him. He's going to be coming through shortly. We saw some of his Cannondale teammates. This is Zanstra. That's Mitch Hoke having a great start to the ride. Russell Finsterwald, he's got some spandex this time. He was riding the baggies with Troy Lee Designs. Now comes Sam Schultz. You can recognize him by his mustache. He's inside the top 15. Spencer Paxton comes through, as does Ben Sontag, the German rider. Now we get a few Canadians mixed in here. That's going to be Adam Morka, number 14, and our young up-and-comer Keegan Swenson from Utah. Now we have Tristan Ewell flying the flag for Texas, followed by Casey Williams, the California hotshot coming down from Big Bear. Ryan Woodall up from Florida, so all over the country as Troy Wells putting the suffer face on out of Durango, Colorado with Chris Sned and Michael Broderick. Now we see one of the Norco factory riders, Jason Sager, coming through there. Excuse me, Sager coming through. One rider I have not seen yet was 6th place in Texas. That was Payson McKelvin. Had a huge breakthrough ride there. Seth Coos out of Durango, Colorado. The dreadlocks, you can't miss him. That will be Tinker Juarez. Mike Sampson in there. Barry Wicks. Larry, it just never ends.
No, it's a who's who of racing in North America, and there's your leaders coming through that nasty little rock garden. Oh, and we said that could be a deadly little section. Who was that? That was Fumick that went down. And you do not throw your body in rocks like that without putting a dent.
That is going to pay. That's what we're talking about. I mean, we said maybe 5 guys would get through. Only 2 got through clean. You just see how challenging this is at speed. The A-line here, if you nail it, like Lindgren did right there, as Kerry Werner did right there, it really makes it look easy. But when you get out there, when you see the size of those logs, the size of those rocks, it is absolutely insane. Jeremiah Bishop, no problem for him. But so far, no men taking the B-line. That'll be off to the left of your screen. You can see him choose there on the split. Alex Grant, he's going to come through. You really got to give some space, though, Leah, don't you, when you come into these A-lines? You saw what happened to Fumick there. You just can't be on someone's wheel here.
Exactly. It's almost like you have to put your trust in the rider in front of you, because if they mess up, then it really messes you up. So it's a gamble to follow these riders in so closely, but you really don't have any other option. I mean, your other option would be to take the B line, but you're just trusting on the skill level of the riders around you that they are going to make it.
Man, what a start there. You guys see that is going to be the, I believe, specialized whole athlete team for Casey Williams?
Yeah, it was Casey Williams looking very good right there. Second U23 a couple of weeks ago in Texas. That's Broderick struggling a little bit. But Fumick, that hurt. There's no way that did not hurt. A front flip onto boulders that size.
Exactly, and that's not ideal. I mean, he was out in the beginning of last World Cup season because he crashed at Albstadt, his home World Cup opener, and hopefully didn't do any damage there to that old injury.
Just like Katarina in the women's race, that is where she was able to open up her gap as Catherine Pendrell had to take the B-line. Marco Fontana now finds himself off the front with a few seconds advantage here very early in the race. I see, looks like didn't get the bib number on that, but that is going to be... Kerry Werner coming through there. That is the BMC Project Dirt Rider. Last year's U23 national champion, finding his way into the top 10 here very early on, as is Jeremiah Bishop. Jeremiah Bishop having a child. His wife, Erin, gave birth just Wednesday, a few days ago. Beatrix Eleanor Bishop, I believe, was brought into this world. He found his way out here to California. Anton Caron was the rider, the Specialized rider there for Specialized Racing Canada, who had a little bit of a bobble there. Ben Sontag coming through with Spencer Paxton. And I believe this is going to be Raphael Gagne coming onto your screen. The whole shot king. We see him in cyclocross especially. He's always at the front of the race early on. Gets himself in great position now. Maybe playing it smart. Settling into his place in the field. He's done very well here. Second place last year, behind Bishop, actually. And then Tristan Ewell, the top, not quite an amateur racer, but the top rider here, not on a big-time factory squad, finding his way into the top 20 as riders continue to struggle with the A-line. Now you can just see there in the back the background of your screen has riders taking the longer beeline, but it's a little bit slower. But Leah, if anything, it's not only safer, but it also saves a little bit of energy. They don't go quite as far up the hill and over the course of so many laps.
Exactly, and it's definitely faster if someone messes up in front of you or you mess up. So it's a gamble, you know, but it could be smoother, faster at the end of the day.
The baggy shorts now flapping in the wind, and that will be the Red Bull helmet of your Spanish rider, the bronze medalist at the 2012 Olympic Games in London. This is Marco Fontana.
Yeah, he's really opening up on this first lap. He got a little gap with Fumik's crash on that AB climbing line and took advantage of it and said, all right, I'm going to try and I'm going to go off the front.
Gutierrez is right there, as is Todd Wells-Lee. When you find yourself off the front like that so early on, you're coming onto a pavement section like this, do you continue to punch it and try and open that gap, or do you sit up a little bit knowing that you're probably going to get brought in by that group of riders behind you?
You continue to punch it because, you know, they have to expend more energy to bridge that gap and catch you. So they're burning matches almost more than you're burning. So it's a great move.
Going sub 13 minutes there, I believe, on lap number 1. We're at 15 minutes on the clock right now. That's including the start list. And there goes, that was your lead group. Look at the separation now. So the difference between those riders being able to make the selection. Steven Ettinger in there, flying the flag as our U.S. national champion. Now comes that second chase group of everybody else. It's going to be Kerry Werner. He's going to be on the front of this group, pushing through. I believe that's bib number 78 on his. Well, I'll get a name on that in a second. Then we have Jeremiah Bishop and Rafael Gagne getting together, coming through as well.
And Wellesley making the selection as well. He was sitting third and looking strong as they went out. I also saw Manny Fumik. Looked like he recovered well. He wasn't bleeding at all. I'm sure he's banged and bruised a little bit as Sam Schultz, our former U.S. champion, on the comeback scene coming by. There's Spencer Paxson as he'll rail it out on lap number 2.
Benjamin Sontag on his wheel. We have one of the Mexican riders in there. And then Troy Wells on the new Niner bikes for Team Cliff Bar coming through. Adam Morka, a great start inside the top 20, a fiance to Emily Batty. They get married this summer, July 5th, I believe, up in Canada. So two very strong mountain bikers.
And the kid from Big Bear, number 18. So that's not bad for him here on lap number 1. He moved up by probably 25 or 30 guys based on our rollout list. So maybe feeling good. Jason Sager.
Look at this start right here. This is the front of your race, out of the saddle, just finding traction. So he's going to be, that's Fontana. He's going to be on the hardtail today. So getting a little bit stiffer ride out there, a little punchier on the climbs. And then here comes his teammate. I'll say chasing him down. He looks to be trying to close that gap right now. Also in the baggies, also on the hardtail. Gutierrez hardtail as well. So 29 hardtails seem to be the way to go, with the exception of Max Plaxton, who's going to be on the scalpel up there. It looks like Jeff Kabush also on that Scott Spark. But 29-inch wheels from start to finish there in the lead group. Rhoda Mache here coming through. He is going to have Tinker Juarez with him. 16 minutes on the clock. So these riders still flying. But Leah, tell me about that 80% rule. If you're not within a certain percentage of the leader, you're going to get pulled out there today.
Yeah, it's looking like, you know, if you're outside of the top 30 here and it's packed in the top 30, you are racing the clock and you're racing the leaders just to try to make it, you know, go through that start-finish line on the same lap. So the more, it's really a feat, you know, when you're beginning riding pro, you know, you have some of these regional racers and they want to finish as many laps as possible, and it's really hard, you know, given this short lap.
Yeah, you want to finish on the leader's lap. You do the math. You're about 12 and a half minutes a lap right now, our leaders. So you've got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds per lap to give, and if you're in that neighborhood, sooner or later you're going to get caught, and you're going to be asked to exit the course. You fall further behind than that. It's you become a race fan very quickly. So a brutal pace at the front as they come up the climb on our screen. That's rider number 10, young Russ Finsterwald, the SRAM Troy Lee rider. A lot of people looking at him to be a force in the future. A lot of young and up-and-come Americans. We talked about the great job Ettinger did last year. I mean, that was thrilling in Bear Creek, Pennsylvania on a brutally hot, humid day for him to overcome Wellesley and take that national championship.
Yeah, that was such a battle between Todd and Steven, and Steven really came out on top and proved that he was the best man on the day. But, you know, on the men's side in America, there is some deep racing. You know, Todd, Sam, Steven, and they're really having a good showing here today. We have 2 Americans in that lead group. Also, it looked like on the side of the screen about a minute ago, Emil Lindgren from the Giant team, he pulled over. I'm not sure if something is wrong or maybe physically he's not feeling well enough to finish the race, but we'll see on this next lap.
Number 24, that's going to be Billy Malone coming through, flying the flag for the Northeast. And then we have number 73 there. That's the Scott Three Rocks Racing rider. That will be Mark
Marc-Antoine Nadon, Scott Three Rocks racer out of Ontario, Quebec, Canada. Looks like he's having issues with maybe his seat coming off. There's Jason Siegel, another fast Southern California kid coming up the climb. As we're underway with lap number 2, and these guys here, I don't think as we're seeing them lap through the finish line, they're already 6 minutes off the pace at the end of lap number 1.
Team Cliff Bar's Brady Capias in there fighting it out inside that top 50 still. Today really is a day. I mean, it's been a long time since you could brag about being top 50 in a North American mountain bike race, but that with 113 guys on the start line today, with national champions and Olympians and World Cup winners all the way down throughout the pack. Just being on the lead lap at the end of this thing is going to be a huge accomplishment these guys can feel proud of. We're going to see your leaders coming up very shortly. We'll get a read through from you, because inside that top 20 there's still a lot of names that will be in contention for the podium at the end of this race. Was it 7 laps, Larry? Yeah, 7 laps for the elite men out there today. We saw in the women's race just how destructive 1 lap was in terms of just blowing the race to bits. So these men doing a lot right now. A lot of these guys are going to be riding over their heads, trying to stay in this lead group. So we look now on the 2nd lap, the 3rd lap, to see who played it smart, who's going to be coming up from the back, and who went out a little too hot in this warm weather. Temps up in the 80s today. We're going to definitely see some guys going backwards. Ben Sontag there, the German rider, he's looking very strong. Chris Baddock in there. I saw him up inside the top 25 as well, riding for GB. Spencer Paxson off to a great start as well. And then again, your whole shot king, Raphael Gagne, settling in to the top 20 as well. Some notable exceptions. We have one rider, Anton Cooper, who's not here. He was going to be here. He's over at the Continental Championships. And then maybe the best North American rider who's not in attendance today would be your teammate, Howard Grotz. Another rider struggling with coming back from injury. We should see him fairly shortly in the season, but missing Howard out here today as well. So those are your leaders just off the back of the camera screen there. They're going to be coming up this single track climb. If you guys watch the women's race, we talked about it many times, that it's not only the steep terrain out here, these climbs very short. I use the word punchy, but they're really not. You can't really get out of the saddle and just smash the pedals over here because it's so loose. They're really just steep, grunted out climbs. They're fairly smooth. You're not dealing with a lot of rocks and roots, but it's that loose soot, baby powder like dust, and those very small rocks like marbles, like ball bearings, as Larry said earlier, that really challenge your tire choice, your bike choice, your tire pressure, your weight distribution. Marco Fontana right now, one of the strongest technical riders in the world of cross-country mountain biking. He's going to know exactly how to take advantage of this terrain and get his way up there. I believe that is going to be his teammate now, Leah Fumick, coming through there. But so right now it's Europeans 1, 2, 3, and then Max Plaxton for Canada, the top North American sitting 4th right now.
Yeah, Fontana, look, well, I was thinking, he's talking about not getting out of the saddle, but he is doing just exactly that in that one by gearing. He's just standing up and stomping his authority so far here on lap number 2. I think that's Gutierrez who will crest this climb 2nd, and then you got a big group.
So Fumick's 2nd, and then I believe Gutierrez 3rd there. Man, I love having these new names to even talk about. Max Plaxton with the plate number 1 there. He was your winner at Mellow Johnny's for Canada. He will be number 4 right there. Todd Wells, Stephen Ettinger, and then Jeff Kabush, always the savvy rider, tactically smart, pedaling a very good gear there. We talked to a lot of the riders, if you guys know about SRAM XX1, the 1 by. A lot of riders putting smaller rings on the front here at this race, going with 32s. I even saw some elite men putting a 30-tooth chain ring on the front, which will tell you just how steep these climbs are. A lot of those guys will be usually running 36-tooth rings with the 42 in the back. Here we have Kerry Werner coming up there for the BMC Project Dirt, a new squad. Not only is he racing for, but I believe he's in a team manager role there as well. Number 20, was that 28 there?
7.
Oh, excuse me, bib number 78 there. Well, that's going to be James Reed, the Trek Factory Racing rider from New Zealand. Jeremiah Bishop, Raphael Gagne, Alex Grant, number 9, 9th place in Texas. So that plate number for those top riders, that represents their finishing place in Texas at the Mellow Johnny's Classic 2 weeks ago as Derek Zanstra and Mitch Hoke come through. Then we have bib number 100. That is going to be Fernando Paez. Colombian rider, I believe, Schultz, Troy Wells, suffering all over his bike. He's dropped a lot of weight this offseason to be better on the climbs. He's down to 165, a very low weight for the bear, as they call him. Now we hit that A-line again, so coming through clean. Here we go. This is going to be Manuel Fumic. He just ate a lot of dirt, a lot of rock the last time through here up on the thing. Looks like he's going to take it a little smooth this time, and he's through clean, Larry.
He made sure that front end was up and light when he came off the railroad ties, and now the rest of these guys coming through this section. And no problem. Wells looks good. And there's our American champion, Ettinger, looking also very, very clean. Tough little section out there as we are underway with lap number 2. Your leader is Marco Fontana.
Yeah, you asked me, Colt, if if Fontana had a lead, do you just sit up and wait for this group? No.
Especially with your teammate second there. I mean, you've raced this course. Tell me, how much of an advantage is it to be with somebody? Are there many drafting opportunities on a track like this, or are you okay solo?
Yeah, you're okay solo because the majority of the track is climbing and technical sections. So I thought it was a great move by Fontana. You know, when you have a lead, you don't just give it away. You have to risk a little bit and give it a go and see if it will actually stick. And that's what Fontana's doing, and it is sticking.
Kerry Werner there leading the chase through as Alex Grant and Jeremiah Bishop come through for the Cannondale Sho-Air squad. So Cannondale, between the factory racing team and the Sho-Air squad here in North America, are very well represented out there inside the top 15. Definitely leading the battle today of the bike manufacturers. Todd Wells up there on a Specialized. Hardtail Jeff Kabush up there with Scott. We had Giant up there with Emil Lindgren. Sam Schultz now coming through, back on the bike after that injury took him out last season to his back. He's looking well. And then Benjamin Sontag, the German rider on a Cannondale, also for the Stan's No Tubes Elite men's team.
You know who's looking good to me right now is the other Wells from Durango, Colorado. Troy Wells is inside roughly the top 15. He's a big kid and doesn't like to go uphill very well. A great cyclocrosser. He's looking very strong 2 laps in. It's going to be a race of attrition, though, I suspect.
Yeah, we've seen in years past, especially in the men's race here, we've seen a lot of sprint finishes, whether it was for the win or for the podium. And I think you're going to see, now that these first 5 or 6 men have made that separation, I think we're going to see them taking a little bit of a slowdown and starting to play some tactics as Casey William slots right down the middle there. A perfect line for the Big Bear rider here at Bonelli Park. Again, guys, thank you for joining us here. This is round number 2 of the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. Go ahead, take the opportunity to get on Facebook, get on Twitter. Tell your friends that they can watch this coverage right now live on the internet as it is happening. We appreciate the feedback we've seen from you guys. You can tweet at me, Colt McElwain, and I'm at DoperSuck, DOPERSSUCK, or you can use the hashtag US Cup if you're looking for any riders outside the top 15 or 25. If you guys want to talk to Leah Davison, she's on Twitter as well.
Yeah, my Twitter handle is Leah Davison Bikes, and shoot me any questions, any concerns, poems, haikus, anything.
And you can reach Larry through, well, you can't reach Larry.
951. Don't call now.
Taking some great shots here. This is going to be the helicopter in the sky from Area Media Specialists. So Greg Smet out there flying the chopper with the GoPro on it, giving us some great aerial footage. This is going to be a really cool shot in the field as we come down to that finish. We are anticipating some sprint finishes, whether it's for the win, whether it's for the podium. We've seen some great battles out here as you see that Red Bull helmet now flying through the field. Where the clock's at 27 minutes now, so he's going to come through sub 30 after his second lap. And the question will be, who's going to take up chase in that chase group? They've got the numbers. If they can use that to their advantage on this pavement stretch, we could see them start to bring things back a little bit. But right now, it is all or nothing. He is all in for that for the Italian rider at the front.
Yeah, it looks like Wells. Well, sorry about that, Leah. It looks like Wells is trying to bring up the chase. He's moved himself up into third. But Fumic, to get up from that crash, ride himself back into contention here this afternoon. And looks like, at least maybe from this perspective, Leah, like he may be trying to chip into the lead of his teammate, Fontana.
Yeah, totally. These are great team tactics from Cannondale. You know, Fontana's up in the front, and Fumic attacked that chase group because he didn't want to bring everyone else with him up to his teammate. So he's kind of dangling off the front, and then Todd Wells really pushing the pace here, coming through the start-finish, looking to latch on to Fumic and really make it a go to chip away at that lead.
Lindgren looking also very good up there, the Trek Factory rider, 10-time Swedish national champion over the years. It's Gutierrez, I meant to say. Give me another cookie. So, well on the climb now, and we'll see here in a minute. We'll get a shot from our uphill vantage camera whether or not Fumic will be able to rein in his teammate Fontana. What did you have the gap? 12 seconds. So 12 seconds on this course was an eternity earlier on today in our women's race for Catherine Pendrell. She wasn't able to ever get that gap back once Katarina Nash had it.
Here comes that main group now, though. This is, I see, looks about 6 or 7 riders here being led by Alex Grant on the front there for the, Jeremiah Bishop on the front there with his teammate Alex Grant on the wheel. Rafael Gagne is in there, as is Mitch Hoke. Adam Morka, Derek Zanstra is in that pack, and I believe that was Kerry Warner just hanging on to the back. But Larry, to your point here, at the front of this, looks like maybe a little less than 12 seconds as those riders in group number 2 start to take up chase. Marco Fontana, though, holding very comfortable. Doesn't look like he's straining right now at the front of this race, holding steady with about a 10-second lead.
So interesting, Todd Wells has now brought back Fumic, and you can see the Cannondale mechanic on the side there to the right. He's giving time gaps to Fontana, to Fumic, saying, you know, this is where you're at, this is what you have, this is the time you have to work with, and probably go harder, you know, because he doesn't have that much of a gap, so a lot can change here. It's already come back together, but Fontana is still staying off the front.
Advantage in a group like that to be in the group, or like Jeff Kabush? Seems like he's almost purposely sitting just a little bit off, trying to keep himself out of trouble, maybe set his own tempo, ride his own race.
Yeah, Kabush is famous, you know, for his tactics and really being calculating, and I would say he has a great approach to riding in this group. You know, you don't exactly want to be on that person's wheel as you go into the single track. Even, you know, it's an advantage being on the group and the pavement, and which he was latched onto. But as you come to the climbs, as you come to the single track, maybe drop back a couple of feet so you have time to react if anything goes wrong with the person in front of you.
As more chasers come through here, Jason Sager, long time. That wasn't Paxson.
No, Chris Snedden.
Chris Snedden, another great Kona legend. And Barry Wicks, always smiling. Where's Ryan Trebon when you need him? He heckle his former teammate. Sepp Kuss going up the hill, and we're in a major drought here in Southern California. Leah, how bad does the dust affect these riders?
You know, it's dry, and as Colt was saying earlier, there's you know, that 3 centimeters of just poof on top. So it makes it really, yeah, it's otherwise known as silt. So it makes it even more technical, and it doesn't look like the dust is kicking up too much as they descend down in a group. So at times, you know, when you have a lot of silt, then if you're the second wheel, even the third wheel, you can't see anything. It doesn't look like that's too much of a factor. It's just more so it makes the corners a bit more slick, and then as well as you're breathing it in. But it doesn't look too bad out there.
A little bit like sticking your head in a vacuum cleaner bag and hammering a full-on interval uphill. It's not going to taste good. It doesn't feel good. It sticks to your eyeballs. As Jason Siegel goes by, an SDG rider. And Carl Decker also sporting, no, he shaved.
I don't even recognize him. Leah, one rider you mentioned that we have not seen now for a while, that was Emil Lindgren, the Swedish rider. Not sure if he had a problem out there on course, but I have not seen him come through. And then another rider that I was mentioning earlier was Payson McKelvin, 6th place at the Mellow-Johnny's Classic in Austin, Texas. I not only have not seen him at the front of the race, but I haven't seen him come through at all. So this course taking its toll on riders out there. We saw a lot of women coming through with dirt and blood covering one side of them. So hoping the best for those riders out there, but there's definitely going to be some riders going down in the dirt today. Very challenging course. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some carnage out there, and you're just hoping that you're on that good side. You know, you don't want to come through dirty and bloody, as Larry was saying. But, you know, in the last shot, you could see the chase group, you know, Fontana roll through, and then the chase group. And Todd Wells has actually gone to the front of that chase group. Some interesting tactics happening there, because I would imagine, you know, Fumic is
is Fontana's teammate. Now that he's together with that chase group, he's not going to lead, and he's not going to chase his teammate up the road. So Todd, he's probably actually trying to slow down the chase group.
I thought we saw him fight to enter the single track first there in front of Wells. Does he maybe tap his brakes a little more, let that gap open up, knowing maybe or being confident that he might be the fastest guy in that group, let the gap stretch, and then maybe try to bridge across. We've seen a lot of the lunatics, and on the road that's a very common tactic as well. Let your teammate go, make everybody wear themselves out and chase, and then when you sense the right opportunity, try and launch across and take your own chances.
Exactly. So he's probably now sitting on Todd Wells' wheel and just trying to recover a bit, and Todd has now taken initiative because he knows Fumik is not going to take initiative to chase his own teammate who's up the trail.
Yeah, just as we were talking about, I see riders coming through here with dirt on their side. So there now I see bib number 6. That on your screen is Payson McKelvin stretching his back out, looking like not the day he was hoping for today, but still a lot of racing left. He's a rider we saw in Texas, came back from the 20s to the teens into the 10s, all the way up to 6th place. So he could still get this together with a few laps left in this race. He might have a chance to get back in there, but definitely not in the top 10 as we saw just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, and you can only imagine what the last couple of weeks has been like for that young man. You know, almost breaking a podium. You're still just a U23 rider, and you're up there beating some of the biggest names in North America, and nothing but accolades. He probably went out and trained harder than he ever has before and gets to Southern California, and all of a sudden there's just nothing left in the gas tank.
So here we go. This is your leader, the Red Bull helmet on there. Just like in cyclocross season, we see Tim Johnson flying the Red Bull colors here on the mountain bike. Again, those Red Bull helmets, man, they always seem to find their way to the front of the race. And right now it is Marco Fontana just smashing those pedals up, and away he goes. And look at this, Leah. I see a red kit. Looks very similar to yours. That will be Todd Wells. So like you said, he recognizes the threat there of having the teammates, the Cannondale teammates there on the front, maybe slowing things down. So Wells comes through. He's a very savvy rider, just like Jeff Kabush. He understands tactics better than anybody else out there. He's going to put in chase now. Fumik right there, comfortable on his wheel. Then we have Gutierrez, the strong rider from Spain. He and Marco Fontana, really the two big threats there from Spain on the World Cup circuit. And then Max Plaxton, your former Canadian national champion, series leader. Steven Ettinger in there. And then Jeff Kabush. Larry, you said it. Very smart, almost deliberately just sitting 2 or 3 bike lengths off the back, letting those guys wear themselves on the front. He's playing his cards late in the race.
Well, and there's still lots of racing to go. We haven't even seen him with 4 to go. So there's probably a more than an hour still. Well, about an hour at 12 and a half minutes or so of racing, plus what they've got left on this lap. And Jeff Kabush, the calculated, right now, probably the winningest all-time rider in North American history, going back to Norba days and U.S. Cup races and everything else he's won over the years. Just a super phenom, and he's approaching the penultimate couple of years of his career.
Here comes Jeremiah Bishop here, bib number 4. Like we said, his wife just gave birth a few days ago, so not a lot of sleep for the Bishop family. But Jeremiah coming out here, recognizing the importance of this series of the UCI HC event, the only one of its kind, the first one of its kind here in North America. He's got his teammate Alex Grant there, but Cannondale, everywhere you look, it's Marco Fontana on the front. Perfect ride there, right down the skinny part of that line. He's going to hop those logs, turn down the railroad ties, and he's going to be coming in soon here. 37 minutes on the clock as Bishop just suffering with the wide handlebars over and over again, pedal stroke after pedal stroke. Alex Grant going with him, his teammate. Then we're going to have a separation here just a little bit before Mitch Hoke comes through. Mitch Hoke flying the flag of the new Pros Closet Stands No Tubes team. Kerry Warner, Rafael Gagne in there. Now we come into that A line again. 1, 2, everyone going clean through, but looks like an interesting choice there as everyone taking a little bit different line.
Yeah, you can see that Todd Wells has just the slightest gap over that chase group. So you can tell he's pushing the pace, he is setting the tempo, and he's really trying to work at bridging that gap to Fontana, which is really the only choice actually those guys, behind him, not Fontana's teammates, not Cannondale riders, they could come up and help him. But, Todd's obviously feeling good, and he's saying, all right, my legs are good. I'm going to try to get up to Fontana.
Fontana coming through, and then, like we've talked about, almost borrowing, they're really not road tactics, they're just bike race tactics, but you got to think if Wells comes across, we saw just how strong Fumik was in that chase group, too, that if Wells brings that across, after doing all that work, he still has the threat of a World Cup podium rider right on his wheel, just launching another vicious attack and getting away. So really between a rock and a hard place, that is that Cannondale Factory Racing Squad. Let's not forget about Max Plaxton in there as well. He's wearing a little different jersey today as the series leader, but Cannondale Factory Racing has 3 riders right now sitting inside the top 5. They have Keegan Swenson out there as well, riding strong inside the top 15. Next week, we're going to see Anton Cooper from New Zealand. So, man, like we said, this Cannondale squad for a long time there, Trek had the numbers with Sam Schultz and Russell Finsterwald and Jeremy Horgan-Kabelski. Interesting to see the shift in the domination here, just like Luna has done on the women's side early in this season. It's the Cannondale squad really tearing up the front of this race. Kerry Werner trying to put BMC bicycles on the map for Project Dirt. His teammate, not teammate, but affiliated rider, the same bike brand. That's Steven Ettinger riding for the BMC Factory team with riders like Julian Absalon.
I like what Jeff Kabush is doing right now. He almost is Allison Sider, sort of, in the way she used to just sit and wait and sit and wait. As we said earlier, so much easier to be the hunter than the hunted. And he's got a silver medal ride still well within his eyesight. I mean, they're what? Silver medal or second place is maybe 10 seconds out in front of him. So.
Exactly. He actually has a gold medal ride still well within the possibility. And, yeah, those Canadians are sneaky. You can also see Max kind of tucked right in the middle of that chase group, not letting his front wheel touch the wind and just biding his time. Almost when you watch a race, you forget, oh, yeah, Max is in there. And then he ends up coming out, sprinting everybody for the win. So he's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, guys, correction there. I think I called Marco Fontana Spanish. Definitely 100% Italian there. And his German teammate. That speaks to the level of field here. We have Gutierrez, of course, who is the Spanish rider, but we have Spain, Sweden, Germany, Italy, Canada, Mexico, United States, New Zealand. Riders from all across the globe here converging on Bonelli Park in San Dimas, California. Guys, go ahead. We've been saying, I know some of you are still just joining us, so go ahead, get on Facebook, get on Twitter, share this link, let everybody know where they can watch the racing action this afternoon. And while you're there, send a big shout out, send a big thank you to the people that make this all possible. That would be at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air Cycling Group, Sho-Air CG. Make sure you're following those different Twitter handles. That's where you're going to get all your good information and updates throughout the season on what's going on in the series. And really, those are the people that are making this all possible. So show your appreciation for what they're doing for the sport, what they're doing for the series. And here we go now, 41 minutes and change on the clock, Larry. And that is your Italian rider, Marco Fontana.
Yeah, thanks, Steve Blick, for the reminder. Mr. Oakley just tweeted in and said, hey, come on, man, get it right. He's from Italy. So he has opened up a bit of a gap here as it looks like this chase group now is sort of settling into its rhythm.
Oh. I don't know about settling. Yeah, we'll see 4 laps to go, and Todd Wells is anything but settled right now. He's got his arms over the bars. He is stretching this pace right now. He will bring back Fontana if he can. He's on the front. Plaxton now, so CFR putting themselves in position to block, but everybody else looking very content to sit on that wheel as Todd Wells rips across this course. I believe that is going to be Ben Craddock, I believe, the Great Britain rider, and then Billy Malone, the superstar from the Northeast, coming down from New England, flying the flag. Been a long time, Leah, maybe since yourself, even though we've had a New England rider, homegrown, make it on the national scene. So great to see these riders from all over the country coming out here to represent at the national level.
Yeah, exactly. We have some questions coming in on Twitter about tire choice today and what's the ideal tire for this course. And you do have some flat pavement sections where a low, high rolling, low resistance tire would be the choice, but the majority of this course is rocky and it's silty and it's gnarly. So ideally you want a high volume tire, running it at lower pressure so it can kind of absorb and form to these loose rocks that you see right here in this in this shot, and you can have traction. So I would assume that riders are picking more for the single track, for loose, rocky
2.2.
Exactly.
And like you said, with the lower tire pressure, a lot of people are stuck in the mindset that high tire pressure, skinny tires are going to give you faster rolling resistance, but it's actually not the case. You get a little higher volume tire at a lower pressure that conforms over those small rocks and obstacles, and that's actually going to increase your rolling resistance, or excuse me, decrease your rolling resistance.
So here's Max Plaxton going off the front. You know, I was just saying that he's kind of sneaky in there, and now he's pulling a Todd Wells, and he's trying to bridge that gap to his teammate. So should be interesting how this works out. He does not want to bring that rest of that chase group up to Fontana, the leader, and also his teammate. So he's trying to attack and bridge that gap.
Yeah, so Wells just led that out all across the pavement. They hit that dirt climb, and Plaxton, your leader in the series, launched off the front of that thing. We've seen Plaxton do this a number of times where he's come from the back. I believe at your home race at Catamount last year, if I'm not mistaken, he found himself in the second or third chase group. When he decided to attack off that front, he got instant separation like we're seeing here, 10-15 seconds. He's so explosive. I would not be surprised, like we said with Fumick, where maybe he was going to sit back, let the gap open to his teammate. It's the same story with Plaxton. They're flying the same flag for Cannondale Factory Racing. Now he puts his hat in the ring. He's going to try and bridge across because he knows once he gets there, he has a teammate, he has a wheel to sit on and maybe recover with, like you said, Larry, they're on 4 laps to go right now. So still, what is that, about more than a half an hour left.
Yeah, there's still plenty of racing left to go. It's probably more like 40 minutes at 12+ minutes a lap. And bridge across is going to be no easy feat because the Italian rider Fontana's had 25 seconds. So right now, that would be a huge, huge move, and he'd be making probably a huge effort. Would he have anything left once he got there?
Yeah, back to the tire selection. I think a lot of those guys on the factory team, they were riding the Schwabe Racing Ralph 2.2, if that means anything to you. So I know a lot of the Specialized riders, they were on the, what is it?
They're on the Fast Track 2.0. You know, that's a high volume tire, and you can run it at a pretty low pressure, but it also is low rolling resistance. So it's kind of the best of both worlds.
Here comes your Canadian national champion there, right on the wheel, number 78. On the front will be James Reed. Then that's Derek Zanstra, Kerry Werner defending U23 champ. Mitch Hoke is in there as well, as is Troy Wells. Troy looking over, giving a little bit of a signal to his team mechanic. Just off the screen there to the right is the tech zone. So maybe telling him what kind of bottle he wants. Maybe he has to go in and take a wheel change. He could have a slow leak in the tire. You never know. Sam Schultz rocking the mustache back on the front, flying the flags for Cannondale and Sho-Air. Now on the start-finishing line, still fighting it out. We got Barry Wicks with his Kona teammate Chris Snedden. He's got Michael Broderick in there, and then the legend Jason Sager. And I believe that was Ryan Woodall, no stranger to the heat coming out of Florida. Maybe these climbs, though, when you look at Florida, other than the overpasses down there, you don't really get any gradients like this. Adam Morka, number 15. Excuse me, bib number 14.
You know, it's interesting. We're focusing a lot on the lead group, and obviously that's the race for the win, but there's a lot of races within races going on here. And, you know, a shout out to James Reed, who is from South Africa. He's actually U23. So these younger guys, these U23s, are not only looking where they are overall in the race, but they're looking, where am I compared to the other U23s in this race? So it's truly an international field, and James Reed, who is a privateer, actually, coming all the way from South Africa, having a great ride, and will probably is not only, he might be leading the U23 race or right in there.
Yeah, like we said earlier, guys, if you have questions about specific riders that we're not getting a lot of camera time, you guys can tweet at us. You can use the hashtag US Cup. You can reach me directly at DoperSuck on Twitter, DoperSsuck. Let me know who you're looking for, guys. And like Leah said with the tire question, if you guys want to know anything about the course, about what the riders are doing out there to help deal with the heat or the conditions, let us know. We talked about it in the women's race where we saw a lot of those riders are going to be taking the, we'll call it a sock, but a sock full of ice. They put it down the back of their jersey to let that ice drip. I mean, it's only 80 degrees, which doesn't sound so bad if you're just hanging out at the park, but going to the red line like these guys are today, where there's really not anywhere to hide out there from the sun, it's really important.
Well, it's 80 in the shade. It's 80 where we're sitting, but it's a heck of a lot warmer out there on that hillside right now.
And this course is wide open.
And it's important to note that there's absolutely no wind. I mean, it's still here, so you actually want some wind on those sharp, steep mountain bike climbs to cool you off a bit. You know, body temperature, it is crucial to keep it low, because as soon as you get overheated, your body just starts to shut down.
Scott Tedrow came by a minute ago and said, absolute carnage in the rock garden. We're not covering the middle of the pack pro men as they try to ride through this thing in this heat, in this searing, tiring, fatigue-inducing efforts that these guys are making, trying to stay within the 80% time limit. If they fall any more than 80% time-wise behind the leader, they'll be asked to exit the course. There's a rider for Bear Valley Bikes that you see on screen, John Noble, who was successful in that rock garden. A couple other man-made sections out there as well that we are not able to cover via cameras with our TV crew out there today. So, brutally tough race course.
Larry Longo, I see Canada coming. I see Max Plaxton. Look at the gap. You can just barely see third place now coming through. Max Plaxton is on a different level right now. Always so good in March. Back 2 weeks ago, he won the race at the Mellow Johnny's Classic for his 4th time. He's 4 for 4 there for the kickoff race in early March. He is about to make, I guarantee you, he will make contact here. It's just a matter of time. Max Plaxton is going to he's going to dig so deep that #1 plate. He's going to get across. Then we're going to have 2 teammates in the front. And then it's that Lunachicks dynamic all over again where you have a teammate, but at the same time, you're racing for the front. I think a little differently than that women's race where there wasn't so much of a threat behind. Those two are probably going to work together to hold off the chase. And now, Larry, like you just said, Kabushi was dangling off the back there for so long. We knew it wasn't because he was suffering. He was playing the tactics. He was playing the smart move. He recognizes the threat now. He's seen Plaxton ride away from him several times in the past few years at those national championships. This is personal right now. It's Canada versus Canada as they come into this very steep fire road climb. And look who's at the back now, maybe paying for those early efforts.
And maybe that crash. He went down hard in that rock garden earlier on and then did what he could to chase to get back on. So right now it's Italy at the front. Marco Fontana, what a ride by him. He was the bronze medalist at the Olympics back in London a couple of years back. And he is now just about, maybe the next time we see him come on camera, he'll have been caught by the #1 plate, the Canadian Max Plaxton. Although a teammate for Factory Cannondale, Max Plaxton making a bid to go 2 in a row here.
I told you, those sneaky Canadians. You can never count them out. You know, you saw Kabush just dangling off the back of that pack, and then now he's in third, riding to make contact with that leader.
You know, bib number 78, I keep seeing him go by. I forget to mention him. But, Leah, you mentioned that is James Reed, the New Zealand rider, who's having an outstanding ride right now inside the top 10 or 15 as we come through. Here we go, Plaxton charging hard. He is so close. He can reach out and touch him almost. Let's see as he makes his way through the A-line here. Fumbles a little bit onto the rocks. That's going to cost him a fraction of a second. Fontana, the Italian, just so smooth through that A-line. But Plaxton, he's got the horsepower. He's got him in his sights. And like you said in the past, Larry, the hunted versus the hunter. Plaxton has the advantage of gauging his efforts there and being able, he sees when Fontana sits down, maybe lets off a second, and that's when he's going to punch it across that gap.
And, you know, Kabush is not too far off there. He's going down that descent right there. But another thing to consider is that Plaxton loves to be at home. You know, he loves to be in North America. Sometimes it's a challenge for him to go over to Europe and race. So now he's on his home turf, and Fontana's is not on his home turf. So
yeah, huge time change for him. And like you said, that was almost the Achilles heel for Max Plaxton in the years past as Canadian national champion Derek Zanstra and Kerry Warner come through. But Plaxton, a lot of years there, he'd be dominating here on the U.S. Pro XCT circuit and then would really struggle even against his compatriots when he went over to the World Cup as he starts just about making contact now. But Plaxton really in the last 2 years, especially last year, has really figured out how to travel, how to race internationally, and he's found himself on the podium now at World Cups. He's a top 10 regular internationally. I mean, that's why they gave him that step up from the North American program, Cannondale Sho-Air, to the Cannondale Factory World Cup squad.
You know, this is going to be interesting once Plaxton finally actually makes contact with Fontana. Do they work together as a team? Does Fontana sit up, try to recover a little bit from these initial efforts, or does Plaxton just counterattack?
Well, we got Scott Tedrow just joined us, and he's very familiar with Max Plaxton's style. You were writing his check for his sponsorship on the Sho-Air Cannondale team, and he still actually is, and you're shaking your head. I think right now the catch is just about made. And what's your read?
Max is going to win it for North America if he can. Trust me. He loves his teammates, but he's going to win it for North America if he can.
Exactly. It all comes down to this is a bike race. You know, you do have teammates out there. Sometimes, as you can see earlier in this race, it plays a little bit to team tactics. But, you know, we're coming down to the second half of this race, and it's everyone really for the win.
Yeah, he didn't bridge up for no reason. He didn't want to just check on him and see how he's feeling. He's going to come up and let him know he's there, and if he can get him, he's going to get him.
We will see as we come. They're going to make their way here to the pavement very shortly. We'll see who wants to sit up, look at each other, and who might launch that vicious attack. We saw him launch it out of the chase group. Plaxton is maybe one of the most explosive riders in the field. He won Mellow Johnny's 2 weeks ago down just outside of Austin, Texas, from a group of 4 or 5. He won it in a sprint finish over Jeff Kabush, Todd Wells, and Jeremiah Bishop. So he's not afraid to come to the line with somebody, and he's also not afraid to launch his way off the front of the race. Sam Schultz there coming through, having a good comeback race for him as well. Guys, thank you for your questions coming in. One question, Leah, if you are on a hardtail out there on a course like today, how much are you using that lockout? I mean, it's so steep, so punchy on the climbs. Are you on and off that lockout all the time?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it makes a big difference if your fork is not bobbing. You know, it's steady, and you have more, you know, resistance to sprint and stand up, and all the energy is going into your pedal stroke and into your bike. But, you know, a lot of the technology, the fork technology now, I know Specialized has the brain, so it's automatic. You know, you don't have to worry about that extra energy to lock out your fork, unlock, lock out, unlock, and we've all done it. We leave the lockout on, and you're going down the next descent, and you're like, oh, this doesn't feel good. So it's great to have that, the new technology coming through to really make riding a bike easier.
Alex Grant and Jeremiah Bishop coming through there. You saw their lefty absorbing the bumps. We also see a lot of riders out there now with those Fox electronic lockouts, just making it instant on and off. We saw Jeff Kabush testing those last time. Riders now making their way here. We're going to get onto the pavement very shortly. We're going to get an update on your leaders. So last time we saw it was 2 riders off the front, and it will be, Larry, 1 and 2 wheel to wheel. Here we go. Are we going to sit up? Are we going to look around? Or is somebody going to let it fly? Max Plaxton, he is happy on the wheel. They look at each other. So here we go. Let the tactics begin. They've got about looks like less than 10-second gap, because here comes Jeff Kabush. He's looking arrow, a great cadence as he turns it over there. I wouldn't be surprised if he made contact, and we could have 2 Canadians and an Italian at the front of this race right now.
Yeah, so those boys in the front, they need to move, because Kabush is coming, and, you know, 4th and 5th, Todd Wells and Gutierrez, they are not far behind. So this race is coming together and getting more exciting.
3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. My call is Plaxton will sit, recover on the pavement, and then launch an attack on that initial climb, because that is a great place to attack. You know,
and at this point, do they want to let Jeff Kabush into this thing? I mean, you can't sit and relax right now, because Jeff Kabush is just about there, 10 seconds, if that, behind him on this climb. He could shut that down in a heartbeat.
Exactly. The least amount of people, the better, you know, up in front. So you want, it's much better to race one person. It's much better to be solo off the front.
Great opportunity to get your predictions. Let us know, guys, on Twitter. Use the hashtag US Cup. You can hit me at Dopersuck. I want to know what you guys think. We got 3 riders coming together now, still about 5, 6, I would say 8 riders really in contention for the podium, possibly the win. Let me know what you guys think out there. You guys called it last 2 weeks ago. A lot of people were calling Plaxton. A lot of people were calling Kabush as well. A lot of people say that Jeff Kabush is maybe the smartest tactical mastermind in the sport of mountain biking right now. We saw him sitting back very comfortably off the back of that pack. It looked like he was out of it. Now he's on his way across. Max Plaxton, he's explosive, but in the past we've seen him. It's really all or nothing with Max. You don't usually see him playing the tactical cards sitting on the wheel. If he's got the legs, he's the kind of rider that likes to go for it. He's very comfortable riding off the front of the race solo.
But he's also, you know, he's just biding his time. He just burnt a lot of matches to bridge up to the Olympic bronze medalist. So it's, you know, he needs a little bit more recovery, and then maybe he's just figuring out, okay, where do I want to attack?
Yeah, a second here and a second there is all Jeff Kabush needs right now. Let those other 2 guys maybe play a little, not that they're playing cat and mouse out there, but they're worried about each other. And if Jeff Kabush is riding his tactical race, it won't be long, and we're going to see him join that leader group.
Wells and Gutierrez coming through there. When you think about how that gap opened up in the first place, Marco Fontana, it was his teammate right there, Manuel Fumic, who really ate that pile of rocks coming through the A-line, went down, clogged up everybody behind him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if Plaxton had been on his wheel that whole time. So it wasn't so much that Fumic launched an attack to get away. It just so happened that he got the gap. So
And I'll tell you what, guys, if Max has got the legs, he's going to go for it. You're going to see him attack on the sec with 2 to go.
Yeah.
That's what Max will do. He'll try and go with 2 to go, and he'll attack on that big climb and get into the trees and the single track. He's going to sit. He'll sit on this. He doesn't care if Kabush catches him.
Yeah.
He'll sit on this lap. And if he's going to go, it'll be with 2 to go. And I think he's looking really good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable, and it's going to be decisive. You know, Max is not wishy-washy about his attacks, and he's recovering right now to make sure it's decisive.
Yep, and he's matured a lot. You know,
Yeah.
Max used to ride angry. Now he rides aggressively. I'll say.
Intelligently.
Yeah, he's learning. He's kind of cocking the trigger. That's what I'll say. So I think he's feeling pretty good. He's got his head on right, and if he doesn't attack with 2 to go, then we'll know, because that's when he'll go.
And it just shows what advantage it is to race on your home turf. You know, Max and all of the North American riders have to travel over to Fontana's turf.
Look, sorry for cutting you out. Look at the 53-year-old Tinker Juarez. I mean, timeless. 53. Look at him. He's amazing.
Out there.
Mr. Mountain Bike.
You guys want to get a cool just history lesson? Take a look at Tinker's bike. He has so many unique setup choices that he's come to know and love over his, what is it now, probably 30-something years of top-level racing. For instance, he runs the old Egg Beater road pedal just out of preference, a little different platform, and just a lot of really unique choices for a guy that's seen everything from, you know, rigid drop bar bikes back in the day to best full suspensions on the market. He's on the F29 today. I got a lot of questions about full suspension versus hardtail out there. It seems, I would say maybe 70 or 80% of the guys out there today are on hardtails, but you see, I believe Plaxton's on the Scalpel, right?
Plaxton likes a dually. He's a dually guy. He would rather have the dual suspension. He likes to work it. He thinks that it's less fatigue on his body.
Just saw Payson McKelvin there on your screen. He's on the S-Works Epic World Cup, the 1x11 bike. He was that rider that really shocked us all down in Texas 2 weeks ago with a 6th place ride as we demonstrate the treachery, how not to do the A-line there. We were talking earlier, we saw quite a few riders, especially in that first lap, choosing to take that B-line. We haven't seen so many of the leaders doing it lately, as they seem to have that A-line dialed, but a lot of riders choosing to give that 5-second penalty, just knowing that they have the assurance there that they can ride it safely every time. There's actually a little bit less climbing there, so it's a little bit easier on your legs over the course of the whole 7 laps, as you see riders there making their way up the side of this hill stroke. Man, just baking in the sun today. There's no escaping the heat out there. There's no escaping the sunshine. It's beautiful in the shade right here, about 80 degrees in the shade. The wind's not really blowing, but out there when you're putting it down 180, 190 beats per minute, it is just crazy. We got Barry Wicks now on the front, Chris Snedden, his teammate, flying the flag for Kona, then Michael Broderick going down to represent the USA in Brazil at the Continental Championships coming up shortly with his longtime partner, Mary McConaughey. Look at him, Leah, just getting loose there in the corners. I mean, like you said, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We talked about ideal tires, ideal tire pressure, full suspension. On a course like this, I don't care if you're on a downhill bike, I don't care if you're on a road bike. There's no way to keep traction in some of these corners. You just have to let the bike slide.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to riding technique, and a lot of skill is involved in mountain biking. And on this loose stuff, you need to stay balanced, and these are things that you need to practice before race day. You know, you absolutely need to have them dialed before.
Keegan Swenson there just coming through. We hadn't seen him for a while, so he still is indeed in the race, and that's another Cannondale rider. That's Billy Malone for Riverside Racing out of New England. Like we said, won a lot of big-time races back home, the Narweasel Shreddeth in Foxborough, Massachusetts. That guy is the king of the Northeast. He is so good, but you see... But you see the rest of those elite pack coming through. And like we said over and over again, the riders in the 30s and the 50s and the 60s, these guys, a lot of them still fighting for UCI points, still fighting for series points. Scott, the points today, they're greater for the U.S. Cup overall than they were back in Mellow Johnny's, correct?
Yes, that's true. There's, I believe it's 25 points more. So this is a big race, an HC race, so it's more points UCI. It's also more points for the U.S. Cup. And here we have the three leaders together now. Kabush is bridged up.
So this is what we were talking about. Kabush, so cagey, such a veteran of the sport. He knows how these games are played. Plaxton there just takes a look over his shoulder. I don't know how confident he is to have Kabush on his wheel. He knows he's good. He knows what he did just 2 weeks ago, leaving Kabush behind. Oh, rider goes down in the logs. That's Brian Alders coming up from Marin Factory Team. He has to slow down a little bit before getting back. He's going to make it smooth there, but back at the front, 1, 2, 3 now all together, but surprisingly, no one taking over the lead. It has been the Italian rider there, Marco Fontana, on the front now for many, many laps, just continuing to do the work. Like you said, I think, Scott, you're right. I think Plaxton, he's recovered now. He's bridged that gap. He's going to look for Kabush, maybe look for some weakness, and as soon as he senses the opportunity, say goodbye to Plaxton, because whether he stays away or not, he's going to launch a vicious attack at some point.
You know what I got to say? What a great day for North America.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, it's wonderful that these riders from Europe and from Central and South America, from Australia, have come up and honored us and come to our turf and are racing, and it's great to see the North Americans racing well. These guys are no joke. And this course is hard, and I'm impressed.
Gutierrez, they're just coming through, holding on to, I guess it's not quite the last step on the podium. If we used to go 5 deep, but he's having a very solid ride. But then you see Manuel Fumek, the rider who was really pushing the pace in that chase group early on. I don't know if it's just early season legs or, again, like we talked about, the time change. These riders coming over from Germany and Italy and Spain. I mean, so you've done it so many times, Leah, where you've gone from Sea Otter and you've flown over to the Czech Republic or something. It really takes a toll on your body to be racing at, what is essentially middle of the night back home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the more times you do it, the better you get at it, and you have all these little tricks to fight off jet lag. But the Euros, like I said, they don't have to do it that much. So North Americans are really experts at flying. We're really good flyers. And it's just great to see that it makes such a difference to race on your home turf. And, we have some pride racing on our home turf, especially against the Euros, like Wyndham World Cup, Mount St. Anne World Cup, now Bonelli. We're at the same level here of racing.
Here we go. Fireworks now at the front of this race for the first time. This is Jeff Kabush. I think Jeff realized the situation he was in there with 2 Cannondale Factory Racing riders sandwiching him on either side. If he's going to make this race, he's not going to get any help from a teammate. He's got to do it himself in instant separation. A very treacherous off-camber corner there. You see Max Plaxton sliding the back wheel, but Kabush has put his chips into the middle of the table, and he's taking a flyer now. Who's going to chase? Does Fontana have anything left in his legs? Does Plaxton now have to use those bullets that he was going to use for himself?
And look at Wells.
To close that gap?
Wells is coming up. He might catch him if they mess around too much.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot, it's not safe where they are right now, and that's why you see the attacks flying. And Kabush, that's his only option is to attack. When you're with 2 teammates, you have to make the race. You can't wait for the race to make you. So Kabush really, he is attacking with fury, and it's really a great day for North America at the front of this race.
Jeremiah Bishop just rolled through, hanging on to a top 10 ride off what I will assume was very, very little sleep this last week. Obviously, Jeremiah and his wife Erin just gave birth to their most recent child, a baby girl. I think it was on Wednesday. So I wonder if Erin's watching back home. So
So Kabush, the master technician, really putting his mark on this race here in Bonelli at the U.S. Cup Series. And now this gets really interesting. I mean, this has been an exciting
Canada.
Kabush riding the full suspension 29er today. I believe that's the Scott Spark. We talked about those electronic lockouts, and he's going to be all over. And look at this. So just like we said, Fontana having the early lead. He looks like he is about to blow up right now. He used all his matches at the front of that race. Plaxton and Kabush playing the perfect tactic. They're sitting on the wheel, making him do the work, and now they are leaving him in their dust out here this afternoon. Max Plaxton, he's going to get across to Kabush, but like Tedro was saying, what is he going to do? What is he going to have left at this point? Now he has seen the cards of Jeff Kabush. He knows how strong he is. Maybe he's a little more reserved, not willing to launch that attack, pull Kabush along. I think we're going to start to see some definite looking at each other when those two get back together. The tactics will begin to fly.
You know what? The first thing Jeff said to me when I saw him, he said, I saw your tweet last week to come in rested. He said, I've been doing nothing but sitting around.
Yeah, Kabush is so calculating, when it comes to tactics, rest, training, everything. And he's been at the top of the sport for a while, and it's just he stayed there as well,
Yeah.
So we just saw that was Raphael Gagne who came through there a little bit earlier on your screen for the Rocky Mountain Squad out of Canada. One of those young riders. We talk about Plaxton, Zanstra, and Kabush all the time, but Raphael Gagne is really the next generation of Canadian superstar. Just like on the women's side with Michaela Kaufman, Emily Batty, Magali Rochette. He's really part of a huge up-and-coming development program that they have here north of the border in North America. We see Zanstra there flying the flag. That is going to be a great race come July. Obviously, the U.S. National Championships, one of the top races on the calendar. That Canadian National National Championships, which historically takes place the weekend before, is going to be a serious battle this year with Kabush going for, I think it's going to be his 8th title if he can take that. Max Plaxton's taken the jersey a couple times in the past few years. Derek Zanstra really pulled off a huge result last year, and then there he is in the Rocky Mountain jersey. That will be Rafael Gagne. Alex Grant, bib number 9. He was 9th place in Austin, Texas. We got the German rider. That's Benjamin Sontag for the Stan's No Tube squad on a Cannondale Scalpel. He's rolling through, trying to protect his plate number 7 in the series overall. We're going to have Kabush now. Your leaders will be approaching the start-finish stretch here any second now. I see, what do we got on the clock here in front of us?
Yeah, I think they're on the grass out there right now. Jeff Kabush coming in well-rested, obviously. He doesn't have to stay up late and watch any of those Vancouver Canucks play hockey this year, so he is putting it all into 2 laps to go. The Maxxis 3 Rock Scott rider going out with 2 to go, and here comes Max Plaxton.
Plaxton coming through. Plaxton's going to get out of the saddle. Both those riders on full suspensions, totally locked out. Plaxton on the 1x setup. I believe he has a 34-tooth chainring on the front there, so these riders going to be a little bit spun out on the pavement downhill section, but 34-11, you know what he's going to be. Again, not the big ring. He's going to be in his only ring, but the little cog in the back, and we will see if he can get across to him. That pavement section, it brings him into a very steep fire road climb. We have Gutierrez and Marco Fontana, so we have Spain and Italy there at the front, but right now it's 2 Canadians showing the rest of the world how it's done.
And then it'll be Todd Wells, the Specialized rider, coming through. He is riding now 2 laps to go. 5th place podium ride for Wells. As we will look up the hill, and you said Jeff Kabush trying to pull away.
So that's your top U.S. rider there, Todd Wells, a multi-time Olympian for the United States, a multi-time national champion, your current short track national champion. We have Steven Ettinger out there, your current U.S. national champion. I think I see him about to come in. He's hanging on to a good top 10 ride. We did not see him at Mellow Johnny's, so he's got some room to make up here in the series overall. Of course, guys, this is the USA Cycling U.S. Cup Pro Series. $80,000 in prize money split equally between the men and the women over 4 rounds. This series continues next weekend in Fontana, California, then wraps up in June out in Colorado Springs. Go ahead, guys, get online if you get the chance. Let them know what you think. Let them know how much you appreciate this series this year. Live coverage of North American mountain bike racing. Look at this. This is awesome. We got at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, at Sho-Air Cycling Group, and this is at Jeff Kabush putting the hammer down. Max Plaxton just off the wheel there, but not coming across this gap as quickly as we might have expected. Now he goes out of the saddle a little bit, but he's looking over his shoulder. That's not a good sign for the rider. You got to be looking ahead, Max. You got to close that gap. Nobody's coming behind you. You still have about 10 seconds, but Gutierrez, a very strong finisher. We saw him last year, World Cup opener. It was his now teammate, Dan McConnell, who took him in the sprint finish. But this is a guy who knows how to get to the front of a top-level race, and he knows how to sprint his bike. So very dangerous threats here from first all the way through Wells, who's still in it with a shot.
So it looks like Fontana, that Cannondale rider, kind of paying for those efforts that he put out in the early part of the race, but still hanging on. Todd Wells here on the screen, and really having a great ride for Todd. You know, he took the latter half of the season off of the World Cup, kind of focusing on marathons, but this just shows that he still has that cross-country speed.
Barry Wicks showing the skills that earned him a USGP Cyclocross Overall Series title back in 2005. He's off his bike running. He's riding, I believe that's the Hey 29er, the Kona full suspension bike. So he's on a big bike for this course, but Barry, a guy who always, he likes his full suspension. We'll see him even out there sometimes on the single speed. I know I saw a question from one of you guys if anyone was on a single speed today. I don't think anyone out there in the elite men's race. We've seen Carl Decker do it in the past with some success, especially on a course like this where you're either descending and not pedaling or you're punching a really steep climb. It certainly would be possible, but with these super light 1x11 drivetrains out there that they have today, you really can take advantage of having the 11 speeds in the back and going with the shifter. On a day like today, Zanstra's going to come through. That will be his teammate. That's bib number 72, I believe it is. It is indeed. It's Cameron Jett. So Canada having a really good representation here with that Scott 3 Rocks team. We saw Amanda Sin and, of course, Michaela Kaufman just dominating the women's chase pack earlier today in the women's race. And there is the future of the United States of America on the mountain bike. That's Keegan Swenson. These young riders, man, on the men's side right now. Keegan Swenson, Howard Grotz, Kerry Werner, Payson McKelvin now. Russell Finsterwald. I mean, there are so many of these guys. For so many years we talked about Wells and Jeremy Horgan-Kabelski and Adam Craig and Michael Broderick. It's great to see this new generation of really strong guys who are committed to a career on the mountain bike that can compete against the world's best.
Well, I gotta send a shout out for my homeboy Casey Williams. My unofficial count right now has him once again second U23 and top American. He's actually in front of Keegan Swenson. James Reed, the youngster from New Zealand, I think, is your leader. Unofficially, this is just by kind of eyeballing them as they go by me, but Williams is having a great ride, and only 19 years old out of Big Bear, California.
Chris Snedden and Barry Wicks there, along with Michael Broderick. Holding well there inside the top 20. Like we said, guys, so many great battles going on here that we barely get to see back in the 20s and 30s and 40s. We'll get a chance, hopefully, on the last lap as they start coming through. We'll get an update on where everybody is. But we've said it over and over again, guys. There's World Cup winners and world champions and Olympians spread all throughout this field inside the top 50. Some guys here coming with their top form in March. Others maybe have a little bit more homework to do as we come into the World Cup schedule here starting in just a few weeks. This is going to be Tristan Yule there in the yellow helmet riding for 787 Racing, one of the top riders out here today, not on a factory program, out of Austin, Texas. Such a strong dude, one of the top juniors in the sport for a number of years. He's really applied himself, and he's finding his way now to a regular top 10 threat on the national scene. Still a young guy, too, only about 26 years old. That was Chris Baddock as well, rider from Great Britain living out of Boulder, Colorado. Now he's riding with the CU team up there. The Buffaloes were right in the heart of the collegiate road season as well. I know I got a lot of guys racing collegiate road stuff right now, coming down for Fontana next week on their spring break. So
yeah, here comes Casey
on the clock. Casey Williams.
Fabulous ride, Casey Williams. Looking good. 2 to go, buddy. 2 laps to go for Casey Williams.
And he's got Russell Finsterwald, a former U23 and former junior national champion for the United States, riding for Troy Lee Designs and SRAM, a new mountain bike squad there. So he's in very good company. Casey Williams, one of those guys, he's been around forever. He was one of the top under 14 juniors, one of the top under 18 juniors, but just continues to progress. Small percentage points every year, but in a couple of years now, I think we're going to see him as a serious podium threat in the same way that Stephen Ettinger sort of just continued that steady progress all the way to the point now where he's our U.S. national champion. Casey Williams, he's one of those guys. He can sneak up on you, but he's got a serious career here in the sport of mountain biking. The pain face, there's only one guy who makes it look that bad, and that is Troy Wells, suffering like nobody else out there. Like we said, dropped about 10 pounds this year coming into the season, down to 165 for the big Cliff Bar rider. He's doing very well on these steep, punchy climbs out here.
There's Chris Hamlin rolling through your feed. He is actually my friend from Vermont, so he's coming out literally from 2 feet of snow to ride in this weather, so it has to be a shock from the system.
Oh, look at this. What happened to Max Plaxton? Jeff Kabush all by himself.
I think that's a lapped... that's tricky. I can't tell right here. Yeah, that's definitely a lapped rider. So you see Plaxton there. He's the third rider coming through. The rider in the middle is a lapped rider, so he's going to be done. But Jeff Kabush, holy cow. I mean, it was just a few seconds as they came through the start-finish on that back section there. It's probably the most technical downhill on the course, and then one of the most challenging, really, really loose climbs. So Jeff Kabush playing. We saw him so early on, Larry. You talked about it. He was dangling so far off the back of that chase group. Such a smart move from him today. He knows it's a long race. He knows the toll these climbs will take, and he knows how the heat will affect him over the course of this many laps.
He doesn't look dirty. He doesn't look bloody. So I'm just thinking K-Bomb has done what he's so good at doing, and that's detonate a field. And he has gone clear, and he looks like he is totally in command, Colt.
And the Bear Valley Bikes rider, that's a lapped rider, but no sign now of Marco Fontana. So both of those European riders are gone. That is Gutierrez, the former Spanish champion, riding his way into the bronze position. Now, finally, you see Fontana, and he is going backwards fast. Here comes Todd Wells, no sign. So Fontana and Fumic, the early instigators in this race, the Italian and the German in the baggy shorts, are now finding themselves off the back of the pace. Todd Wells, another one of these expert tacticians, one of the elder statesmen. He's done a lot of racing in this weather in the United States, playing very smart tactics today, knowing that this race was going to be made in the final 2 laps.
Yeah, fatigue is really setting in for all of these riders, so you start to see gaps lessen, gaps grow, and as for Kabush, he's on the positive side of that. that. So his gap is growing, and this would be a huge win for Kabush because he really hasn't had a big win, especially like a field, against a field like today, and he is going for it.
Well, he's El Fuego. He's absolutely on fire. He was just so smooth through that section, almost bunny hopping these rocks and logs out on this course. And I'm sure these guys that are chasing are getting time gaps and wondering, wow, where did Jeff Kabush find this surge? Because it literally is making all the rest of the riders in the front look like they are going backwards.
Yeah, I can't wait to take a look at the lap times after this is all said and done. I wouldn't be surprised if Kabush has negative splitted through this entire race. He continues to speed up, continues to get faster. He's going to come through here. Got about a half a lap left, maybe, and then he's going to get 1 lap to go, and there seems to be no let up. And look at this. So Plaxton, who looked so good, so promising just about 10 minutes ago, and now it is the Spanish rider, Gutierrez, there in the bright shoes for Trek Factory Racing. He's about to make contact. Podium threat for real here. Silver medal still up for grabs.
Well, now we'll see what Max Plaxton is made of, because I think he was thinking he would win this race. Now he's got to find the resolve to continue to battle for this silver medal.
Yeah, mentally what you go through when someone catches you is challenging. You think you're great, you caught the lead, okay, I'm going to win, and then all of a sudden, oh boy, Kabush launches attack, maybe Gutierrez is catching him, and now Max has to, relax, pull it together mentally if he's going to find the reserve to catch Kabush and go for the win, but maybe only find the energy to get a silver medal.
You guys know how many World Cup winners are in this men's race right now?
A lot.
You've got Kabush, you've got Fontana, you've got Humick.
Not that many.
Okay, not a lot.
I don't think Gutierrez, certainly not Lindgren.
It would be interesting to see how many World Cup podium
Kabush, though, when you talk about a podium ride at the World Cup, they usually talk about top 5. Not a lot of people, but relatively speaking, there have been a lot of people on the podium. Very few men over the past 5 years have won a World Cup. Your Nino Schurters, your Julian Absalons. You get your outliers here and there like Dan McConnell, but Jeff Kabush is one of the very few men on that list. 2009, I believe, at the
Mount
Bromont World Cup.
Was it Mount St. Anne or Bromont?
Bromont in Canada. Took himself a World Cup victory. That's no joke. You can't fake your way to a World Cup win. I say it all the time. There's no such thing as fluke good races, only fluke bad races. So on that day, he was the best rider in the world. Today, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the best rider in the world. I don't think there's anyone here or not here right now that could take Jeff Kabush on this course on whatever it is, March 15th.
So Todd Wells from Specialized Racing, he is moving up in this race, and he has now passed Fontana, who is still paying for those efforts early on, and Todd Wells is on fire.
Yeah, these guys will have bad patches in these hour and 25-minute races where it doesn't feel good. And you're putting everything on, all the pressure on the pedals, you're not going anywhere. Now, all of a sudden, Todd Wells is sensing that these guys in front of him are distressing a little bit. And it's his opportunity to move up. Not only are these UCI points available, but there's a big chunk of prize money waiting for these guys at the finish line. So it means a lot. And Wells, right now, a rider on the rise.
These guys also, I said before, are calculating. Todd put out a lot of effort to try to bridge that gap to Fontana, and then he said, I went in the red a little bit much, and he stayed back, he recovered, and now he's on the rise. So they're calculating their efforts and managing that.
Well, look at these riders out here from the top of the sport all the way down to these young development riders. Great example here is Kerry Werner coming through, one of our defending U23 national champion. I mean, Larry, tell me about the importance of the junior development squad.
Let me jump in here 1 second. I want to point something out. You get to watch everything all over again next weekend out at Fontana. And I want to see if the Euros are going to maybe give a little bit more respect.
1 to go. 1 lap to go. We will stay with the front of the race before we tell you about all you need to know about becoming a junior cyclist here in America, because we've got a barn burner underway, especially if you are Jeff Kabush. He has gone clear here on this penultimate lap, and he has gone way clear. That's an understatement, Colt McElwain. I don't think any of us saw this coming. I thought he was going to ride a tactically smart race. I didn't think he would blow this thing apart like he has.
Jeff Kabush just rode this lap a minute faster than anybody else out there, Larry. Jeff Kabush He was off the back going into this last lap. We didn't know if he was going to even close that gap to Plaxton. Now you see come through. Plaxton's going backwards, and it is Gutierrez, the former Spanish champion. He's coming through. He's got the gap opened up. Plaxton fighting all over that hardtail Cannondale, that full suspension. He's on the Cannondale scalpel, locked out, no doubt, and he's going to try and get his way across onto that wheel. One of the few opportunities to draft here on this long start-finishing stretch, but that is gold, silver, and bronze. Now, no sign. I think we're going to see Todd Wells coming through here very shortly. I can just see him across the field. So Wells has made contact with your Italian rider. That is Marco Fontana in the baggies and the Red Bull helmet. Wells now comes through on the grass. He's going to come on to the pavement. 5 spots. I don't know if it's a 5-spot podium or a 3-spot podium, but top 5-spot podium, and definitely that is the prestigious place to be right now. You can write home about that. Top 5 at the U.S. Cup. This is as big as it gets here. I mean, we used to talk about it in the past. It was, if you had a top 10 ride. Today, a top 50 ride is going to be a great day. If you find your way into the top 5 for Todd Wells, for Marco Fontana, this is huge this afternoon.
Yeah, this is a great ride by Todd Wells. It's Bell Lab time. He's right there with Fontana, our early leader. So they're going through with 1 lap to go here this morning or this afternoon. What a day here in San Dimas, California, Bonelli Park, the site of the Sho-Air USA Cycling U.S. Cup. Hey, are you a junior cyclist between the ages of 14 and 21 and looking to get into USA Cycling's development pathway? One to go for Fumic. Then you should consider attending USA Cycling Regional Talent ID Camp this year. USA Cycling conducts mountain, road, and bike track camps across the United States that provide the opportunity to learn new skills, become a better rider, and have a ton of fun while you're doing it. To register for the Talent ID camps or for more information, visit usacycling.org.
Plaxton really feeling it right now. Plate number 1, that is going to be up for... oh boy, that's going to go to Jeff Kabush today. If Kabush can hold on to the win here, and Plaxton is 3rd. They were 1st and 2nd. Plaxton took 1st. Kabush took 2nd in Texas. So Kabush not only going for the win today, but going for the lead in that USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. We've said it so many times, but huge UCI points up for grabs today. This is a UCI HC event. And of course, $80,000 in prize money. Count that. $80,000 up for grabs, split equally between the men and the women. That's a lot of money here on the line for professional mountain bikers in North America. Steven Edinger coming through in the stars and stripes of our current U.S. national champion, holding strong inside the top 10. So we got about 1:24:23 on the clock right now. These riders out on their last lap. We're looking at about 1:35, right on target for a perfect finishing spot. That's right in line with what the World Cups are looking for. And today, Leah, you've said a number of times, this really is in every single way possible a mini World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And the exciting thing is we get to see it next weekend, again, at Fontana. So here we see... we see Todd Wells and Fontana kind of flip-flopping, switching back and forth. So it really will come down to who has conserved the most energy, who has fueled, the right amount at the first half of the race, and who is the fastest on this last lap.
Rafael Gagne has ridden very, very well, though, against this internationally star-studded field this afternoon. He was on the podium. I think he was 2nd last year in the cross-country, but he is hanging on to a very, very nice top 10 ride. These Euro guys, they're going to have another week, though, to acclimate. They're going to have another week to, probably the first week in Southern California. They're a little like, wow, this is cool. This is beautiful. The weather's great. Maybe they trained too much. The big time differences on their bodies. I think next weekend we'll see Fumic and the Italian star Fontana bring their maybe complete set of abilities to Saturday.
Exactly. They'll bring the full-on A game. Maybe it's an A- game today because of the travel, because, you don't know what's going on in these early season races and efforts, but that's for sure. Kabush is on fire. North America is really on fire. Plaxton having a great showing. Todd Wells also up there flip-flopping for 4th and 5th, so things are going well.
Yeah, I almost wonder if there was a little bit of underestimating on the part of the Italian and the German and some of these top European riders. They know how they perform at the World Cups. They know that they're usually a few minutes and about 20 places in front of a lot of these guys. But, man, when you come to North America where a guy like Plaxton just dominates, it'll be very interesting as we come in. Again, guys, the great thing about this, we get to do it all over again in just 7 days' time in Fontana, California, just down the road from here. Are those guys going to have a newfound respect for guys like Plaxton, guys like Wells, what they can do? I mean, we don't go to Italy, we don't go to Spain in and just expect to crush over there. Those guys, they're so used to being so good, but this may be a kind of a wake-up call for those guys as they realize just how strong North Americans are when they don't have to travel halfway across the globe to race.
Well, and the most important thing is it gives these North American riders confidence. You know, if you're saying, oh, I can drop Fontana on a climb, I can drop him on a climb in the World Cup. So it's really a lot of factors combining to bring North American cycling to the forefront.
And let's not forget how this race kind of broke open early. I mean, you had both those Cannondale guys at the front. You got Fontana, who gets clean through the rock garden. And then you have Fumik, who does a body slam with guys behind him. And all of a sudden, that was the gap. And I think that's where Fontana thought, you know what? I've got the lead. I've got to go for it, see what I got. And everybody else, as we saw, you know, Kabush, we talked about riding his own race, being patient, and let this race come to him. And that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, sometimes you don't necessarily want a gap when you get it. So Fontana was given this gift in the initial lap of this race, and he said, well, you just have to go with it. You know, things don't always go as planned. And I think he did a great job running with it. You know, you're not going to win a race from 10th place, or sometimes you will, but you're more likely to win a race off the front in the early stages. But this is not the case here at Bonelli.
Guys, I'm going to jump in here quickly. This is the last lap. I know a lot of you are joining us online. Please go ahead, get on Facebook, get on Twitter, and share this link. Do you guys love mountain bike racing as much as I love mountain bike racing? I know you do. That's why you're joining us this afternoon. So help spread the word. Help tell your friends. The more of you we get tuning in, the more of you we get watching Jeff Kabush ride off the front of this race, the bigger and better we're going to be able to do this in the future. Again, at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, at Sho-Air Cycling Group, Sho-Air CG on Twitter. These are the people making it all possible. We so appreciate all the effort, the time, the money, the energy being put into mountain biking, and this is the result right here. The best in the world. Jeff Kabush getting it done. UCI HC event here in Bonelli Park. This course is good as it gets. Jeff Kabush is better than everybody else on the day. I'm looking behind me, Leah. I'm looking behind him, Larry. I see nobody in sight.
Hey, that's some prime Southern California real estate right there. That's worth about $280 million, the distance between he and Gutierrez now solidly in second. We got Georgia Gould, who is near us at the stage, and she finished this race course a few minutes ago. We'll see if we can get Georgia Gould up here for her insight on what was a very, very tough race this morning. There goes Casey Williams with one to go. Now it's tough time for Casey Williams. He is deep in that pain cave.
I can't wait to see the tan lines on Gutierrez with the Kinesio tape around the arms there. That's going to be a hard one to explain as you walk through the airport on the way home.
You got to wear the tan lines with pride, really.
Max Plaxton pushing that 1x11 on his scalpel, just barely struggling to turn over those pedals. He looks like a man, maybe not so defeated. I mean, still bronze medal position, but this is a guy who had gold medal on his mind all afternoon today, and then smack, Jeff Kabush goes off the front, smack, Gutierrez comes from behind. Now Plaxton finds himself going backwards. Luckily, nobody behind there right now, but still a long way to go. I'm seeing 1:29 on the clock here, just about 5, 6, 7 minutes for those guys, but a very challenging back half of this course. Your mind starts to go a little bit. Your energy levels are down. This is the time in the race where we see riders start to make mistakes. Those off-cambers. Scott, you guys are just mean out there. I saw so many of those corners just dusty. It's like you designed them to try and put riders on the ground. You really got to be on your A game today.
We didn't want to hear anybody complaining that it was too easy. We didn't want anybody complaining that they could just ride right through it. So we gave them all they could handle. It's great to see everybody giving 100%. And I want to report that most of these riders, I think every one of these riders is staying over to compete at Fontana. So I want to thank them. I mean, it's a lot of money for them to come over here. It's early in their season, and they're coming over and showing us respect and showing support for cycling in America, North America. So imagine if we have 3 of these next year. Imagine what we're going to see. And I think that's going to happen. But we need your help. We need people to tweet. We need people to watch next week. We really need people to let the UCI and let USA Cycling know that you want the races here. And if they'll give them to me, I'll pay for them.
Gutierrez there with the bobble as he makes his way through the A-line. I don't know if Plaxton could could see that, but that could give a little bit of motivation for the Canadian rider as he makes his way into this final quarter of a lap. We didn't see him come through there, so it looks like that gap has opened up quite a bit, but nobody right now is on the level of Scott. Three Rocks Racing, Jeff Kamush, the win up for grabs, the lead in the series, the series leaders jersey, and let's not forget, Leah Davison, the heavyweight champion title belt up for grabs here at the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. This could be huge. Big points up for grabs today for that series as part of the HC. So Jeff, second place at Mellow Johnny's Classic 2 weeks ago, looking like first place here, setting himself up very, very well in that overall. When it comes to North American National Series, whether it was the Norbas, the Pro XCTs, Jeff Kabush is the master of consistency, the master of defending the overall.
Exactly, and he's really making a statement with taking this big of a lead and this big of a charge, especially with this international field. So Kabush is back. You know, he is back onto this top form. He never really left, but he's back. And don't forget, you know, we have a race going on for 4th and 5th, precious prize money, series points. And I don't know, what's your call, Todd or Fontana?
I gotta go with the momentum of Todd Wells here. I think if Todd can stay close, I think Fontana, as a much smaller rider, has the advantage on some of these climbs. But Todd, he's like a diesel out there today. He's just keeping him in his sights, and with a pretty long run into the finish that's fairly flat, I think Todd's going to get it in that bigger ring. He's going to make contact, and when it comes to the sprint, it's going to be very close. Todd Wells, if you guys are cycling nerds like me, you'll know he just finished 5th place at the Tucson Grand Prix Criterium on the road bike against some of the top sprinters, top crit riders in the country. This was just this was just last weekend. So very, very, very good sprinter is Todd Wells when he gets the chance.
Oh, we did.
We're going to see, this is going to be Fumic on the screen right now, your German rider, your many-time German national champion, and like Scott said, these guys all staying over for Fontana next week, as well as I think we're getting the addition of a few new riders. Anton Cooper, the New Zealand rider, junior world champion a couple years ago. I think he will be here. He's at the Continental Championships this week. But like we said, Todd Wells, looks like we're not going to have to worry about that sprint after all, as he's putting daylight between himself and the Italian.
He can wind it up anyway for our viewers' pleasures, should he choose, if he's got anything left in the tank at all. Join us here at the finish line, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on site, because we are looking, I think we have our leader, Jeff Kabush, now on the grass. I believe that's him. He's making that double and triple check safety look over his shoulder. But this is a victory celebration now for Jeff Kabush.
Taking a look here from the eye in the sky. This is area media specialist here giving us this awesome POV here from the helicopter, the GoPro up there as we come here onto the finishing straight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canadian, the champion, first place. He will take your heavyweight title for the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. This is Jeff Kabush.
Well, that was nicely done. Man, oh man, textbook riding at its very finest today. He sat in, he let the race go, and then he slowly clawed his way back to victory.
Leah, you said it. I mean, Jeff, he had a couple years where it seemed like he wasn't at that same level. I don't think he took a step back so much as guys like Plaxton and Zanster really upped their game. Kabush, like the professional he has stepped it up another level. He has gone another position here towards being the best in the world. I look for him to continue this momentum into a really strong World Cup campaign this spring.
So this will be the rider from Spain riding for Trek Factory Racing. Gutierrez will bring home the silver medal here this afternoon. An outstanding ride for him, but a big celebration right now for the Team Maxxis Scott squad. Jeff Kabush, unbelievable. And Jeff Kabush did this by himself.
Welcome to the United States of America. This is how we do mountain bike racing. Like we said earlier, Fontana next weekend is going to be a whole different story. These guys, Gutierrez, Fontana, Fumic, they've seen what kind of level the United States and Canada is playing at here on the domestic scene. They've got to step it up if they want to take a title here. Coming in now, this will be your bronze standard on the day. This guy rode with guts this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Plaxton.
Yeah, the winner of round number 1, he will come home with a bronze medal spot on the podium this afternoon. And now there are 2 spots left in our awards presentation. Coming up, women and men combined awards ceremony coming up as soon as we get everybody ready to go, probably about a half an hour.
Max Plaxton going to have to give that jersey now over to his countryman. Jeff Kabush will take over the lead here in the series standings for the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. And ladies and gentlemen, let's bring him home. Your former U.S. national champion, multi-time Olympic athlete. That is Todd Wells for the Specialized Factory Racing Team.
Hey, I just want to point out, for those of you who haven't met Jeff Kabush, he's a pretty mellow guy. He's pretty subdued. He came across fired up. He was motivated, and he smacked the hell out of the timing there. That was awesome to see. Here comes Marco.
Just outside your podium today, but this was the man that made it all happen early on. Marco Fontana flying the flag for Italy with the Red Bull helmet there. Cannondale Factory Racing, 5th place, so taking that final step here on our podium. But, man, without him, that race would have been a lot less exciting. Waiting now, we're going to see his teammate come in very shortly. So CFR putting 2 riders in the top 5. Max Plaxton with the bronze medal there for CFR Racing on the Scalpel. Fontana there for Italy on the hardtail, the F29. So like we said earlier today, I think we'll see it once that top 15, 20 comes in. But Cannondale is going to be all over the front of this race. Keegan Swenson is still back there. Jeremiah Bishop, Alex Grant, Sam Schultz, they're all still in the mix. We'll hang with you here on the finish line as they come through. Just offside the podium, that's going to be your German rider in the baggies as well. That is Manuel Fumick. And now here we go, ladies and gentlemen, bring him home. Your Stars and Stripes jersey. This is our current U.S. national champion, the best there is. That is Steven Ettinger. But you look at the size of these gaps, Lee. I mean, this course, we're an hour 35 or so for the winners, but this was not a group race at all. This thing split up the course. We got riders spread out everywhere, single file as they come across the line. Jeremiah Bishop brings it in for Cannondale Sho-Air, followed shortly by Alex Grant.
He'll finish second in the new Papa division here this afternoon. Just been joined by the man of the last hour and 34 and a half minutes or whatever your winning time was, Jeff Kabush. Unbelievable effort out there today. Wow.
Yeah, it's, this whole week had a little bit something going on in my head, but, I never give up hope that I can pull out something special on the day. And been really motivated this whole winter to come out swinging in March. And it's been a while in the National Series since I've grabbed a win, so this is really special to have such a big race in HC and come in here with the new team, Scott Three Rocks, and take the win.
Jeff, tell me about those first couple of laps. You were sitting very what looked like comfortably in that chase group, letting about 2 or 3 bike lengths open. Did you come into the day knowing that would be the strategy to let people go early, knowing that those last 2 laps would be where it would happen?
I think just, it's always been my strength, and having a little bit of question mark how my legs, I wanted to be a little bit conservative, and just watching those guys jockeying out, I just kind of rolled there on the back and saved my legs for the punch. I was riding some new prototype pace tires, and I was able to just on the fast parts just roll back onto the group, and I felt really comfortable. They weren't really getting much time, so just saved my legs. And when Max made a little move, I had lots of energy to move through and go to the front and finish it off there. It was great.
Jeff, we had a lot of talk about the UCI level of this race. We have 3 UCI C1s, and today a UCI HC event as high as it gets. We've been calling this in the booth today a mini World Cup. I mean, you've seen more World Cups than maybe anyone else out here. You've won a World Cup up in Bromont a few years ago. Is this the kind of course that you could see? I mean, is this a World Cup caliber track today? Did it test you in that way?
For sure. I mean, it tested all aspects with the heat. Really, really physical that first half. You really had to moderate that effort. And, it's really special. I've been racing for, I don't know how many, 20 years, and this is the only second HC event. So that shows how unique and how special it is to have such a high-level UCI race here.
All right, congratulations, Jeff. You will take over the lead in that USA Cycling US Cup Series now. Nice ride today. We'll see you next weekend in Fontana.
Thanks, Colt.
Want to recognize a few more guys that rolled by. Ettinger, Bishop, Alexander Grant, Rafael Gagne will finish 10th. Zanstra was 11th. Sontag 12th. Adam Morka is 13th. And another young Canadian, Cameron Jett, he was 14th. This will be Sam Schultz riding for Sho-Air and Cannondale. He'll come through right there. 15th place for the rider on the comeback, Spencer Paxson. And then right behind Spencer Paxson into 17th place was Hector Rivers. So congratulations, gentlemen. Top 20 efforts, as we've been alluding to all day long. Prize money and valuable UCI points up for grabs here this afternoon.
Making his way to the finish line, I believe this will be your defending US U23 national champion riding for the BMC Project Dirt Squad. That's Kerry Werner on the BMC Hardtail, getting it done inside the top 20 today. Like we said, Larry, we have national champions, we have world champions, we have World Cup winners all the way back into the 20s here, showing the depth and the quality of this field. A guy like Werner, he's a guaranteed podium threat at almost any other race he does in North America, but with the level of field we have here today, just barely inside the top 20. Now we have the stands, no tubes. This is the pros closet rider himself, Mitch Hoke, getting the job done on those stands, no tubes wheel, and that, I believe he's on the Felt Edict 9 full suspension, bib number 20. He's going to hold his overall spot in the series standings. So 142 on the clock. Riders here continue to string in. We started today with 113 elite men across this field. We saw a lot of riders out there getting pulled with that 80% rule. Just to finish on the lead lap today is a victory in and of itself, as we see one of the Rocky Mountain riders coming through. I believe this is the young Canadian bib, number 96. Will be Jeremy Martin.
So Jeremy finishes 20th here in this battle for top 20 supremacy. Larry Longo, Colt McElwain, and Leah Davison. What a men's race. Congratulations to Scott Maxis rider Jeff Kabush. He'll join Katarina Nash on the upper step of our podiums coming up here in probably around 20-25 minutes. Big day number 1 award ceremonies. Is it on a schedule? It's up to you. When do you want to do it? Let's say 4 o'clock, top 5, awards presentation. You're going to be there to present, I hope, right?
Go ahead, guys. While you're still here, while you have the chance, make sure you guys are following those Twitter names we keep putting up. That would be at USA Cycling, at Sho-Air Cycling Group, Sho-Air CG, and at Scott Tedrow. And let them know. I know a lot of you tuned in today. I see your tweets coming in, your questions. We so appreciate you guys taking the afternoon to join us here for mountain bike racing in North America as Troy Wells rolls just outside the top 20 there for the Cliff Bar rider on that 9er bike. But guys, go ahead, get on Twitter, get on Facebook. Let these guys know it's your feedback, it's your appreciation that allows these events to go on the way they do. It's because of you. It's because of the call for live coverage that you guys have made in these last couple of years that these guys are out here putting it on. So let them know that you're watching. Of course, this race presented by Sho-Air Cycling, a new shop here in the area. Going to really add some value to the cycling community here as Russell Finsterwald comes across the line. This race in partnership with USA Cycling, the USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. Of course, none of this possible without the sponsors of this event. We got Cannondale bicycles all over the top 20 in this race, both the Scalpel and the F29. Cliff Bar keeping everybody fueled out here. Troy Wells, Brady Capias out there flying the flag for that squad on their 9er bikes, on their Capias Components hubs. Envy Wheels on both the CFR team and the Cannondale Sho-Air squad. Some of the lightest, fastest carbon wheels on the mountain bike circuit out there this year. Casey
Unofficially,
Williams.
I'm sorry, this will be our second U23. Casey Williams. He faded a little bit here at the end. Still going to finish 25th. Nice ride, Casey.
Jackaroo Clothing, Muscle Milk keeping everybody fueled up here at the race, in the race. And, of course, this whole organization, this whole production brought to you by the Sho-Air Cycling Group, the U.S. Cup events, both from these professional events all the way down to those amateur-level events, the Kenda Cup West, the Catalina Gran Fondo later this year, as Barry Wicks comes across the line. 145 with his afro hanging out of his helmet. Barry Wicks, one of those riders that's really developed as an endurance rider these last couple of years. We see him at the BC Bike Race. We see him at Transylvania Epic. We see him over at the Mongolia Bicycle Challenge. So not just dominating here in the cross-country scene, but really on all forms of racing. Michael Broderick comes across the line, but your top 5, there they are on the screen. Number 1 today for Scott Three Rocks Racing was your 7-time Canadian national champion, Jeff Kabush. Sergio Gutierrez, the new addition to the Trek Factory squad, his first race here in California. Good for the silver medal today. Max Plaxton in 3rd place. That's Keegan Swenson, and now Billy Malone coming across, flying the flag for Riverside Cycles, riding that Cannondale bike, really representing for the Northeast here this afternoon at the national scene. He's going to go just inside. I think that was the top 25, right, Larry?
Announced a couple of times. Podium's 4 o'clock.
Once again, remind everybody, awards 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock this afternoon for the awards ceremony. So we are a half an hour away. Awards ceremony, both men and pro women. We'll see you there, top 5. Good job. Very good. Are you hanging out tomorrow too? No. Are you coming to see us?
Yeah.
We'll come hang out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely like for the short track.
Girl.
Hey.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good.
Was it fun?
I didn't race, but it was fun announcing.
Less painful.
It's way less painful.
Hey, we're looking for Leroy Crane. Leroy Crane, if you're out there, please report to the stage. Leroy Crane to the stage, please. So again, congratulations to our 2 champions today, and worthy ones they were. Katarina Nash early on this morning dominating the elite women's cross country for the Luna Pro team. And then a few minutes ago, you saw Jeff Kabush riding his calculated way to a win here this afternoon, and also in dominating form.
We're going to just close it up, do a wrap-up for the live show, and then we'll start. All right, so we're winding down here. Just about everyone left on that lead lap is in. Larry, I think it was, maybe 25 elite men of the 113 that were able to finish on that lead lap today?
I think we got 31 in out of about 110 starters.
31 guys, yeah, 110 starters, 113 on the list. Whew. Everyone can exhale now. Everyone can take a break. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining us at home. We say this all the time. There's not enough thank yous out there. So many people here that make this all possible, but really, it is you guys. It is the people at home in front of their computer screens. I know some of you guys hooked this up to your big screen. I saw some pictures you guys were tweeting in. You had some viewing parties and stuff like that, so I know there's mountain bike fans out there. I still believe in this sport, and I know you guys too. You guys do as well, so we appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate all your feedback today on Facebook and Twitter. If you want to continue that conversation, go ahead. It's #US Cup. Again, you can reach me at DopersSuck, DOPERSSUCK, or on Facebook, facebook.com/Colt Training Systems. I'd love to answer your questions or chat more with you guys about this. But Larry, the best part about this series is we get to do it all over again next weekend.
Same time, same channel, YouTube TV, usacycling.org. Tell your friends. Let's double the number of people tuning in next weekend. We'll be about 25 miles east of where we're at right now, over at Southridge, Fontana, California, and the weather promises to be just as spectacular, and the fields are going to be just as deep and fast. So tune in next weekend and let's have some fun watching mountain bike racing.
That's right, guys. We love mountain bike racing. We know you guys, too. Again, one more time, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you to USA Cycling, Sho-Air Cycling Group, and Scott Tedrow. And like Larry said, put it on your calendar. Next Saturday, we're going at it all over again. It's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. We hope you are there, and we'll see you next time.